Hello, everyone, and welcome to another edition of Mormon Stories Podcast. I am one of your hosts for today, John DeLynn. It's April 17th, 2024. I have as a co-host in studio today, returning to Mormon Stories Studios, the one, the only Nate Bird. Hey, Nate.
Hey, John. Happy to be here.
Good to have you. Nate is one of the co-hosts for Black Menaces podcast. Is it the Black Menaces or Black Menaces?
A little bit of both. The Black Menaces podcast.
All right. The special guest for today, the focus for today's interview, is someone I've wanted to have on Mormon Stories podcast for a long time, relatively. His name is Sebastian Stewart-Johnson. Hey, Sebastian.
Hey, how are you?
Thanks for joining us.
Yeah, happy to be here.
I joked with them earlier that Black Menaces, 3 Black BYU students stirring up all sorts of trouble. I joked with Sebastian and Nate that I consider them the Black Menaces Trinity, and we were going to argue about who the Father, Son, and who the Holy Ghost was. But
yes,
we've had Nate on as one of the founding members of Black Menaces. We had Rachel Weaver on, another founder, and then Sebastian rounds it out. But we had to wait until when, Sebastian?
Until that degree came in the mail.
Honestly, because what happens if you come on Mormon Stories potentially before you get your diploma in hand?
Probably been done with the school. And I wanted to be done, but, I'd rather just get the degree too.
So one of the founding members of Black Menaces, and for those of you who don't know what that is, Sebastian, tell everyone what the Black Menaces were and are.
Yeah, the Black Menaces, it started out as a way for us Black students to vent our annoyances, irritations, pains with BYU. And it slowly and quickly, honestly, developed into being something much larger, where we sought to empower marginalized communities at BYU and across the country. And it's only grown and grown more until what it is now, which is focused on empowering marginalized communities in every way possible.
Love it.
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah, and they've gotten international news, national news. What was the biggest national media outlet you guys probably connected with? People Magazine, or
maybe
Newsweek,
Women's Health,
Feature, Newsweek,
Insider.
CNN, Business Insider.
Yeah.
Now, honestly, too, now this is like a big social media news.
That's true.
Yeah. And basically, y'all kind of broke into public consciousness by making these short TikTok videos where you interview mostly white BYU students and ask them questions, right?
Yeah. We just go around and we ask them a basic, sometimes slightly more complicated question, like, who are you going to vote for? Or are you a feminist, or should people be feminist? Do you support marriage equality? And the answers are baffling sometimes, most times, which is why they get a lot of attention.
Yeah. Some of them millions of views, right?
Yeah. Biggest 20 million views, I think.
Yeah. That's a lot.
Yeah,
and y'all have a YouTube channel, right? We'll plug that at the beginning and the end, right?
Black Menaces. Please subscribe, comment, be a fan.
And is it mostly YouTube, or is it audio and YouTube, or?
What do you mean?
Do you release it as an audio only podcast and as a YouTube channel?
Yeah. So there is a visual and audio podcast that we release. And then there's also basic YouTube videos that we do too.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
And there'll be lots of themes for today. Clearly, your Mormon story.
Yep.
There'll probably be some faith journey kind of themes.
Yeah, a lot of that.
Right?
Yeah.
Probably talk about race and Mormonism in America.
Yeah.
Any other big themes to let people know what we're going to talk about?
Sensibility, equality. I don't know. I'm not sure, honestly. We'll wing it.
But Sebastian's brilliant, and so is Nate. So it's going to be great. Nate, anything you want to add?
Nothing yet. I'm just here for the ride.
All right. Okay. So I often like to ask people to start by kind of sharing their intentions.
Yeah.
Sometimes people are like, you're doing an interview to tear down the church, or because you hate Mormons or whatever.
Sure.
So
got that one before.
What's that?
Got that one before.
Yeah. So why did you want to tell your story on Mormon Stories?
Yeah, I think telling stories are powerful. I've had a lot of people reach out to me individually to tell me the impact I had on their own life and their own life story, just by me talking about what I go through, what I've gone through, what my thoughts are. And so I feel like telling stories are powerful. And I just hope to tell my story, one, for, my own release of my own story, because I think everybody's entitled to telling their own story. But also, so other people can hear and maybe like feel a connection, feel like that they're not alone. I know a lot of times in my own story, I felt a lot alone in a lot of times. And so I think, having somebody who relates to you, having somebody that you can hear say the exact same thing that they went through, I think is powerful.
Yeah. Brilliant.
Yeah.
Brilliant. All right. So where does your Mormon story begin, Sebastian? Are you of pioneer ancestry? I'm dying to know.
Pioneer ancestry. Brigham Young is actually, no, I was kidding. Both of my grandmas converted to the church, actually. So my dad's mom,
So you're a third generation on both sides. That's amazing.
It's actually, crazy. So my dad's mom converted when my dad was like 7, 8 years old. And my mom's mom.
Where was that?
Oh, yes, that was, now we're talking about geography. This is where we get lost a little. I think that was in Cleveland.
Okay.
That's where my dad's from originally.
Okay. Ohio.
Don't quote me on that.
Ohio-ish.
That's where don't quote me. Actually, don't quote me on the geography of my dad.
Okay.
I'm not great. I never remember for some reason.
All right.
So-
Maybe somewhere in the Midwest.
Cleveland, Tennessee, one of the two.
Okay.
One of the two. Converted into Mormonism. So they came, and then eventually a few years later, they moved to Texas. My mom's mom, so my grandma, she converted actually while attending Dallas Baptist University when she was in college, because she met my grandfather, who was Mormon, and sought to like convert my grandma. And my grandma was like, you can bring the missionaries here and I'll make them Baptist. And she's still Mormon to the day. So
Nice.
yeah. And so, that's kind of where I became Mormon, was born into it by both of my parents.
Did you say where they met?
Oh, my parents, where did they meet? They met in high school. They met in high school in church or from church.
Which high school?
Oh,
Where? What city?
Texas, sorry. Dallas, like Arlington.
Okay. So parents met in Dallas.
Yeah, so,
Okay.
right. So both of my grandparents and my parents all lived and grew up in Texas after they converted and stuff. My mom's family, they're deeply ingrained in Texas. And then my dad's family is from like the South, and then, the Great Migration and stuff. They went more north and came back down to Texas.
Got it. Okay. So I'm guessing, like, I'm from Texas,
Oh,
right? I grew
yeah.
up in Dallas and Houston.
Nice.
And I was dying to go to Salt Lake to find someone I could date because I couldn't find a lot of people
Sure.
as a white Mormon in Texas that I wanted to date.
Yeah.
So the fact that your parents found each other in Texas,
Right.
I mean, it could mean a couple things. It could just mean they were super lucky, or it was just like, oh, two people.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. Do you have any idea of, like, do they consider that like they were super lucky? Or
I mean, they got divorced like 23 years ago.
Oh, okay. So it didn't last
So I don't know
long.
if they consider it luck.
So that marriage didn't last long.
Wasn't the success story that you would hope for. Yeah, it was not fruitful, to say the least. They met at, like, I don't know, in the same stake, I guess. And had a kid in high school. Well, got pregnant in high school. And so very Mormon, right? Very proud. No, it's okay. It doesn't matter. Had my oldest brother right after high school, and then had me 6 years later, and then got divorced. Well, separated when I was like 3 months old. Divorced when I was like 1.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
But Mormon. Okay. So you're with a single mom, is that right?
Yeah.
In Dallas.
Right.
As a 1-year-old.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. With an older.
With 4 other siblings.
4 other siblings.
Yeah.
Okay. So how was that like growing up with a single mom and as a Mormon kid of color in Dallas?
It was cool. It was all right. I did it as a child. I grew up, so where I grew up in Arlington is like the 7th most diverse city in the nation. And yeah, we lived in government housing for like the first 8 years of my life, which I loved. Honestly, I loved where we lived. Super fun. My apartment complex was on one half was black and on the other half was like Middle Eastern. And I was friends with, like, we lived in the Middle Eastern half for a few years and then went to the black side. And I loved those apartments. It was a time. We played football every day, played basketball all the time. We were very poor as well. And the church paid for a lot of our stuff, which I'm grateful for, you know, like I'm grateful to eat and survive. Yeah, you know, they helped pay for rent oftentimes. We went to get food from the bishop's storehouse oftentimes, which is, you know, a big blessing for me. Because without it, we would have probably been on the street. So I do grant Mormonism some things, like without, you know, some of those efforts, we would probably have been homeless at different times.
Yeah, and I can relate to that as well.
Yeah.
You know, growing up, the church paid my rent probably most of my life as well, as well as, you know, paid for a lot of the food that we ate.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, it definitely provided us with comfort and, you know, resources that we wouldn't have had otherwise in my family too. So I can relate to that for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a cool, like, aspect of Mormonism. I always joke that I'll go back if I need my rent paid, as a joke, of course. But yeah, so we weren't super rich. We were pretty poor. And I didn't get to know my dad until more later in life, or like 6, 7. That's when I started knowing him more, seeing him more often. There was a lot of tension between my parents. So they weren't, you know, the best co-parents growing up always. And so I didn't see my dad a ton. And yeah, I started seeing him about 6, 7. Let me think what else I was Mormon growing up. And then, you know, what I always think is interesting is when I was 7, I had zero desire to get baptized, which is always strange. And I remember I told, like, the bishop, I told my mom I didn't want to get baptized. And they were like, no, just get baptized. And I was like, all right, whatever. And I got baptized.
Okay.
And that's where my days start.
So your childhood soul was not down necessarily.
No, it's something, I don't know what it was. Something about, like, you know, I was also the type of kid who liked to go against, like, what other people did. Like, if everybody was getting baptized, I wasn't going to get baptized. Everybody wanted to go do this. I wasn't want to do it. Like type of thing. My dad and all of his family loved the Lakers, so I hated the Lakers. Like, it was just, like, weird stuff. Like, that was kind of like my personality. And I think it was a mixture of intuition and also, like, personality of wanting to not do what everybody else was doing. But something about baptism, I was just wasn't for it. Wasn't for it.
What was wrong with the Mavericks?
A lot.
Back then?
Honestly, that's the thing is, like, everybody loved the Mavericks, so I didn't like the Mavericks.
But your dad didn't. Your dad was a Lakers fan.
My dad, sorta. My granny was a big Lakers fan. My dad was a mixed Lakers fan. Okay. My uncle was a big Lakers fan. It was like my family was all big Cowboys fans, though, across the board. Okay. That we will never give up. Okay. That one we won't give up.
Okay. So how Mormon... Well, I was just going to say, like, Christianity and Mormonism at its best is like doing things like helping pay people's rent and helping them survive financially. Right. And I would add giving people community and friendships. And it sounds like that was a really valuable part of your family's upbringing that would... Did that make you really grateful for the church?
In some ways. I feel like I was pretty... like lucky in some regards. Growing up, like, I lived in like a pretty, obviously, like I said, diverse area. So the people in my church were also more diverse than other areas. And like the white people in my church were, some of them were cooler. Like the people that were my age, like everybody that was my age that I grew up with, besides like one person, I'm still like relatively friends with. And they like Black Menaces. Like in my youth group, there was me, my brother, so 2 black people, 2 Polynesian people, and like, I don't know, some other white people and some other, like some Asian people. Like it was a diverse group of people. And like some of them have left the church. Other people in that youth group, like the two white brothers that I mentioned, they all like Black Menaces. So I feel like I was lucky to be surrounded by who I was surrounded by. Like they weren't like those like they weren't weird like these like what you would imagine as a weird Mormon kid. Like they were like normal people, a little weird sometimes, but like athletic. They played sports, and so everybody was pretty like where we grew up felt normal in that regard. Like in our youth group, like the older people, like we didn't talk to them because they were old and like weird, you know. But like the people that are our age were normal, seemingly. Like they were my best friends. Like I didn't hang out with them like a ton outside of school, but they were like good people. Like I enjoyed my time when I was with them. And like I was like lucky, and I still feel grateful for like the things like the financial help that we received from the church, cuz like that's something that, you know, it was either get help from the church or go to get a payday loan for my mom, right? And like we did both. But like you only can get so many payday loans before you sink the whole ship. And so there's like stuff like that I'm grateful for. Like I remember on Christmas, I think it was Christmas Eve, like they brought a ton of presents and food to our door and stuff like that. Like
board members?
Mm-hmm. So they bought our Christmas presents a lot, which I'm grateful for, right? Like we didn't get a lot of presents in general. And so for them to like help financially for Christmas is like a child's like, you know, dream. And I knew where it was coming from, but like that's something I was still, you know, very grateful for.
I'm curious, Julia wanted me to ask if your dad remained active Mormon after the divorce. Or
See, that's a good question. I forgot I was going to dive into that, actually. So my dad, he left the church for a little while. He left the church for like 6-7 years, maybe. Don't quote me on the exact time, but he left the church for a good amount of time. And he later like joined again and, you know, got acquainted once more with the church.
Okay.
Yeah.
And how religious, I was going to say, just to make this final point, like I really loved growing up Mormon outside of Utah because I often like to say religion and Mormonism at its best is the salt to the meal, but it's not the meal. Mm-hmm. I think that sometimes I feel like the closer you get to Utah, like people make religion the meal, not the salt to the meal.
Real.
Mm-hmm. And if you grow up by the way, I don't know if you know that like anything outside of Utah is called the mission field. Have you heard that term before?
I haven't. No, that's crazy.
So you and I and Nate, we all grew up in the mission field, meaning not Utah.
Right.
And sometimes I think Mormonism finds its best balance in
that's fair.
In sort of like non-Utah U.S. wards.
Mm-hmm. Right. I think there's some like validity to it. Like I feel like something that me and my sister, my girlfriend, my brother, we talk about sometimes is that like Utah is like pure Mormonism, like in its most concentrated form, which makes sense because they do make it the meal. Like Utah Mormonism is so concentrated, so pure. So it's like when you come to Utah and experience Mormonism, you feel it in its most fullest form. Whereas like in Texas, it can't be the whole thing. Like, first off, you have to focus on all the other Christian sects saying Mormonism is of the devil. Like, that's like number one thing you have to get into.
Was that a thing? Were y'all considered a cult in Arlington?
We were considered everything horrible. Basically, like nobody liked Mormons in Texas. Like Baptist people can't stand Mormon people, which like at this point in my life, I understand a little bit more. You know, but yeah, it was not necessarily the most favorable religion amongst Christianity in Texas. So,
what was that like for you to feel like your religion that meant so much to you and your family was viewed poorly by everyone around you?
It's so funny. Honestly, I didn't care.
Okay.
So like I wasn't like very Mormon. Like I didn't really care about religion in church until I was like 16 years old. And so in that time period before then, like, yeah, I was like Mormon, but like I did what I wanted. I, you know, acted however I wanted. Like Mormonism was not a defining factor to me besides saying like, oh, I go to the Mormon church. And then once I became more like actively Mormon, I definitely became more like apologetic, more defensive. But it still wasn't that crucial to me because it's like I was who I was. And it was so interesting because everybody just knew like Sebastian's Mormon and like that's cool. You know, like I was still like the same person that everybody knew.
It didn't affect how people liked. It didn't affect how people liked you.
And I did want to ask, I don't know if this is the right time to ask, but I wanted to ask, what was it that made you more like actively Mormon? So I don't know if this is the right time in the story to get to that
I can
point.
jump into it.
I want to get there eventually.
Yeah. No, I can answer. So this is what I used to call my like Joseph Smith moment. Actually, this is what I would talk about in my mission lessons on my mission. I was 16 years old, and it was the first girl I ever dated that was Mormon. I only dated 2 in my life. The first one I ever dated was I was 16 and she was Mormon, and this is like, let me think. Hold on, I'm messing up my story. Okay, I did date her after this experience though. Yes, let me reverse. So I was 16. It was the start of my junior year of high school, and my brother was on his mission, and I wrote him a letter one time. You know, this is like handwritten letter times. I guess like you definitely know that, John. When I was on my mission, I didn't write a single hand letter, but I wrote him a letter, basically just asking him a ton of questions because. To me, I thought it was truly preposterous, just insane to leave the world for 2 years to go do a mission. Like, I thought it was like the craziest thing in the world. Like, there was zero way that I was going to do it at this point in my life. And I just knew, I was like, I'm not leaving. Like, my plan was to play basketball in college. I was like, I'm not doing this whole missionary thing for 2 years. Like, not playing basketball for 2 years is not good for you. And
not for your career, certainly.
At all. And so I like wrote him a letter. He wrote me one back. And I can't remember if I read it immediately or not. But I just like stored it in like my baptism scriptures because I didn't open them. They sat in the same spot and I wasn't going to lose them because like it was a gift from my mom. And I just like put it in there, you know. And I can't remember, memory is faint. But years later, closer to the end of my brother's mission, I opened my Book of Mormon, and it just happened to be on, like, what is it, the last Book of Moroni, the pray scripture one. It was like the beginning of the chapter. So I flipped the page. I was like, isn't that one scripture? I read it, and I was like, felt like peace. I was like, oh, cool. And I was like, I think this means, like, the Book of Mormon is true. And at that point, one thing about me as well is like, I'm pretty heavy on discipline. And like, when I want to do something, I'm very dedicated to doing it. It's just like, just part of my personality. Like when I'm for something, I'm very for it. When I'm not for it at all. And that's how I was with basketball, obviously with Mormonism, just like anything I did in my life. Anyway, so I was like, let me change my whole life. I was like, I need to change my actions. I need to start reading the scriptures. And so I just went like fully into it. And I was reading my scriptures every day.
I was around what age again?
I was 16.
Okay.
Yeah, 16 fall, like September, October 2016. And I was like, oh, let me get my life together. So I was like, I should probably date a Mormon girl too, right? Like, that makes sense. Dated a Mormon girl. We broke up, obviously. Anyways, right, so for the next time period, I was focused completely on Mormonism to the point where I was like, oh, then I also like quit basketball because I was like, basically the premise was like, if Mormonism is my goal and I want to go on my mission, basketball will be like a distractor basically. And I quit basketball, which was crazy to everybody I played with. I remember I had to tell my team because I texted my coach and he was like, you got to tell the team tomorrow. I was like, whatever. Told my team. They were all like, what are you talking about, bro? Because I was like, God is telling me to do something else. I want to preface, I don't necessarily think that quitting basketball was the wrong decision.
Were you like varsity level? Were you good?
Yeah, I was good. Yeah, like our team was good. I was good. One of my teammates now is in the NBA from high school.
Oh wow.
Yeah, so I was pretty good. I felt like I was gonna get a lot better too, but I was good. Yeah, and yeah. Let me think. Sorry, I lost my train of thought.
So people were saying,
oh
like,
yeah.
You're
People.
talking to your team.
So I was talking to my team, and I was like, God is telling me to do something else. And I remember so clearly. It's just very funny. The dude that's now in the NBA was like, "What do you mean God told you?" And I don't know, something about that question is like very like, it has just stuck in my memory the last however many years. Like something about like, what do you mean God told you? And I feel like I didn't have like a great answer then. Don't have a great one now, but it was a very interesting time. But I will, like I said, I'll preface that like, I don't necessarily think quitting basketball was the wrong decision, because that's when I got into like debate in student council, fell in love with like politics, became an activist and stuff. So like positive things came from quitting basketball. But I'll also say I don't think quitting basketball was inherently necessary either. You know what I mean? Like it led to fruitful things, but I think all those things could have been achieved without doing something what is as drastic as a youth in that regard.
And it was just like what the church had conditioned you to think was the Holy Ghost. You got this feeling that you should quit, and you were taught that your feelings can be God communicating to you, and so you quit because you had that thought or feeling.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's
so it was like religiously conditioned.
Yeah.
Yeah. It wasn't the church was saying quit basketball per se.
Yeah, nobody had told me like, oh, you should quit basketball per se, but it was more just like the overall environment, what you get taught, and then application of it.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Before, just because for so many Mormons, kind of standards, we'll call them standards, come into play. Prior to your Alma the Younger conversion at around 16, were you like living the standards, not living the standards?
I wouldn't say I was living the standards greatly. I lived some of them, but I didn't live a lot of, or some of them as well. Yeah. I was a throw up on the day, basically, like how much standards I was going to live. I feel like I was like a middle of the road standard living person.
Basically a normal high school kid.
I was normal, yeah. Like maybe a little more leaning to like breaking the standards, but like I wasn't doing anything crazy in my opinion.
Yeah.
Like crazy, but not like crazy.
But you had this conversion moment and you quit basketball.
I did.
Were you doing seminary, 4 years of seminary?
Impossible.
No.
One thing about me, I've hated mornings my whole life. I started skipping school in second grade. Like, it's something about like the AM, the moon still, being around the area of the sky that gets me to not wake up. And I absolutely failed my last 4 semesters of high school. So there's no way that I was going to go to seminary. My best attendance record, however, was 35% in a semester. So take it or leave it. That was my best. I attended one time my senior year of high school.
Okay.
So it wasn't for me.
So you missed that indoctrination. That's a pretty significant
luckily.
Mormon milestone.
Yeah.
You say luckily.
Yeah. I saved a lot of years of sleep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Was your home pretty religious in terms of like scripture study, or was your mom just trying to survive,
Yeah.
Or both?
Both. Well, my home was weird. So like we were religious and not at the same time. Like my mom was super busy. My mom worked 2 jobs, like 60 hours a week. And when she was home, she slept a lot. So like, but even with that, like I think she did as much as she could with the time that she had and the energy she had. Like she worked herself to having like a brain tumor. Like she was going crazy, which obviously kept us out of, homelessness, which is great. Grateful for her. I love my mom, but we weren't the most religious home though. I think we were low middle of the pack in my ward, probably. Like nothing crazy. We, looking back, me and my siblings were talking about this the other day that we were kind of inactive in a way. Like I always thought we didn't go to church as much with my mom because, every other weekend we were at my dad's house. And my dad, he made us go to church every week. But like we could get out of going to church with my mom. Like sometimes my mom is tired, she works every day. Or she'd work on Sundays sometimes. Or I would just be like, I'm so tired, I can't go to church this week. Just like anything. So at different times we were actually like technically inactive. Because church was like a whole thing. And church was far too. Our church was like 20-ish, 25 minutes away. And so, yeah, so like we were actually a little inactive. We didn't do scripture study or anything crazy together. I have one memory of like 1 or 2 family home evenings. So like we weren't like the model Mormon family at all.
Family prayer?
We did family prayer though every night.
Okay.
Sometimes we would do family prayer, read one scripture actually every night.
Oh.
Yeah, so like take it or leave it.
Were you like interpersonal prayers and journaling and that kind of stuff?
No.
Okay.
I didn't journal or nothing.
Okay. I have to ask, like, once you started becoming active,
Yeah.
War dances, stake dances, that kind of thing. Was there a dance scene in your Mormon youth?
Sort of, yeah. I mean, I think I would go, even like before I became like, model Mormon, I still went to like the church events. Cause like sometimes they're fun. Or like, like I still am pretty close to some of them, but like I was very close. Me and my brother were very close with our leaders, like our priesthood leaders. And so they would always tell us to go to events, and so we'd go. And like our Wednesday, like our normal youth activities were fun. Like we would play like sports, and we would just do like fun things to like teenagers. Like we'd play this. Anyways, we would just do fun activities. And the dances I would go to, because I was for the women, the girls that would be there. Like I was trying to find and meet. Yeah, I would go just for like the vibes. Nothing crazy. I wouldn't actually know and get to know anybody for real. But me and my brother, we would go show out a little, dance a little, and go home.
You talked about surrounding evangelical Christians in Arlington, Dallas, whatever.
Yeah.
Being sort of anti-Mormon.
Yeah.
Did anyone ever? I guess I'm curious. Were your friends in high school mostly white, mostly black, mostly just mixed? And did anyone come at you saying, why would a black person be Mormon? Mm-hmm. Them knowing that the Mormon church had a stigma of being a racist church historically.
That's a good question. Yeah, most of my friends were black. I had most of my friends were black my whole life. Most of my friends were actually just my basketball teammates most of the time. And then, or like, just like other people, football players and stuff. And then it grew. Once I quit basketball, my friends opened up slightly to like my debate and student council. Like, so my debate team, my student council. My debate team was like, there was a lot of Middle Eastern people, a few black people, including myself, like probably like 5 black people. And then like a few white people. Actually, white people, I think, were the smallest racial group in my debate team of people that were actually like good and competed. Because like my high school was like 50% black and then like 30% white, I think. And then like some other stuff. So my friends were mostly black though. And it's so funny because up to my memory that we only talked one time about Mormonism being racist. And it was my white debate coach and my white debate teammate. And they were like, why are you part of a religion that supports white supremacy? And I was like, they don't. I was like, I would know if it was a racist church. I'm a member of it. That was like that's all I could say. I knew nothing like about Mormon history. I knew nothing about racism in the Mormon church. I just remember when they said that, I was like, that's crazy. And I asked, I think I asked somebody, I looked something up. I don't know. I did something though to, obviously echo chamber, validate. And I was like, Mormonism is not racist. They're just crazy. I was like, also, who are you to tell me what's racist? That's also what I mean? Like, white people came to me to tell me my church is racist. As a black person, I was like, first off, I'm not listening to you about racism, and you're both conservative. Like, this is not even a conversation that we could have. So, yeah. So, only one time.
Okay. And had you ever been taught, like, at church about the priesthood ban and the church's history, Brigham Young's racist comments? Did you get any of that through graduating high school?
I never can remember when I learned about the church's racist history. I don't remember when I learned. I just remember it being in my brain. Like, it's really hard to explain. Like, it never was a surprise to me. So I think I knew it for a while. I just don't know when I learned it. And maybe my dad talked about it, maybe my siblings talked about it. I have zero idea, truly. I feel like some of the first times I heard about it, because my sister was the first person to leave the church when she was in college and I was in high school. And I remember we would talk about her grievances, like regarding like the church and queerness, and like regarding the church and racism and sexism. And we would talk about stuff, but like, and maybe she was the first person to tell me about it. But I always, you know, when we talked, obviously I took it most times in like apologetic way of like, you know, defending the church. Like, no, the church is great. The church is all right. But I never remember learning it specifically. I just remember knowing it because I remember when I had to confront it like on my mission and stuff, it was something I knew. It was like nothing came to as a surprise to me. So I have no idea when I learned it, honestly. And it's weird. I don't know.
But you're certainly not remembering a time where you're in seminary or you're in Sunday school and somebody says 1978 was a year where the church gave the priesthood to black people and allowed them to go to the temple. But before then, black people, that sort of thing.
There's no way.
That never.
There's
absolutely what do you mean there's no way? What do you mean?
They would never say that in my church growing up.
They would never tell basic church history?
No, there's no, like the people I grew up with, like they're good people. Great people, some of them. But there's just no way.
There must be some kind of unspoken rule within the church where like you just don't discuss race in the priesthood when black people are around, because it seems like that doesn't get discussed very often unless you're in, you know, a setting where it's just people who don't care. But I feel like a lot of times those things don't get discussed, or if they do get discussed, they get brushed over. Because like from my experience, it's kind of the same thing where like I remember learning about it, but like it was talked about so casually and like so quickly, where it's just like, oh, also, you know, well, there was this time where, you know, God didn't want black people to have the priesthood, but, you know, that's all over now. It's good.
We're fixed.
You just move forward. Yeah, exactly. So you're like, oh, okay, cool. Well, I have the priesthood now, so why worry about it?
Right.
And it didn't sink in until my mission. And so I guess I kind of understand that feeling too of just like, you know, it's kind of there, but you don't really understand the gravity of it or the seriousness of what that means until you actually like, and basically until you become an adult and you can actually you know, process your own thoughts and make choices for yourself, you know? So I think that was at least for me, a significant thing was on my mission actually being able to process what it meant or what the priesthood meant.
Yeah,
so.
I agree.
I mean, in my brain, my Mormon brain, and I'll say my white brain, like on the one hand, I can get not wanting to have that conversation in front of black people, you know, avoid it, just pretend it never happened.
And God forbid the black person asks a question. You got to answer it. It's crazy.
And then also I can imagine not even with the intent to hide or deceive, but just like, hey, look, this is working for Sebastian. This is working for Nate.
Yeah.
Why would we introduce complexity? The church is true. Right. And why would we want to bring up hard stuff? It's working for them. It's true. So, like, why would we talk about it?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. I will, you know, and I'm thinking right now, as we've been talking, I've been trying to think, where did I hear about this stuff first? And I think, honestly, it might have been from my oldest two brothers. Both very active members still. And I feel like if I would have heard about it, I would have asked them about it. And both like did missions, everything. Both are sealed, have kids. And I feel like I would have addressed them about this topic. And I feel like they would have gave me reasoning that like spoke to my mind at that time. I'm going to imagine.
Well, and if it's okay, I'm just musing here, because the other part of my white Mormon brain is like, how has any person of color ever joined this church, let alone be a member of it, right?
Yeah, good questions.
And like, how could it be that y'all didn't hear about it?
Yeah.
And then how could it be that it wasn't like this earth-shattering moment for you? Like, I even remember learning about being misled about Malcolm X. Like I was taught in high school, Malcolm X was a bad guy. And I remember being super mad at the church or at my high school in my textbook when I found out Malcolm X was a good guy. Yeah. I felt lied and betrayed. So if I'm feeling that about Malcolm X, how could you not have what Mormon church did what to who when I'm out of here? Yeah. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no,
but
absolutely.
That's a very coming from a place of privilege. Yeah. And whatever else I bring.
Right.
So I don't know if y'all have, that actually was a question.
Yeah.
Do y'all have an explanation for any of that? Or is it just, this is just the way it is? Like,
or
is it even worth discussing?
Do you want to go first?
You go first. I'm collecting my thoughts.
I think I think the first thing is to look at the church not as a religion, but as a business. And when you look at it from that point of view, then I think everything makes sense.
True.
One thing that we've talked about, that deal right now with a certain mobile carrier, I won't say the name, for liability purposes, but a certain mobile carrier is like, oh, if you come in and if you come and switch to our phone plan, we'll give you a free iPad, we'll give you a free iPhone, and we'll give you a free Apple Watch.
It's a crazy deal.
That's a wild deal, right? Like, let me go look at this. And so I look at the deal, and then there's all these, in the small print, there's all these different activation fees and hidden fees and this and that.
We own your children for 4 generations.
No, literally.
Exactly, right. We reserve the right to send you pictures of barbecue whenever we want, just like random stuff. And so, you think about that and it's like, okay, well, this is really appealing on the surface, but then when you dig down deep into it and you kind of start reading the fine print, then you start finding things that are maybe a little bit less appealing. And every business does that, right? They want they want your business, they want your support, they want your patronage, right? And so if you look at the church as a business, they want the same thing. Like, they want that support, they want that patronage, and they want that dedication to the religion because that's how it survives. But, if you start to look at the fine print, once you get underneath that, once you get past the free iPhone, the free tablet, and the free iPad, then you start to see some of those things that are maybe a little bit less appealing. Yeah. But if you never do that digging and you just sign for the phone plan and you just, sign up for direct deposit, then they're just kind of taking that money from you every month. Whoop, sorry about that.
That's a really good metaphor.
That is, yeah.
Really so that would be the way that I describe it. But I don't know, Sebastian.
Because I don't read the fine print in my phone plans.
Yeah, most people don't. They just, they just add their bank account or they just accept the cookies. What is a cookie?
Yeah.
Right. No. Okay, that's a good question. No, we should dive into it. No, but I would say, like, for Mormonism and of all its troubling history, I think what Mormonism does well is it separates it all into different, like, topics. Like, if you look at, like, for instance, racism, it's like, oh, it was a time and we, quote unquote, like, people say, like, we messed up, or, like, they separate into this one topic where it's, like, exclusive from other things. Or, like, when you think, like, I feel like Mormonism does well at giving good statements. Like, our prophets make mistakes, but you should listen to every single thing they say. Like, those are, like, very contradictory, but they don't put them together. You know what I mean? And I think once you put everything together, that's when it's like, what is happening here? But I feel like truly, if you hold all of these things separate, it makes sense. It's like, our prophets make mistakes. That's what people will say. Also, we should listen to our prophets because there are, connection to God. But, like, it's a little, they struggle to work together. Or, like, we made a few mistakes in the past with racism, but look at us now, we're equal. It's like, yeah, that's not how it works. And so I feel like when you separate things, it makes it a little easier to digest. I also think Mormonism does very well with the idea that, like, it ingrains this idea that if the church is true, nothing really else matters. Like, history doesn't matter if the church is true. Like, if you pray and you believe or receive a testimony of the Book of Mormon, they always are like, that means Joseph Smith is a prophet. That means this happened. That means this. It all makes sense. That's not true. Like, first off, that is a logical fallacy in of itself. And second, like, this random book doesn't validate, even if it was true, wouldn't validate all of the problematic stuff afterwards. Like, that's like saying the Crusades were justified because the Bible's true. You know what I mean? Like that's not how the indigenous genocide was fair because God wrote the Bible. Like, that's not how it works. And so I think it's just when you separate these statements or when you believe the perfection of the church, nothing else actually matters, which leads to, everything else.
Yeah, Mormons are also really good, and not probably just humans and Christians, not just Mormons, but, like, we're also really good at compartmentalization.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, I did a lot of that.
Yeah. Like Julia mentioned, the church will never lead you astray. The prophets, like, it's a good contrast. Like, the prophets are perfect, but the church will never lead you astray.
Right.
So, you don't really realize those things kind of conflict with each other.
Yeah. And then the church teaches compartmentalization.
Yeah.
They just rebranded it as, was it put your doubts on the shelf?
Yeah.
That's literally what that is.
Doubt your doubts.
Before you doubt your faith. That was or we had, growing up, we had quotes of the year. My mom would, like, have quotes of the year and put it in a little frame. And I remember, I think it was like 2016, doubt your doubts before you doubt your faith. I was like, that's a bar.
Udorf used to drop bangers on a regular basis.
I was like, that is a bar. Doubt your doubts. Don't doubt your faith. What?
Absolutely.
I was like, shh. Hey, Mom, you did your one. Yeah.
And those are called thought-stopping. I'm sure you probably studied cult techniques, but thought-stopping techniques,
Where?
these little blurbs that make you just turn off your rational,
Literally.
I'm
a doubt my doubts.
1984, right? Yeah. Mm-hmm.
How do you
Very
doubt a
much so.
doubt? Let me know. I'm already doubting, so I doubt a doubt. That is crazy.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
So that's just. Anyways, crazy technique. I'm gonna work on that for my anxiety.
No, you bring up an
Doubt your
excellent point.
anxiety, okay?
Turn it off. Is what they said in the Book of Mormon musicals. Turn it off like a light switch.
I've never heard that.
Oh yeah,
that one, yeah.
Book of Mormon musical's good.
I've never seen it.
I haven't watched that
Check
one.
out the Book of Mormon musical if you can.
I need to.
Next time it comes. I'll buy you tickets next time you get. Yeah.
It's on the recorder.
All right.
Impossible to break now.
It's a deal. Okay. Really quickly, have y'all heard of Darren Smith? Darren Smith.
I don't think I have.
I know the name.
So it would be cool at some point for y'all to I can help you get in touch with Darren Smith.
Sure.
Back in like 2004,
Yes.
2005.
You told me about him.
He was like a black BYU grad student and ultimately a BYU professor who was talking about race and Mormonism back in mid 2000s in a very critical way. He ended up writing a book on like NCAA athletes and the way that they're and maybe even BYU students and the way that like it's not fair what they recruit these students of color and then make them live the honor code and then punish them unfairly when all that stuff. He's great. When I asked him early on about racism in the church, he would make this point, when I'm like, how could any black person be a member? He would say, if black people could only join, organizations that weren't racist, they wouldn't join any organizations.
Yeah.
So like you have to just lower your bar. That's another justification I've heard for why any black person would ever be Mormon.
Yeah, I've heard that too, which is fair. I think it's valid.
Because
I think there's some differences. Like Mormonism isn't just like an organization you join, like the Rotary Club. Mormonism is something you like give your life to. It's a religion like that you put all of your belief and your faith into. It's something that you believe God is directing. I don't think God is directing the government. Like, the government's fucked. The government is messed up, but like God isn't the president of the United States, right? Like Mormonism is messed up, and apparently God leads it. You know what I mean? Like, I don't join organizations thinking God is leading them, knowing that they're racist. So if I'm going to join God's organization, I'm going to hope that it's not racist because it's God's organization. To me, that's my rebuttal. That like, yes, that's true, but if you're expecting God to be leading it, you shouldn't be expecting to counter racism the whole time.
Yeah, that's kind of a mic drop. Like it's a different standard of expectation when the organization claims to be led by God directly, right?
Yeah.
And to be representatives of Jesus.
It has to be.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. But at the same time, like I'm always like confused by the fact that the church is paying your rent. Like the church is probably giving you food from the storehouse.
Yeah.
And if I'm a parent and I'm looking at either homelessness or a racist church that's paying my rent and giving us food and treating us, I mean, it sounds like you're treated well.
Yeah, pretty decent. Yeah.
Like, I don't know. I'm going with the racist church. Like, is that fair or not fair?
Yeah, I think it's a hard decision, especially like I think when you're put into a space of like what is going on like this, like where it's, you got food this month. I don't even think you're worried about, is this church racist? I think you're worried about, how am I going to eat tomorrow? You know what I mean? Like I don't think it was really a conversation worth having. Like I remember a few years ago when I, maybe last year when I started, 2 years ago, it doesn't matter. Within recent years doing Black Menaces, I was talking to my mom and she was like, y'all talk so bad about the church. What about all the good it did? I was like, yeah, it did do good. And also that doesn't matter. Like that good doesn't change reality to me, like it can be great. And so I think like in those spaces, though, it is like not, you don't really consider like racism. If it's life or death, I don't think you're worried about racism. That's like a privileged thought process. Like in a weird way, like if I'm going to die, I'm not worried about like whether I'm receiving racism right now. Like probably, but that's life, you know, like, and you just move on because I have to live tomorrow. I also will say Mormonism is great at giving, you know, people stuff. Also, I had a lot of friends that were Christian and received a lot of stuff from their churches too. So I don't think we should, you know, Mormonism is the end all be all to granting, you know, welfare to people. Because my best friend growing up, well, one of them was homeless and his church took him out of homelessness too and gave them food too. You know what I mean? So it's like a lot of churches do it. Mormonism does on a grander scale because they're billionaires. You know what I mean? Got money. But
well, some say they do it less per capita than they should, given their wealth.
And I would, agree.
Yeah, but we're not at the point where we're bagging on the church yet. I do want to come back, though. Yeah. Oh, go ahead, Nate.
Sorry, I was going to I have another metaphor, if you're okay.
Please. Come on, metaphor.
So with the, most everybody's seen The Truman Show. If you haven't, I don't know what to tell you. But the
spoiler alert.
Right, spoiler alert. So, you know, the premise of The Truman Show is you're watching this young man, you know, from the time he's a little boy to the time he's an adult. He grows up, you know, he gets a job, gets married, goes to school, whatever. But then as you're watching the show, you see him, he has this great life, but then you find out that actually he's trapped inside of an artificial world where everybody else there is a paid actor and they're broadcasting his life, you know, to the entire world. And this is like the most watched show everywhere. You know, I've never ever seen anybody watch The Truman Show and be like, oh, but he had such a great life. Why didn't he just want to stay? Once he found out that there was more to life than what he was experiencing, once he found out that there was something different out there, he wanted to be a part of that. He wanted to experience that. He wanted to like have that freedom. And so, you know, it's the same with Mormonism. Even though, you know, it provided us a lot of great things when we were kids, you know, as comfort. You know, it gave us the ability to have a roof over our heads. It gave us the ability to have food on our table. That was a great thing. But then, like, you know, now that we're able to take care of ourselves, and once we've realized that there's like more to life than just Mormonism and the LDS Church, it isn't fair of people to expect us to want to stay within that once we've discovered, you know, that there's other things out there that we can explore, that we can learn about, that we can you know, identify with.
It's beautiful. Great metaphor. Beautiful. And that's part of the pickle too, because there's kind of two different questions. One is, should I stay in it once I find out it wasn't real or once it was problematic? But the second is, was it good, and is it still good for people who are, you know, not super educated or you know, not great SES, or even just the average kid? Is it a good structure to grow up in spite of its flaws, because it produces Sebastians and Nates? You know what I mean?
Yeah. Honestly,
but we don't have to answer that now. But you can if you want to.
If you want to answer, I can give you one.
Let's save it. Well, go ahead.
Sure. I was gonna say, you know, I think some things structurally is beneficial because it, you know, creates order, creates organization, it creates like discipline. I also think it creates a lot of like, I think where it lacks it, or where it's not as great, is where it messes with your mental. Like, I think it does a lot to your mental health and like your emotional health and your like rational health, I would say too. Like you receive a lot of harm and pain, and then you also look back and look at how much you potentially missed in your life because of Mormonism. Like, there's like, my mission was beneficial because I, you know, learned or whatever, but also like that was 2 years of my life I'll never get back, and a lot of trauma I can never remove from myself fully. You know what I mean? So, anyways, short answer.
That's good.
Yeah, I would say the same thing too. Where, you know, there were a lot of good things that the church did, but there was also a lot of pain that it caused. So, you know, being, you know, 9, 10, 11 years old and thinking you're destined for outer darkness because you watched porn, or because you looked at a Sports Illustrated or whatever. Yeah. Or just feeling the weight of the world on your shoulders. Like, I remember as a missionary wishing that I would just die as a missionary, because, you know, they told us like, oh, if you die as a missionary, you go right to the celestial kingdom. And I was like, well, you know, there's no way that I'll ever make it to the celestial kingdom because I'm not perfect. So if I just die as a missionary, I'll make it there. I'll be with my family. Yeah. You know, and so when you think about the type of like mentality that is, to have that mentality where you like rather die than live life at 19, 20 years old, you know, because you're aspiring towards something that maybe isn't necessarily achievable in this life, which is perfection, right? Yeah. So, you know, there's a lot of good, but there's a lot of negatives too. And I think in my case, the negatives outweigh the positives after a certain point, you know?
Yeah.
we've had many missionaries on Mormon Stories that wanted to die on their missions. And you don't
Yeah.
think of Mormon missionaries as being people who want to die.
Yeah.
We've had many.
Yeah.
It's kind of crazy. Anyway,
Right.
Yeah.
so you have your I'm of the Younger conversion at 16.
Yes.
You leave basketball, you
Yep.
get really committed to the church. Did you have to go through what I call the shame parade, where you're like confessing sins to the bishop and not taking the sacrament
Yeah.
and shamed in front of maybe your parents or the congregation, or were you able to skip that?
Yeah, I
Or did you
confessed
not
my
have
sins many times growing up.
It was a weekly thing.
It was like, I lied for a lot of interviews growing up. And then sometimes I'd confess, sometimes I wouldn't. I luckily never actually had to. When I confessed, I had to let a lot of time pass. Like, I didn't confess like the next week. Like I confessed like 8 months later.
That's a good strategy.
And I was, honestly, yeah, it was. Because my brother, not to put his business out there, but I think he's fine with it. It's like one of my brothers couldn't take the sacrament. I was like, that's crazy. Like, I don't know about that one.
Explain to our Never Mormons
Yeah.
what that means.
Yeah, not taking the sacrament. So when you sin, basically, depending on like your bishop, depending on your leader, depends on like, it changes, I guess, like the different sin you do will change the consequence. And one of the consequences is not taking the sacrament. And the sacrament is a very public thing in front of every single person that you do. And when you don't do it, it's very evident. And it means like, oh my God, he's a sinner, basically. And when I went to confess, it was a long time later, and they're like, you're good. You can take the sacrament. I was like, great. You know what I mean? Because I wasn't going to get shamed. I wasn't going to get shamed. And I was probably going to take the sacrament. Even if you told me, I was probably going to take it anyways. Because I was hungry every time,
Did you have to take 2 pieces?
Oh,
I used to eat the bread after the sacrament.
Me too. Yeah, absolutely.
To be honest.
Yeah.
And
Nate, when a 16-year-old Mormon boy doesn't take the sacrament,
Yeah.
what does everyone in the congregation assume is going on?
Some issue with chastity.
So it's a couple
either
things
they had
could be.
sex or did something with a girl, or they've watched porn or something like that. It's always like a assumption that it's a chastity issue.
That's a pretty shaming thing for a 16-year-old
Yeah,
kid
pretty terrible.
going through puberty or whatever.
yeah. I think, luckily also, I had a good, like, I was pretty cool with the bishops and they liked me. And I feel like they were pretty, like, good bishops, maybe.
Yeah.
At least in my experience. So they didn't feel like they ever did stuff too drastic. Like, I feel like they were very, like, graceful. At least for me, like the bishop I had, when I was finishing up high school was like, it was like his 6th, 7th year. So I think he was like more time, and he was also old and he was tired. And like, I don't think he honestly cared. Like, to be real, he was like, just go on your mission, bro.
Okay.
So I think whatever was going to be okay.
So what year did you graduate from high school?
2018.
2018.
I'm a young guy.
That's wild.
2018. Wow. So
Yeah.
that's like I was in the studio by 2018. So
Yeah,
you're
I'm
graduating
young.
from high school 2 years before COVID, basically.
Yeah.
Okay. And you were 17?
18.
What?
18 when I
Okay.
graduated. I graduated like June. So
Okay.
my birthday's in May.
Okay. So you stopped doing basketball. You got into speech and drama
Yep.
and student government.
Yep.
And was a mission just, you said your older brother had gone. Were there other siblings? And was a mission just something you were going to do?
Yeah, my second oldest brother went first, and then a little while later, my oldest brother went. And when I had my like album of the Younger conversion, I was like, oh my gosh, I was like, I should go on a mission. I was like, I gotta tell people about this. And so from that moment, that's when I started preparing. Before then, people were like, are you going on a mission? I was like, maybe. And then in my experience, if somebody says maybe, it means no. And I was like, maybe so. Who knows? No. Like, it was always really like, no. You just can't tell. Like, how do you tell everybody in your church you're not going on a mission? Just wait and find out, and you'll see me not go. Was more like the vibes I was going for. And, but then I had changed, and I became like people loved me after that, especially like, there was like that star member. I would go with the missionaries. I'd do everything. Because people were like, oh, you're this black kid who has like a strong testimony, who has a conversion story, who reads the scriptures and like I knew what I was talking about more than just like, I know it's true. I've just always known it's true. Like I never, that wasn't my experience. And so I became super involved because I feel like people, honestly, it was probably like a tactic. As someone who's been a missionary and I've been in like the bishopric and stuff, like they were definitely targeting me and they did it well.
Yeah.
So strategy wise,
to me, I know I single-handedly carried the entire district in my ward because every time they needed a member present lesson, 15-minute notice. Hey, Nate, could you come out with this? Every single day I was with the missionaries.
Yeah.
I have a question I don't think I've ever asked before on Mormon stories, and it's not really Mormon related.
Sure.
But how awakened were you to sort of U.S. history, to Civil War, slavery kind of stuff, and the civil rights movement? They talk a lot, I guess, in the past 5 years about like education and education around civil rights and stuff and what we should and shouldn't teach. Yeah. By the time you're a senior, how plugged in are you to Martin Luther King, to Malcolm X, to Rosa Parks, and to all the types of things that really come out in your Black Menaces interviews with people? Were you tuned into that? Totally oblivious to it? Something in the middle?
Yeah, I was pretty tuned in actually. Once I quit basketball, at the same time I became more Mormon, I also became like activist in politics, politically active rather. And so like doing debate, everything was like you needed history to like argue. And we talked a lot, like this was during Colin Kaepernick, this was during like Donald Trump when I was doing debate. And so it was like these like the topic of racism and like xenophobia and everything was so prevalent in like all of our debates. And this is like same time as Confederate statues being taken down. Like,
so Black Lives Matter, when did that really burst onto the public consciousness?
Like 2014.
So 4 years before you graduated.
I graduated, yeah.
So like you're a freshman in high school.
Yeah, yeah. And like somebody from my school that graduated my brother was murdered by the police too. And so like everything was very like visible to me as a child or like growing up and stuff. Because I remember when he was murdered, like there was a video of it and it was like crazy and my whole city was going crazy about it and the cop, like was like put on like suspended and I don't think he was fired or nothing. I can't remember honestly, but yeah, so like it was very like Black Lives Matter was in the heat, Colin Kaepernick, Confederate statues, Donald Trump, and we're in Texas.
That's your high school.
And my high school was like predominantly Black.
Okay. And
so like it was things were very active where I was. And because of debate, I studied history a ton. And history was also my favorite subject growing up. And so like when my U.S. history class also happened to be, everything was aligned. My AP US history class was also my junior of high school, which is when I became involved in debate and student council and I left basketball. So everything kind of hit me at the same time. And so, yeah, I was pretty like active. I became obviously more knowledgeable as I got older. But yeah.
And when we think about some of the stereotypical realities that people of color in the United States have to deal with that white people don't, like we're worried about wearing hoodies or like driving while black and being pulled over for no reason or being followed in a retail store, whatever all those things are. Was that something that you didn't really have to experience because you grew up in a multicultural area or you did experience? Or
no, yeah, definitely did. So like there was times where like cops would like hit the craziest of U-turns to pull us over. Or like when I would like
just because they'd see you people driving black.
Yeah, right? It was like me and my two brothers, and like they would hit like the most insane U-turn and pull us over. It's like, bro, like first off, you wasted gas getting us. Or like one time it was, one time we were in a gas station, me, my brother, and like basically a family like friend, and it was like 10, 11, and we were just like at 7-Eleven trying to figure out what we're gonna get, and we're talking and laughing because we're humans, and the dude of the store like kicked us out because we were stealing from him. Like, bro, we don't want your stuff. Just like a lot of experiences like that. Like, another time we got pulled over as a car of 8 black people, and we were stopped for like an hour because there was 8 black people in the car, or a lot of stuff like that. I will say I feel like one experience that I was grateful for, in a weird way, like this come back to like some people I'm cool with Mormonism. Like there's one person that I grew up in Mormonism with, that was my leader, and we call him, me and my brother, we call him Uncle. And we were at like a youth camping trip, and me and my brother were the only 2 black people in the car. It was me and my brother, my uncle, who's this white guy in my church, and then 2 white brothers. And we went to this gas station. We were all 4 of us, right? The 4 kids, 2 white people, 2 black people. We were looking around, like looking at like the random, we're in the country, like country of Texas, which is obviously don't recommend you if you go there. Don't recommend that you go there. But we're in the country of Texas, looking at everything, like just the store, you know, like, oh, they have like little gizmos and gadgets and stuff, you know. And we're just like looking at stuff, picking it up, putting it down. And we go to the car. Old white dude comes out, follows us. Hey, what were those other 2 doing? You know, like basically it was like those 2 black kids were stole from my store. And my uncle got out and like basically like chastised this dude. Was like, bro, they didn't steal from you. And you're only like, basically it was like, you're racist. And it was little moments like that. Like that's one of the reasons I'm grateful for him. Like he was one of the only Mormon people that was like more conscious. Like he lacked some things, but more conscious to an extent to defend racism. So yeah, it was definitely prevalent, but I wanted the little Mormon story in for the Mormon stories.
That's good.
Yeah.
That's good. Okay, so by the time you're graduating and thinking about a mission,
Yeah.
you are definitely attuned to civil rights and that sort of thing and the history of the U.S. and race.
Yeah.
But not about the history of Mormonism and race.
Not fully. It was weird. Like, it's like I do it, but it's like it didn't, to me, like I viewed Mormon racist history in the same way I viewed United States racist history. And like I knew, like for instance, I knew Bruce R. McConkie was racist. Like it was like little things I just knew, and I was like, whatever, it's fine. That's why I think my older brothers must have told me about it at some point, or my dad or something, and like made like a defense of some way that I used going into my mission.
Do you remember reading the Book of Mormon in high school?
Yeah, I read the Book of Mormon like 3 times in high school.
So the narrative about dark skin being a curse and all that, did you think about that and apply it to you at all?
I did. I read it and doubted my doubts before I doubted my faith. I didn't know. I was like, I have no idea what this means. I don't know why it's here. And I would ask people about it, and they were like, it's not about race. It's a different time. It's this, it's that. Like, they, a million things. I'm like, whatever. Obviously, y'all don't know because y'all keep telling me different things. So I just like waited my time out into my mission. That's when I got more into it.
Okay. Yeah. So were you graduating when the mission age had dropped to 18?
Yep.
Okay. So it was like, do I go on a mission right after graduation?
Yeah.
So what'd you do?
I went 3 months after graduation.
Okay.
Yeah.
So where'd you get assigned?
I went to the Dominican Republic Santiago mission.
Whoa.
Yeah.
DR.
Yeah, the DR. Wonderful country. Yeah.
And did you know Spanish before?
No.
Okay.
Learned it all.
And tell me if I'm right. Would people from the DR ever assume that you were from the DR because they're people?
Most times.
Okay.
Yeah. Once
So you passed as a Dominican.
At first, like they were like, oh, you must be Dominican. They would hear me speak Spanish, like, you're definitely not Dominican. And then I like worked very crazy hard on my Spanish and my accent, and they were like, oh, you're Dominican. And then I just became like Dominican.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's a different type of Spanish.
Like, it's crazy.
Puerto Rico and Cuba and Dominican Republic.
It's difficult.
Yeah. Wow. So you got so good at Spanish that people thought you were a native.
Yeah. Luckily.
That's
I had a native companion that helped my accent a lot too. He didn't play with my accent at all. Every time I would say anything just slightly wrong, just repeat it back to me, and we would just go over it.
Drill.
So that was good for having him because he like worked with my accent a lot.
So how was your mission?
It was medium. It was interesting. It was not the greatest. It was all right. My mission it depended on the time period of my mission. My mission honestly was probably one of the craziest I have heard about before. I got to the mission, 18 years old, and like a lot of missionaries, the first 6 months I was in hell. I was depressed and I was anxious and I was hated my life and I was tired. Like I said, I don't wake up in the morning. So 6:30 also was very difficult for me. And I just was like, 6:30, getting me up at 6:30 is probably the most difficult task that you could have me do right now in my life. Like, I hate mornings. So 6:30 obviously was also terrible. It doesn't help that Dominican Spanish is one of the hardest Spanishes you can learn or hear and speak and stuff. Like, when I left MTC, I was like speaking with Mexicans, like that went to my mission too, because I did my MTC in the Dominican. And
I was going to ask you that because BYU, like the MTC in Provo is probably like BYU on steroids, but you skipped that.
Yeah, I went to the Dominican.
Okay,
my
so
MTC
you were
was
there
Dominican.
with a lot of other Dominicans.
Some
doing the MTC.
It was like some Dominicans, some other like Latin countries, a lot of like Utahns and Americans and stuff.
Okay.
So it's kind of like a mixed bag, but like I loved the MTC. Like I had zero complaints about the MTC besides a few things.
Yeah,
like I almost fought my MTC leader. What you say?
I had a great time in the MTC too.
I thought the MTC was cushy. Like it was fun. Like 6:30 you wake up. You know what I mean? 10:30 you go to bed. Like none of the rules like super applied. Like we would sneak food in and like a lot of stuff. Like we were just playing around. And it was fun for that reason because like it didn't feel serious. Like it was like serious, but it's like we're barely missionaries right now. That's what it felt to me. Anyways, but I remember after I left the MTC, like the first night before you go out into the mission, you're in the mission home. And there was like some Mexicans and I was like talking to them like pretty well. Cause I like worked really hard in MTC too. Like I would carry a dictionary. I was like that guy.
Was it 2 months or 3 weeks?
6 weeks.
6 weeks. Okay.
Yeah, 6 weeks. And I like learned a lot of Spanish and I like worked super hard on it. And I remember when I got to the mission home, I was talking to Mexicans pretty well, like not perfectly, but like, you know, pretty decent. And then I got to the field and I couldn't understand a single thing somebody said to me. And like I was just there, like standing like, hello, you know? Like I remember the first member I met, she said welcome in Spanish and I said yes.
See.
You know what I mean? So like
see.
that gives you a vibe of how it was going for me. And my like first area was horrible in the sense that like the person I was my companion had like we weren't teaching anybody. Like it was just like a whole thing. But like yeah, the first 6 months were tough. And I was miserable. And I wanted to go home, but I was like, you know, like power through it, you know, like try. And I was trying every single day my best. And like, I remember I would cry some mornings. Like I remember I would just sit there and like doing my scripture study, doing a prayer, and I would be crying because it's like, this shit is terrible. And I would write these little note cards to put in my pocket right here. And there were motivational note cards because it's like every day I didn't want to leave the house. And so it's like, if you don't want to leave the house every single day, but you have to leave every day, it's like, that's like torture. And so I would have these little note cards of like, you know, you can do it. Or like things like my mom sent me notes or my sister or something sent me notes. And one time a drunk dude almost stole them. And I was like going to lose my mind. Anyways, he didn't, luckily. No, but yeah, so first 6 months were terrible. After about 6 months, things kind of rounded out, got better. I feel like they didn't necessarily get better. I think I just got like used to the pain. You know what I mean? Like at that point, the mission was strategy and it wasn't like spiritual for me at that point. I feel like as somebody who is like, I like strategy and I like optimization of like, oh, how do I do the best, the most efficient, you know, everything. And that's how it really became is like, I figured out a way to teach the lessons in the best way somebody could understand and then receive a testimony of it. Like the way I would contact people in the street is I would ask them to get baptized. Like we were like, everything I did was for like the most optimal way to get people baptized the fastest possible in the most amount of people. And I think it lost some of like the spirituality aspect of it, but it's like the best missionaries baptized the most. I want it to be the best. Like that's part of my perfectionism too, is like, I'm not here to be average. I'm also not here to break the rules. So it's like, I followed the rules and I baptized. Like that's the only thing I cared about. Because I feel like I would tell myself like, even though I know it lacked some spirituality, I told myself, God would want you to be more efficient because the more people you baptize, the more people you bring home. Like you bring, you know, home to God. And when I, you know, went up in mission in like leadership, that's what I would tell people, like, your work is ineffective. And like, because it's ineffective, people aren't, you know, going to be baptized, And it's all really like spiritual manipulation. Like, truly, I felt like looking back, I manipulated people the same way I was manipulated, but like I manipulated other people into faux spiritual experiences that meant the church was true. And if the church was true, you should be baptized. Like that was true spiritual manipulation. But I feel like that really encapsulates the second 6 months of my mission, like going up to a year. But at the same time, it was very weird because so at 1 year I got sent home because I got sick. Well, I'll tell the real story here because we're here for, open and honest conversation. I got something called testicular torsion, basically. And it was the worst pain of my life. It means your testicle hits a 360 and it starts like cutting the blood flow. TMI for anybody who didn't want to know that, but now you know. And luckily it reversed itself and I was fine, but I had to get sent home because they thought I needed surgery. Prior to that, though, I was like the first counselor in my what was it called?
District?
That's not the word, right? The branch.
Branch presidency.
Oh.
Yeah.
I was like the first.
Oh, you were in a branch presidency.
I was in the branch presidency.
That's like being in a bishopric.
Yeah.
But in a smaller unit.
Smaller unit, yeah. And the problem, though, is like, so where I went, I was in this super tiny town of the Dominican Republic called Constanza. And when I got there was like 20 people, 10 people on Sundays. And I also played the piano at church, too. And basically sang all the words because they couldn't sing. So, but when we were working, like me and the missionaries, we got like the church up to like 80 people. And it was like this huge like thing, like in my mission, everybody was like, oh my gosh, you've changed Constanza. I was like, yeah, me and my people, like, we did it good. Anyways, but like doing the first council in the branch presidency, like dividing half your time doing mission work and the other half like bringing people back to church, but having to have like good numbers and like baptize people still, it was like, it burned me out completely.
That's
like,
a lot of hats to wear at 19.
What?
Insane. That's like being a CEO.
Literally. The thing is, why am I writing financial plans for people that are 40 years old and I've never had a financial plan in my life? Like, that doesn't make any sense.
And not only that, but like in all of those positions, you also are given like the burden of people's salvation. So it's like every mistake that you make, every sin that you make, that affects somebody else's salvation. So every time I messed up, I was like, oh, somebody didn't get saved today.
Literally.
So like you have that burden on top of everything else. That's exhausting. It does burn you out. It breaks you, really. There's probably something about that 6-month mark, because that's when I changed too.
It's something about the 6 month. I think you just normalize the misery, truly.
I think there's probably something about like psychological breakdowns or something.
It has to be.
Yeah.
Because something about that 6 month mark was...
Because that's when I conformed.
It's when you get used to it, like when you live normally. And so I burned out. And I remember, and honestly, I thought getting sent home was of God. Like, if something on my mission was of God, it was getting sent home. Because
you were
like
about to snap kind of thing?
Yeah, and I did actually. Like, I was like messaging my sister, like, I don't know what to do. Like, I have zero energy. My mental health, like, I didn't even understand mental health at this point in my life. Like, but I was like, I feel XYZ. And I remember sitting at the keyboard crying. And this was the first time I cried, like, on my mission in a while. Like, like, I got used to the misery. But, like, I let all these emotions out of the keyboard. Like, this is horrible. Like, this is breaking me down to, like, a level I've never been broken down mentally. Like, just dead. Like, I would go to sleep every night on my knees praying because that's how tired I was. Like, I was just, like, 2 a.m. I wake up on my knees like, okay, let me get back in bed. You know what I mean? Like, also, this city, I have a lot of crazy stories about this city. But it was like I was just dying. Literally a week later, I got sent home from that moment. And like, it was like sad to get sent home. But also like, and I was like distraught when I got sent home. Because I was like, bro, like, I don't want to go home. Theoretically. You know what I mean? I didn't want to go home because like, I didn't want to come back. And if I go home, I know like, the transition adjustment is going to be horrible, like difficult. But I got sent home.
Can I ask you one quick question about that?
Please.
So, the idea of a high number of baptisms in Latin America is very personal to me because my mission was kind of corrupt in that way.
Yeah.
And there's different levels of like what it means in Latin America as a Mormon missionary to get a lot of baptisms.
Yeah.
Like, there are people that go their whole mission and only have 1 or 2 baptisms.
Yeah.
And then in Latin America, having 3 a month or 5 a month can be a lot.
Yeah.
But then having 10 can be a lot. But then in my mission, there were guys who had 40 in a month.
That's crazy.
Where was it in yours?
Yeah, ours was like the top missionaries. It would probably be around like 4 to like 7.
Okay, so it wasn't
for like
insane.
the top.
Okay,
Yeah, it wasn't
so
insane.
Yeah.
but like it was like a good amount.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
'Cause that's for a lot of missionaries in the world. That's
Yeah.
a lot of baptisms.
Right.
3 or 4 in a month.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Just
Yeah,
want to check
yeah,
on
yeah.
that.
And if you want to have any questions, interject me because I'm just gonna just talk,
Yeah.
whatever.
No, it's good. So,
So-
you get sent home with
Yeah.
the health
Yep.
reason, and you feel like God was answering your prayers, basically.
Yeah, because it was just difficult. Like, I was in misery, like, truly, like, I was depressed and anxious. And I got sent home, and I was like, wow, like, I can sleep in. Like, that was the first thing I noticed. Like I said, sleep is important to me. I love sleep. And I think it's the most valuable thing I do basically every single day. And without sleep, I don't like it. Anyway, so I slept in. I was like, oh, this is so nice. And then I just started getting used to it. Like, I was home for 6 weeks. And after like 3 days, I was like, I don't know about going back to the mission. Because the mission is tiring. It's a lot of work. It's mental. It's all this stuff. Like, now I'm at home, sleeping in a comfortable bed, not sweating all day, like not getting food poisoning, not like, like I'm not getting, people aren't breaking into the house. I'm not getting, like there's no demonic episodes. Like there's nothing crazy happening in Arlington, Texas. And there's women in Arlington, Texas. And to me, that was also good. Like there's a lot of things that I didn't have. And, but, so I was like, well, I need to, and I remember actually real quick too, is like, I remember the first week back from my mission, I went to church and my bishop was like, because there was another dude that got sent home early, like right before me. And, he was like, to like withhold judgment of people onto me because they saw me walk into church and was like, why is he here? So to withhold judgment, he was like, yo, like, he's here. He got sick. He's here for, like, medical reasons. And, like, people, like, withheld those judgments, luckily. Some of them did. Though, anyways, it doesn't matter. But then I realized I had to make a decision whether I was going to go back to my mission or whether I wasn't going to go back to my mission. And I remember I was talking to everybody. I was like, what should I do? What should I do? What should I do? I was praying. I was doing everything. And nothing was coming to my mind besides like a lot of anxiety and like just like the desire to not go back. And I was really praying that God would tell me not to go back to my mission. At least that like I would hear like, but I needed something. Basically needed God to come down and tell me, yo, Sebastian, stay at home. Like, for my level of perfectionism that I had at that point, like I always felt like I required like a sign. Like I needed something large. Cause like most times a little feeling wasn't gonna do it for me. Like I needed, if I'm gonna do something crazy, I need you to basically come like tap me on the shoulder and be like, yo, Sebastian, get up and go do something. And that didn't happen. But like I was praying, whatever. And nothing happened. And I was talking to my mission president actually about it. And I was telling him about my thoughts. And he was like, how are you feeling? And I was like, I don't know if I want to come back. And he laid out a 10-point reason. Or 10 reason. He laid out 10 reasons.
A 10-point argument?
Yeah, 10-point argument about why I had to come back. And one, as Nate mentioned earlier, actually, was if you don't come back, you will be abandoning the souls that you promised in the premortal life to save. It's a pretty tough argument.
Right.
It's a tough one. How do you combat that one? And it's like this mission president, like he can receive revelation for you. You know what I mean? Like
to a Mormon kid, a missionary speaks for God. A mission president speaks for God.
Yes.
Am I wrong?
No, like
absolutely.
he was who I sought advice from for a whole year prior. Yeah. So like what he said, what his word was like God to me, basically. Like he had zero wrongs to me. And anyways, I have so many stories. And so I was like, that's tough. And I was upset about it actually. And I called one of my brothers and I was like, bro, that's crazy to say. Like, is that not manipulation? And he was like, maybe you're like mad because it's true.
The guilty taketh the truth to be hard.
Right.
For it cuts them to the very quick.
And, or maybe, like bad things hurt you. I don't know. It's weird. Like a fire burns you. Yeah. It's crazy.
Yeah.
And so I went back on my mission. Yeah, and I got somewhat lucky in the sense that my first week and a half back was like a week and a half before transfers. And so it was strange, but I got put into a companionship with the kid I trained, the kid he was training, and one of the people that my second baptism was on a mini mission, and we were all four in a companionship, which felt very like in the mission. This is like dramatic. Like this is your family in the mission. Like that's my son, that was my grandson, and this was like my baptismal son, and like all of us in one little house. And I was like the great grandpa, the grandpa who knew all things in this house, which was kind of fun. Because I was like, yeah, listen to me. I know what I'm doing. And it was cool to like, whatever, be back. Honestly, it was horrible to be back, though, actually, for real. Because I was extremely exhausted. I got there and I was like, how did I do this? Like, and luckily because it was 4 people in the district, we are in the compassion, we all didn't go out at the same time. Like 2 people at a time would go out. And so sometimes I would just stay at home all day, luckily, and I'd be able to take naps because I couldn't manage the schedule that I had lived prior. And anyways, I went back and I developed a stutter. So I think I had a stutter growing up. I took it away though. Like I worked really hard to not stutter as much. And I went back to my mission and I had a stutter. It was like I was tripping because I was like, I didn't perfect my Spanish to now speak with a stutter in Spanish. Like, that's annoying. I was really just annoyed. Like, why am I stuttering? Realized I was stuttering because of like anxiety and depression stuff. So then, left that, became like this zone leader in one of my zones. And I remember my first day back in that zone, the water was flooding up to my knees. And I was like, I know I didn't come back to a mission to swim in, brown, mucky flood water. Like, it was just like another thing on top. I was like, this is annoying. And, I go, I'm zone leader, more pressure to like be great. And, things were all right, but I was very anxious and depressed. I started meeting with the mission therapist and like trying to practice on my mental health. And this time period, the first 6 weeks back on my mission, was the first time I doubted like Mormonism. Like for real, like I was like, is the Book of Mormon real? I truly didn't know, like something about it wasn't sitting right with me anymore. And I realized like a few months ago what it was when I came back from a mission in that time period. I was on Facebook and I saw like anti-Mormon doctrine, and it was that Joseph Smith translated the Book of Mormon out of a hat. And I thought it was the craziest thing. And I swiped out of it super quick because I was like, this can't be true. Like
anti-Mormon literature.
No, anti-Mormon literature. Like Joseph Smith couldn't have translated out of a hat. Did some research, turns out man was looking in a hat. And that started like shattering my like belief system. Like, what is going on? You know what I mean? Like, I don't understand how he could translate a book in a hat. And also, why would they lie? Like, why didn't you just say that? You know what I mean? Like, in all reality, Mormonism's biggest flaw was lying. Like, you should have just been straight up because it's already a cult, in my opinion. And it's already like, you already got these people that will believe anything you say. So might as well just told the truth at the beginning. And half their problems would have been avoided. That's just my like personal opinion.
They might not be worth $250 billion today if they had done that.
That's very true.
Right. So maybe lie is good for the big business. And so I saw that. And then when I went back on my mission, I was struggling with like my faith in that regard. Like, I was like, I don't know, like something about it isn't adding up. And I remember like praying, and I got to one day and I remember I woke up and I was like, I don't think the Book of Mormon is true. And I was like, there's no way that I just came back to a mission to figure out that the Book of Mormon's fake. Like, that's not happening. So I was like, God, give me a sign. Like I said, I was like, I needed a sign to believe. And I think, honestly, that only indicated that I didn't believe the whole time. Because, like, I needed something wonderful to occur for me, right? And I think I just created a lot of faux spiritual moments. And I remember one day we were teaching the first lesson, and I was like, God, please, the whole time I was like, God, please give me a sign, give me a sign, give me a sign, give me a sign, give me a sign. And as we were teaching the first vision, the sun got bright. And I was like, this is God. I wish it was more than that. Like, that is the experience. Like, the sun came out, like, from the clouds. That happens, like, every 10 minutes, by the way, in the Dominican Republic. The sun is always out, actually. It's like this weird thing about a Caribbean paradise island. I was like, wow, God has told me it's true. But I think it was the only way I could cope. Like, there was no way that I could serve the rest of my mission thinking the Book of Mormon was fake, because if I didn't believe, I would have had to go home. Like, I would have told him, like, you have to send me home, because there's no way I can be here and I can't teach these people something I don't think. I eventually kind of worked through a lot of my anxiety and depression to the extent that I felt peace enough. Wow, my story is a lot longer than I remember. And I worked through it a lot, and then
I just have to say that's a classic example of either confirmation bias or motivated reasoning.
Yeah,
that you're experiencing this cognitive dissonance. And if I could just do a metaphor, following
Please,
Nate's,
metaphors.
like if you're in love with the woman or man or whatever, and you're feeling all those wonderful feelings and you're experiencing that early phase of attraction, you'll overlook everything if you're feeling all those good things.
Yeah.
But if all of a sudden they're stealing from you and they're beating you up and locking you at home, then all of a sudden you're willing to consider some of the flaws, right?
Yeah.
Like, it feels like that's what was going on.
Absolutely.
You weren't having a great experience.
Yeah.
And that would open you up to applying actual critical thinking skills and actually asking, is this true?
Right.
Because I'm having an awful time.
Yeah.
But, you had to reconcile that cognitive dissonance.
Absolutely.
And so motivated reasoning or confirmation bias is like, oh, there's light coming. I'm miserable.
Yeah.
Okay. It's true.
Go with it, right? God, thank you.
Yeah.
And like, is like, just like,
that's survival.
It is survival.
Yeah, it is,
like, that's the only way to live.
Yeah.
It was the only way for me to, because life was horrible at that point. Like, if it wasn't for it, I had to have it.
And I think the biggest, that presents such a big moral issue with Mormonism is because it's like you said, you didn't know anything else. Like, you thought that was the only way to live.
Yeah.
Was in this state of misery and denying, your mental health, denying your physical health, right? All of these things, because you felt like this was the only way that you can live your life, the only way that you can achieve, salvation, the only way that you can save other people so that their salvation is not on your head, right? And all of that, I feel like that's kind of one of the biggest moral issues with the church is they give you all of these burdens to carry without ever giving you the option of whether or not you want to carry those. You just expected to. That's just the expectation of you from a young age, and so you're expected to carry all of these heavy burdens when some people are ready for those and then some people are not ready for those at all, and then sometimes it's not even a matter of being ready. It's just a matter of, is this even something that you need to carry? Is it something that's for you at all? And so we see a lot of different variations of that. With missionaries, where some people thrive, some people conform, some people just make it work, some people barely make it through, some people don't make it through. Mm-hmm. But I feel like if people were given the choice more than just the expectation, you would see a much higher caliber of missionary too.
Yeah. And two, I skipped a few things too, I forgot, but I talked a little bit about this on social media already, but it was there was a lot of racism on my mission too. So my trainer, my first companion, he was Chicano, Mexican American, and this was one of our first few weeks in the mission, maybe I don't know, first 12 weeks of my mission. He was like, when we get to heaven, we're all gonna be white, and I just laughed and I was like, I'm gonna go to hell then. I'm not changing my race to go live with anybody. I'm black. At the end of the day, no matter what, I'm black, you're Mexican American, he's white. We have to be content in our identities, whatever that looks like. But at the end of the day, I'm black and I'm very satisfied with being black. If God needs me to be white, then God is not going to be my eternal house companion. You know what I mean? We're not going to be roommates in the next life. And
What made him think that y'all were going to be turning white?
he had
You know?
so much internalized racism.
That's what they taught in the
It
church,
was
man.
baffling. Like the amounts of things he would say, like he'd always talk about how he wanted to be white in high school. Or he was like, I talk black. What? He said ain't. And he was like, I talk black. Bro, first off, please shut up. Like, you're going to make me go crazy and I'm on a mission. I can't beat you up as a missionary. No, he just said like, he just had so much internalized racism. It was scary.
And I don't want to get you off that thread, but that's the difference between a quote Lamanite, a Latin American, and a black person, because he would be paying attention to the Book of Mormon narrative because he would have been taught he was a descendant of the Lamanites.
Right.
And Joseph Smith, you said it, like, didn't Joseph Smith prophesy that the Lamanites will blossom as a rose? And what prophets interpreted that to mean was that they turned white.
Yeah.
So he would have been taught that internal racism.
Right.
That if he was righteous, his skin would be turned white. Now, you might not have been taught that because you weren't, quote, a Lamanite, which is a horrible term. Nate, what were you going to say?
Oh, I don't even remember. But I was agreeing with you. Isn't there a quote from Spencer Kimball, like where he literally like over the pulpit, or maybe it's in the Ensign, something where he's like, you can see the skin of the children of these Lamanites turning whiter. You know, as they sit in the pews, you can see that their children are lighter than they are. And I just remember
that's called
reading
white
that.
people.
Yeah, that was Spencer W. Kimball, the prophet of the church. You know,
Julie's fact checking us. She says General Conference, October 1960.
Okay, come on with the facts. Wow, that's impressive.
That's very
1969. You can't even find that on LDS.org. They don't
1960.
1960. Yeah, they scrubbed, I think, everything before 1970, right?
It was Spencer B. Kimball, she says.
She ate on that.
She did.
Respect.
For sure, respect.
Okay, so he was taught that.
Yeah.
You weren't taught that.
Absolutely not.
And isn't that interesting?
That was
the two people of color can be taught totally different things.
I was truly baffled. Like, I grew up around a lot of like very pro-black people, a lot of pro-Latin people, pro-Muslim people, like pro-white people, white nationalists. Like, I grew up around pro-everything.
Yeah.
And like changing your race was never like that was never something that crossed through my mind, at least.
Yeah.
Like, I thought that was like one of the craziest things. Or like, you know, another like dude in my district leader, actually, this white district leader from St. George, I think. He one time he was reading Mormon Doctrine by Bruce R. McConkie, right? And this is how I knew previously that Bruce R. McConkie was racist. Like, I had the belief already inside me. Because he came up to me and told me that, like, white people and black people should never get married and, like, have children because it was a sin. And I was like, where did you hear that from? And he was like, Mormon Doctrine. I was like, bro, don't you know Bruce R. McConkie's racist? Like, I thought we all knew that, right? Like, I thought some things were just commonly known. And I was very used to people, like, where I grew up who were culturally aware. Like, the white people I grew up around were surrounded by black people. We're surrounded by like Latino people and all these other cultures. So it's like I wasn't used to hearing such like all the time blatant ignorance by people I'm like that are my age. You know what I mean? Like the people I affiliated with never would have said that to me, at least, right? Like or didn't think it. So like adding the religion plus, you know, whiteness only maximized. Anyways. So racist experiences, a lot of homophobia in the mission that I like would combat too. Anyways.
Homophobia?
Yeah.
Like what?
So one time, this guy in my mission, he had his appendix burst. And we were all at the hospital with him. And it was like 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 elders in the apartment, in the hospital. And I was in the bathroom and I'm hearing them talking about gay people. And I was like, I hope they wrap this conversation up by the time I get out there, because I've never really been the one who is like mute to topics. Like I speak my mind. Like, it's just like, I don't know, part of my personality. And I came out the restroom and they're like, Elder, would you choose to be born gay? And I was like, no, but I wouldn't choose to be born white either. And it's like all like white people in the room. And they like got like silent. And I was like, but neither one is bad. And they just like, they like looked at me like I was crazy. They were like, he just said he would not rather be white and that being white or being gay is not bad, and said that they were the same. Like they were like baffled, and the conversation ended because it was like, I don't know what you want me to say to you. You know, like I have been very like, I'm just outspoken, and I just remember that time just like that's when I started to realize more and more. I think that was like month 5 of my mission, maybe. I started realizing more and more how much people lacked in like intelligence, I guess, like common awareness and goodness. Like I remember elders like talking about women, and I was like, are you not a missionary? Like the way you're talking about this, what you call a daughter of God, like, but you're like degrading her and objectifying her. Like those things never made sense to me. And it was a little weird to like call out people that had like, when I had like 5 months in the mission, had like 20 months in the mission, it was a little weird too, because obviously they're like my superior in the mission or whatever. But I don't know, people on the mission said a lot of crazy stuff. It made me realize like how much, I don't know, maybe just see people for people more. Like Mormonism wasn't like the people that were Mormon, like the people I grew up with that were Mormon were so like holy. I was like, these are great people. Like the people that were my age, like the 2 brothers I've mentioned before, the 2 white brothers, phenomenal people. Still to the day, like great people, like all around, like not because they're Mormon, but because they're like good people. Like they're kind, and they would never like objectify a woman. They wouldn't say anything racist, or like, you know, like they are like, we're good people. I always felt like, and I saw them in a lot of different lights. But it's like these people on a mission, you're supposed to be like missionaries of God, and y'all say the most like some of the most obscene things. To me, was always baffling. So,
how did you make it to becoming a Mormon missionary, being LGBTQ affirming? How did you survive Mormonism? I guess you did. I guess we talked about it. You didn't have the conditioning of early morning seminary. I shouldn't be answering the question.
Yeah, no.
How do you explain reaching the Mormon mission age and not being homophobic yourself? Given that the church is historically homophobic.
You know, I feel like I wouldn't say I wasn't homophobic. I'd had a lot of like internalized homophobia within me. I just really like, I grew up in a very homophobic space, like where everybody I knew was very homophobic.
Me too, yeah.
And like my friends were, the people in my school were, I was, and I something about like I think I always knew within me though, like this is not like good. Like I remember when marriage equality was passed, and like people were like, oh my God, this is so bad. And I just was like, why? You know, like, what about it is bad? Like, one of my first best friends, like, in 5th grade was gay, or eventually came out to be gay. And it's like little things like that. Like, I don't know, throughout my life, I was just like, I feel like being gay is not bad. But I had a lot of internalized homophobia still. It was like this weird dissonance, I think, for myself. And the older I grew, I never felt super strongly about like being gay was a sin. I just knew that the church said being gay was a sin. But I never felt like any attachment to it. But I also knew like I wasn't okay with like anybody degrading somebody else based on something like their sexuality. Like within my development, like in my teenage years, I became very adamant against like bullying. So like when I would see bullying like in my high school and stuff, I would do my best to like stop it. Like I think it was just like I went through a lot of life changes, and like when I quit basketball, I realized a lot of things like that were wrong with like how I was as a person. Like whether it's like homophobia or whatever it was, like I wasn't a bad bully, but like sometimes I was mean to people. Like I could demonstrate bullying attitudes sometimes. And like those were things like I realized like this is like horrible. Like some people that I was very close to were bullied. And like that made me realize like bullying does some horrible things to people's mental health. And so like I just was anti-bullying. And so like for somebody to talk about gay people negatively while there's gay missionaries in our mission was like baffling to me. Or like gay people are walking down the street. Like, what do you want to do? Like, or like when people would be like colorist to like Haitian people, like I would have to correct them. Like, it just like, I created, when was it? I made a law for myself when I was maybe junior of high school, or my mission. Within that same like few years, that when I saw something problematic, it was my job to speak up. It was like a challenge kind of, because it was like I was tired of being mute in these circumstances where people were being harmed and like bullied and like nobody was like standing up for them. And like to me, I was like standing up for somebody else who feels like they have zero voice, or like that they can't, like if you're in a room of 30 people and everybody's coming at just you, like you're vulnerable. Like sometimes standing up is actually puts you in a more vulnerable situation. So it's like I wanted to challenge myself to stand up for those people. And so anytime I heard anything problematic, I didn't care what it was my job. And it created like, discomfort amongst like groups sometimes. But like I believed like it was better. It was the best thing to do. Like if it's between standing up and not standing up, I thought you should stand up. Anyways, I'm going on like a tangent, but I think that was kind of it. Like I still honestly at this point harbored a lot of homophobia, less than obviously my counterparts. But like I just knew like treating somebody less than for any reason like just wouldn't go with me at all. And like no matter what your level of homophobia or whatever it is, like it just wasn't gonna bide with me very well.
It's beautiful. And I just have to ask, was there ever a point in these years pre-BYU where you understood the Mormon Church's LGBTQ policies and past and ever thought you needed to speak up or out against that?
Pre-BYU, that's a good question. In high school, I never really thought about Mormons like queer policies at all. Like, I just like did like I barely thought about Mormonism.
Yeah,
in the most part. And I remember like I would talk about like I would ask questions about like why we considered a sin and stuff like in my church. But I never like talked about it too much. I think the first time I talked about it, honestly, pre-BYU was probably like I moved to Utah in January like 30th of 2020.
Well, we can come to that if it's later.
Okay, yeah.
So, but on your mission, you couldn't baptize a gay person or like.
You're right. I did actually.
Yeah.
I wanted to tell this story.
Good.
Thank you for reminding me.
Good. Yeah.
On my mission is the same time the church changed its policy about gay people.
It reversed the November 15 policy. Because
they did.
18 or 19, they reversed.
I think at the same time they
policy.
made it where like queer sins, like gay sins or whatever, and straight sins would be held accountable the same amount. And
because prior, what was your understanding prior to that?
Yeah, like if you did something that was like sexually immoral as a gay person, it was like 10 times worse.
So you could have premarital sex as a straight person
and be baptized the next week.
But if you had premarital sex as a gay person,
you had to wait 3 months.
Wow.
Yeah, so it's like you could have sex the Saturday before and still get baptized. But if you were gay, it literally was a 3 or 4 month policy that you had to abstain, which is, I mean, like blatant inequality, right?
Yeah.
And I brought it up to mission president because I was like, this is crazy. Like, if we're gonna have this policy, the church said it. Let's live it. There's a lot of gay people that probably would be more open. Maybe, I don't know. You know what I mean? Like, to like, missionaries, if they knew like it was they were living, they had to do the same amount. Anyways, and I brought it up and I was like, why do we hold them under two different standards when the church literally just passed the policy like a month ago at this point? And it was the craziest thing he ever said to me. He was like, he gave me a metaphor actually, since we've been on metaphors today. He said, imagine it's like it's a, how did he phrase it? I want to phrase it very well. My mission president told me about gay people that if a gay guy walks into a restroom, it's like a wolf walking into a sheep's den. And that we have to be careful because we don't want to let wolf eat sheep, basically.
No, that's I've never heard that one.
I was without words. Like, truly, I didn't know what to say because I was like, being gay and being a pedophile is like two separate conversations. Like, very drastic. Also, like, a lot of straight men in this world that are bishops and like priesthood leaders and are pedophiles and assault kids and women and whoever else. And
I would say that letting an 8-year-old child into a room alone with a grown man, that's more like letting a sheep into a lion or a wolf's den.
Absolutely.
Than a regular person walking into a bathroom.
A regular gay man.
A regular person, right? Like,
who doesn't want a boy. That's not how it works. I hate to break it to you. Like, that's not how it works.
I don't know why them phobic people love to focus on bathrooms so much, but anyway.
No, for real.
That's a topic for another day.
You have a grown man touching and baptizing an 8-year-old boy. You don't feel like that's weird at all. But anyways, and so, yeah, so that was like one moment where I brought it up to my mission president. And after he told me that, like, I didn't really know I don't know what I said in response. But I remember the conversation was cut pretty short after that. Because it's like, I have nothing else to say to you. Because, I mean, you demonstrated what you believe. But, I mean, he said a lot of problematic stuff looking back, so. Yeah.
Okay, so that policy changed.
Yeah.
And you were happy?
I thought it was good.
Yeah.
I thought it was positive.
Yeah,
Like,
okay.
I mean, I felt like on my mission too is when women could start like being witnesses to baptisms and stuff too.
Yeah.
So I feel like there was like positive growth. Like, I mean, I saw this as like equality, and like, moving towards it. But yeah, so like, moving back to my, like where I was, my mission at this point, it's like November of 2019. And I've been back to the mission for about 12 weeks probably. And I started to have like these pains in my body. It was like weird. Like one day my whole leg would like hurt. And I couldn't walk out. The next day my fingers would hurt. The next day my shoulder would hurt. Like it was like weird. And I was like, what is wrong with me? But a lot of the time it was like centered in my lower abdomen, it felt like. And so I went to the doctor, and they were like, maybe I have a hernia. Didn't have a hernia. Like maybe this, maybe that. And it turned out that I had like 3 herniated discs and 2 bulging discs in my back. And
What from before? Or
on my mission, I got them on my mission.
doing what?
Walking. The doctor actually never found out. My belief is I used to carry a scripture bag right here on my waist. And I think that eventually led to my back like
Scriptures are heavy.
And I was adamant like always carrying all books. So I had the Old Testament, the New Testament, the Book of Mormon. I had everything because I was like, you need it all. Like I taught with every book.
Oh, yeah, I always had my quad. We had iPads, but I always still had my quad with me.
We had a 9 dial phone. And no, right. And also the Spanish set of scriptures are longer by a considerable amount. And so like that adds, like I think the Spanish Book of Mormon is 100 pages longer. And anyways, right. So whatever, I figure out my back is like broken practically. And I couldn't walk for 2 weeks. And after those 2 weeks, I got sent home again at 18 months. And
Wow.
yeah. And also I was very grateful to be sent home again. Because I was like, this has been cool, but going home is also great. And I got sent home, and I was happy to be back. And luckily, this time I didn't have to go back a third time. I was so grateful to not have to go back a third time. So,
Were you able to end your mission honorably after 18 months? Okay.
And then 2 months later was COVID. So,
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
so I'd have been home anyway.
And so how was your testimony by the end of your mission?
Great, weirdly enough. My testimony was like strong, but not strong. It was weird. It was like, it was strong, but I also was a little like hesitant on my testimony.
Can I ask?
Yeah.
Do you feel like it was like lasered in on some parts? Like, do you feel like there were parts that you focused on more than others? Because I would say my mission was also like difficult.
Yeah.
And by the time I got to it, I would say that my testimony was stronger, but I would say that it was also more focused. Because when I left my mission, I basically had the idea that like the church is not perfect. There's like a lot of faults in it, but the gospel is true. And so like I was like, well, as long as the gospel is
That's
true,
when
as
you
long
left
as the
your
Book
mission?
of Mormon is true. Well, like when I came home from my mission,
yeah,
that's like what I felt. It was like, as long as the gospel is true, then like I don't have to really worry about all this other stuff that doesn't make sense. So I had kind of like lasered in on a specific point, and I just tried to focus on that for as long as I could until I couldn't like focus on that anymore. You know,
Truly,
was it like that for you, or was it?
Good question. Truly, I was like an apologist, to be honest with you. When people say the gospel's true but the church is not, I would show them a scripture that told them that the church was true. I was like, there's no way you can believe in Mormon. It's contradictory, in my opinion, to be Mormon and say the church is not true. Because the scriptures say, like in DNC, it says verbatim, like the church is true. And like, so for me, like I was that like apologist, like, no, like everything's true. Like, I hate to break it to you. Like, and I was unrelenting in my opinions. Like I had scriptures for everything. Like if you cussed, I would have showed you a scripture in Matthew that tells you not to cuss. You know what I mean? Like that's how I was. Like I was the weirdest activist you would have ever met because I was like an unrelenting Mormon, but I was also like big on equality. It was strange. But that season ended pretty quickly. And also I feel like for me, like at this point, like I think I was so unrelenting because I was holding on so hard. You know what I mean? Like I was gripping harder because I felt it slipping. And
that's terrifying because like you're taught that if you leave the church, your entire life is like falls apart.
I was so scared.
Yeah.
I was so fearful of like what leaving the church looked like. And I knew though like it wasn't the same because Mormonism wasn't easy anymore for me. Like it wasn't easy to like read my scriptures for an hour or read my scriptures every day. You know, like those were like difficult tasks for me, and like doing everything just was hard. Like beforehand, like doing everything was easy. Like I enjoyed it. I wanted to do everything. But like eventually it turned into something more difficult for me. And that's kind of really what encapsulated like the movement into my more like after that.
Got it. Okay. Well, that's fascinating. So you come home in 2020,
Yep.
which is 4 years ago,
Yeah.
honorably.
Yep.
Was your mom super thrilled?
Yeah, my mom was cool. She was always supportive. The first time I came home, she was like, "Stay home if you want to. Go back if you want to." My mom was never like crazy about Mormonism. She was just like, "Do what you think is right. Like, I'll support you." However, I think my family was very untraditional in like that sense. Like, it was like, do what you think. Like even my oldest two brothers who were very strong Mormons were like, "Only God knows, bro. You're home. Like, go back if you want to come back, or do what you want." Like. But you know what I mean? So,
yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So you get home, your testimony, you're hanging on tight to your testimony.
Tight.
And you got to decide where to go to college, right? Or was it never a question?
I had already decided pre-mission.
BYU.
Yeah. I got accepted to BYU and everything. When I came home from my mission, right? No. My senior year, I realized I got like a good scholarship to BYU. And so I was like, oh, cool. Like let's get this money. And I was planning on going to BYU and came home January 13th of 2020, moved to Utah January 30th of the same month.
Wow. But that wasn't the time to start that semester, was it?
No, it wasn't. So I was just chilling for like 7 months living with my brother.
Okay.
Which was fun.
Experiencing Provo for the first time.
I was. It was not great.
No?
It was all right. I never understood Utah people. Like, I never had a lot of Mormon friends, and I didn't know how to be friends with people from Utah. Like, I didn't know what to say. Like,
you have to.
I didn't know what jokes were funny to them. Like I'm from Texas, like, and around a lot of non-members. Like, everybody I was friends with was not Mormon. And so we joke about, like, sexual things and, like, just, like, things that, like, people here didn't joke about. And so it's like, what do I joke about? Like, also, you dress different here, so fashion's different. Mm-hmm. Like, you talk different.
What would you not want to wear here that you would wear there, as an example?
Not wear here that I wear there.
What would you feel weird wearing here?
Yeah, like ripped jeans. Like, just like the type of ripped jeans I would have. Like, people was like weird acid wash jeans at this time, or like sneakers. Like, people didn't really wear sneakers for real.
Mm-hmm. Now, women wear holes in their
Yeah,
genes here,
they
but
do.
not men. Is that
not
right?
as much, right? Like,
Okay.
especially in like when I came here, like I just feel like how I presented myself to the world was like a black person was just not received. It was weird. It was like I remember I had this whole conversation with my brother one time. I was like, how do you talk to people from here? Like, what do you say? Like, I would get into these moments as somebody who had been like very popular and like talkative his whole life. I'd get here and be like, hi? Like, you know what I mean? Like, confused. Like, I could only talk about Mormonism. Like, it's the only thing I had in common with these, like, with people from here. And I just was confused. Like, I didn't know how to get along. And
I have to ask, how white was Utah relative to other places you had lived?
I had only lived in Arlington, Texas, my whole life.
And the
Dominican.
Yeah.
So I had lived in a black country, and I had lived in a predominantly black high school in the 7th most diverse city in the nation. And then I came to the least diverse city in the whole country.
Is it?
Yeah. So
Provo?
Provo's number 1, Orem's number 2.
Well, what about like Coeur d'Alene, Idaho, or some
I
weird
think they
Idaho
beat them.
place?
Like, at least in 2020, when these results, like when I
remember
looked
that.
it up.
And I think it's not just like racial diversity; it's also like religious diversity and like diversity in jobs and like all that kind of. Like, it was like there's several different
The range
categories.
of diversity, yeah.
And that blew my mind coming to Utah
I do remember that.
because I grew up in Houston,
Yeah.
a basketball team, and it was a melting pot of, like you, Asians, Latinos, blacks, and Native Americans, everyone. I would meet people in Utah that never saw or spoke to a black person until like they were 18 or 20.
Yeah. I was the first
And I'm
person
not
black
making
people.
that up. Like, go ahead.
No, I was just saying, I was like, to add on, I was the first black person to a lot of people.
Wait, really?
Yeah, like,
Me too.
I shouldn't be your first black person. As a grown person, there is no way I should be the first black person you've ever meet. Like, why does it's like one time like a 5-year-old described me because she didn't know how to I was like the first black person she had ever met too. And she described me as night.
Somebody called me a chocolate man.
Like,
primary.
but it's like you should understand race enough to identify black person versus
Right.
a white person. And like,
Because night is that's crazy.
night is
you don't even look like
absurd.
night, right?
I'm not that like. It's
All the color, like she could have said, teddy bear, caramel macchiato.
Hershey chocolate bar, anything,
But
bro.
night is crazy.
Yeah, that's so wild. Like, I don't even know what to make of that.
Yeah, yeah. I didn't either. To
And
be
Nate,
honest.
you had the same experience?
Just
Coming
for,
here?
like there was a kid who couldn't describe, so they just said, why is that man chocolate?" And so I was like, "Oh, well, I'm not chocolate. I'm just African American. Is
Did
my
anyone ever
skin
say
color?"
Lamanite? Because I've heard about some black
Nah.
people being asked if they were Lamanite by like a kid.
Not in my
I
memory.
never got lemon. I got son of Cain once, but
That's crazy.
That was from a companion who thought he was being funny.
That's crazy. Hell no.
Okay.
I'm so sorry.
And how does that feel? Does it feel cute? Does it feel awful?
Hell no. It was not cute to me at all. I thought they were dumb. Like, to me, like, where I came from, every single person knew what a do-rag was. Every person knew what a bonnet was. Like,
A what?
like a bonnet or a
Okay,
do-rag.
yeah,
like,
do-rag, yeah.
we wore those to school.
Yeah. Mhm.
Like, black culture was evident
I wore my bonnet everywhere. I forget to take it
everywhere in
off.
school, like, where I was. And so it's like, white people knew, like, I'm not saying they were not everybody was the brightest person, but they understood culture. Like, so to me, it was not like, ignorance was never cute to me. I was like, you're dumb. Like, simply stated, like one time this white girl called me the N-word here in Utah. And she was like texting me. She was like, N-word, please. I was like, oh my God. I was like, I don't know what's happening right now.
She's Mormon?
Yeah. And I was like, I don't understand this life I'm living. And like, I've been called the N-word in Texas, but like, this is crazy. Like, it was just like, you said it like casually. Like we're friends. And I was like, don't say that ever again in your life. And she was like, why not? I say it all the time. Oh my God. Oh my God. And I was just like, moving to Utah was baffling like every day.
Because we're not talking 1950, right? We're talking 2020.
2020.
Yeah. Nate, what were you
I was
saying?
gonna say, I think the problem with Utah is that most of the people who grow up here have no, like, when you talk about people not being the brightest, I think the issue is like, there are people who are very intelligent. Extremely smart.
Crazy intelligent.
How you on your third tech startup, but you don't know like what a do-rag is? You know what I mean? So I feel like the problem with people who grow up here in Utah is that they don't have any inkling of like what an experience is outside of their own experience. Or I feel like if you live other places, you know, if you're friends with people who are Muslim, or if you're friends with people who are from this country or that country or this experience, you kind of have an understanding of other cultures, you know? And you might even grow to like love or appreciate some parts of that culture and like maybe incorporate that into your own. But in Utah, because there's such a lack of diversity here, and because there's also this idea of like conformity, it just takes away from that ability to experience other people's, you know, experiences and you know, shared identities. And so in that way, you become very, very ignorant and just kind of like stupid about the rest of the world, you know? Yeah. And it creates like a weird little bubble.
And the only tiny pushback I'd have there is how many Mormon young men and now young women go on missions to foreign countries. So there's that wrinkle in an otherwise comprehensively bubble existence.
I would say though, even though they do go to these foreign countries, the guise or the role under which they go to those foreign countries is often like the role of a savior. And so a lot of times that affects the way that they experience that, because a lot of times people will come back from a mission not having really like learned to appreciate that experience at all. They might come back with like a fetish for, you know, the people that they saw in that country. Or they might come back with this idea that, oh, I can't be racist. I served my mission in Africa. Or let me wear this dashiki to Black Student Union and maybe all the Black students will like me. You know, and so that's not the case with everyone. But I would say that like going on a mission to a foreign country isn't enough. It's also about like your willingness to learn and to just experience other people's cultures and you know, learn from them, as opposed to coming in with the idea, I have, you know, the right idea. I have the best. I think, you know, for maybe lack of a better description, I think a lot of missionaries will go into foreign missions with like a colonial mindset, where they're going in to colonize that area with Mormonism, and that's what they're there to do. So if you're going with that mindset, you're not there to, you know, to share. You're there to, you know, to colonialize, right? And so. Yeah, I think it is a wrinkle for sure.
A lot.
Yeah, it is a wrinkle, but I think it also depends on like the mindset that you go in with.
Yeah,
that's beautiful. Yeah, again, we're doing metaphors today. Like I'm thinking of when I was in Guatemala, there were these towns that were built by like the United Fruit Company or Del Monte, like 15-foot high walls with mansions inside, and I thought, you know, and this is where when people were like colonizing Latin America, Americans were moving down there as executives to run these banana plantations. They would live within these walled cities with mansions, with servants. They didn't experience Latin America, right?
No, at all.
Right?
But then they'll come back and say that they did.
No, it's like going to a resort in Jamaica and be like, I went to Jamaica. No, you didn't.
Cancun
You went to a beach. Like,
yeah. Going to Cancun's resorts doesn't mean you've really experienced Mexico. Thank you. That helps a lot. Yeah. I knew there was a good answer to that, but you put it so well. So thanks, Nate. Okay. So white Utah.
Yeah.
Blowing your mind.
Blow my mind.
But it's not making you feel bad about yourself. It's making you think Utahns are uneducated.
Yeah. Like I was really cool. Like, I was doing me, and I was lucky. Like, I think I got lucky in some ways. Like, I had family here. Like, my brother, two of my brothers. When I first moved here, 3 of my brothers lived here. I think 3 of my brothers lived here. And my sister, maybe. So it's like a lot of people lived here. So I got lucky because it's like, if I didn't want to, I didn't have to make any friends. And a lot of times I didn't go out to make friends. Like, I like the weekends I hung out with my brother and like people he knew, like, or I hung out with my brothers. You know what I mean? Like, I just like would do what I did growing up, which was hang with my family. And because my family were very close knit, it was fine. Like, to me, like, I love my family. And my brother that I lived with is like, we're best friends still to this day. And so like, if I had to choose somebody to live with, I would choose obviously my closest friend, who also is my blood brother. And so, it was different. But also like, I think it made me realize more like about like who I was though. Like, it didn't change me. It just made me realize who I was. And then Black Lives Matter, like the 2020 summer of Black Lives Matter happened and like things got more developed, I would say.
But that's before you started at BYU?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Talk us through that.
Yeah. So obviously remember like the build up to the summer with like Ahmaud Arbery, Breonna Taylor, and then George Floyd happened, and then the world went on fire.
And for those who don't know the history, these are,
right.
Tell us who these people are.
Yeah, so these are all people that were murdered by like cops or, you know, white individuals. And in different like, you know, things like Breonna Taylor was murdered on because police busted in her house and she was in her bed.
That's Louisville, right? Kentucky.
Oh, I don't know the location. Yeah, so sounds about right.
Okay.
Or George Floyd was suffocated to death for 9 minutes, you know? And so
with his knee on his neck.
With his knee on his neck.
Yeah.
And
Ahmaud Arbery was shot while he was jogging.
Right, as he was jogging through a neighborhood.
Because he had a hoodie on, right?
I don't think he had a hoodie on.
Oh, okay.
Just because he was running.
Yeah, he was jogging in a t-shirt, and then some white men saw him, and they jumped in their truck and grabbed their guns.
The citizens arrest him.
Rode him down and shot him.
Are you serious? And so...
And weirdly, let's be clear, it's not like 2020 was the year these things started happening, right?
At all.
Yeah.
Like...
There have been many before. This was just a breaking point.
And Black Lives Matter started with like around the time of Trayvon Martin in like 2014 because he had his hoodie on and was murdered by George Zimmerman because he was a black teen with a hoodie on. And but after George Floyd, I remember me and my brother, the one I lived with, we were like, bro, should we do a protest here? Like, we were like, we should do something.
Because they were happening all over the country.
Happening everywhere.
Okay.
And I remember we called my mom. My mom was like, basically was like, don't do it. She was like, you're gonna like be in the same situation. Like you'll be in jail, you'll be murdered. Like it's not safe. We're like, nah, it's fine. So we did anyways. And like we did this like protest in Provo. It was fine. Like I learned from it. It wasn't everything I wanted, but it was a learning experience for me as an activist. And I think it's the most formidable experience of my life because it wasn't what I wanted. And I felt like part of it was a failure. It was cool though. It had like 1,000 people. It was the first protest I ever did, like major protest, like for real. And I started a nonprofit in 2020 before BYU.
What was it about?
It's called Unified Allies for Change. Basically, unified allies trying to change stuff.
Like fighting racism?
Yeah, fighting racism in the community and stuff. Yeah. And like bring the community together to work about it. And so we had this protest and it was all right. Like I said, it wasn't everything I wanted it to be, but I learned a lot from it. And the biggest lesson I learned though was that like, as an activist, you can't play both sides. Like this, like at this point I was like very Mormon. I was like, if we figure out a way to like speak truth, but also like bring together, it'll be magic. That's not how it works. Like, hate to say it, but if you're making your words more palatable all the time, like you're losing your message. You know what I mean? Like, and that's what I really like learned is like to be the way I wanted to be one, to be the activist I wanted to be, like we have to speak power to truth all the time. Like you can't be less, like speak less because people are like certain people around. Like truth is like in certain ways, like I don't really like the phrase truth is truth. Like I think that has a lot of flaws in it. But like certain things like if we're talking about racism, like it's happening. Like I can either like coddle you around this idea or I can just be honest with you and tell you for real, like this is a reality. And I didn't do that. And then I realized like that was, in my opinion, flawed and lacked poignancy. Because if you're not truly honest with people, people aren't going to change. Like if you coddle people in their racism or in their homophobia or in their sexism, why would they change if they're comfortable where they are? Like if you're like, it's okay, but work harder. It's not okay. Yeah, work harder, but it's not okay. And so that's when my like in-person, on the ground, like real activism started, and I started to learn, and that's when I became, without what's the word? A filter.
Let me ask you something.
Yeah.
The Mormon part of my brain wants to think that you didn't really have a racist experience that spring and summer of 2020, that you came here and, okay, yeah, a random person texted you the N-word, but like in theory that could happen in Texas too.
Sure.
But that generally Mormons are open and kind, loving, nice people, and that you'd have come here, and yes, there weren't a lot of people of color, but that generally people would have treated you nicely and fairly, and maybe even extra nice, like overcompensating. By August of 2020, how racist were you experiencing Utah to be, and Mormons to be?
Yeah. I think most. Okay. There was a few times that like for one time, like, the police like pulled up next to my car on the highway, put this like the big bright light in it.
What?
Yeah, he was trying to blind me. I should have ran him off the road, caused an accident, but I didn't. Obviously, that'd be crazy. No, like, so like the amount of times I'd get pulled over. I think most things though were like microaggressions. That like you have to understand racism to understand what the microaggression is. Like, if I tell you every single time I go to BYU and you assume I go to BYU because I'm an athlete, that is built on the idea that you think black people are not smart enough to go to BYU, but because we have an athletic capability, apparently. Or if, like, let me think of another thing, like, or if everywhere I go, like, every single person is, like, staring at me every single time, like, that's built on a lot of stuff. But it's, like, a lot of it, though, is, like, a basis of uncomfortability that makes you stop moving fluidly. Like, I'm less likely to go out, especially now, but like I was less likely to move around freely because of the way that like moving around was uncomfortable. And or I mean, one time like a car drove past us and was cussing at me and my brother. We drove right behind him and confronted him. But like, like stuff like that, like just like a lot of random experiences, mostly microaggressions, because most things won't be a hate crime every time. But like, it's funny though, like a lot of white individuals, Mormons in this case, but like a lot of like people will discount experiences because they like play the devil's advocate, or will look at like, well, if you look from their perspective. But it's like, like excuses can be made for anything. You can excuse any behavior, and you have. If you look at anything in Mormon history or United States history, like a lot of stuff has been excused. And so it's like, maybe I wasn't like nothing crazy happened where I was like beat up or something. But when something is happening, just when little things are happening every single day, it is a wear and tear that like eventually tears you completely down.
Man, I was just having the realization, I don't know if this makes sense, that like having such a white population is its own microaggression, or maybe a macroaggression.
Literally.
Like I would just say, how does a place become so white? Like what had to have led to any population being this white?
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm just making stuff
I
up.
mean, like if you think about like
what?
It was deliberate.
Right, exactly. It wasn't just accidentally all white, right?
It's impossible, yeah. Like if you think about like BYU's black graduation rate, black people aren't transferring just for fun. Like that's not how it works. Like,
what do you mean? What is their graduation rate?
So like the black graduation at BYU is like
58%.
58%, and while the white one is like 78 or 80 or something. 79.
This is according to the CoRep report in 2020.
Right.
And then for Native Americans, I think it's like 48%.
Right. That's not happening just because they're not happy. Like that. No, they're leaving. Black people are leaving for a reason. And if it's happening consistently around black and brown people, maybe there's some correlation to it. Like, why is 20%? Like, why are 20% difference? Obviously, something's happening.
Yeah. One more thing, really quick. So it wasn't until my PhD that I took a diversity and inclusion class where I learned about microaggressions and systemic racism.
Yeah.
That was in my 40s. Can we talk about a better understanding of what the term racist means for white people that think, I don't say the N-word, I'm not racist. I don't hate black people, so I'm not racist.
Yeah.
There's a broader definition of the word racism, systemic racism, that helps people understand the term a little better.
Yeah. I think.
And I apologize. I don't want to act like it's your job to teach us.
Happy to teach.
Okay.
I'm not here. I wouldn't have came if I didn't want to talk.
There's certain settings, and this is one of those settings.
No, right. Like, catch me at Walmart, don't ask me. You know what I mean? But here I'll talk. So I think we have to break up in a few things. Like, if we talk about racist, right? And when I talk about racism, I like to talk about like every other ism. Like I like to talk about sexism and homophobia, because I think it all somebody might understand one idea and not the other. And they all are similar in a way. But like, I think if you say the words, you're not racist, you're not sexist, you're not homophobic, then you probably are. Like, at the basis of it. Like, if you truly think like, I'm free from transgression, then you have more work to do. Like, I wouldn't say I'm not sexist. Like, we live in a society that perpetuates white supremacy, patriarchy, and a heteronormative like lifestyle. And so we're bred to be homophobic, we're bred to be sexist, and we're bred to be racist. Like by being born in this country, by being born in this world. And so to be racist is, in my opinion, is something subconsciously or consciously we all have within us. Like, it's not an option. Like, you're born in America, so sorry, racism is within you. Racism can then be demonstrated through actions, whether they're small, like microaggressions, like questioning somebody has the education level to attend a school rather than not being an athlete, right? Like, a microaggression can be something like, can I touch your hair? Like, oh my gosh, you look so exotic. Like, these are little things that feel like nothing, but are something, because you're othering a person because they're not you and because they're not the norm. Those are still racist, though, because at the basis of the idea, we're making a different thing. We're making blackness to be in the category of other, right? And so in my very backed up in a lot of books opinion, like, the amount of racism we all have, well, there's racism in all of us. It differs on its level, though. And so for each of us, that's why it takes so much work, because we all have to be working intentionally to eradicate the things within us. Because if we're not, it's just going to be present, and that's just something that we're going to show racist attitudes more often if we're not working against them. In the same way, like, if you're not actively like pro-queer and anti-homophobic, those things are just going to be sitting in within you. And when they come out, they're going to come out, like, because you're not thinking about it. And when you're bred in a society that's racist, homophobic, and sexist, these things naturally come out unless you're working against them. And so for me, like, when somebody says I'm not racist, sexist, or homophobic, I'm like, you're lying to yourself and you're lying to me. Like, at the end of the day, like, because if you say I'm not this, that means you stopped working on yourself. And the moment you stopped working on yourself, you stopped trying to be anti whatever. So then you fall into a category of like allowing the ism to live within you.
That's a bar.
When we sorry, do you want to say something?
That's a bar. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think the key to ending racism is not to like eradicate it, but to become aware of it.
Right.
And to continue becoming more and more aware of it over time. Because as you do that, then you start to kind of eradicate it from within, instead of just being like, oh, I'm not racist. I can never be racist. And then you're doing things and you're not aware that you're doing them, and you're generating more harm that way.
Yeah. And
we can add transphobic too, right?
Absolutely. Yes. Excuse me. I should have added that.
Anti-Semitism,
no, that's beautiful.
Everything. Yeah.
And like, that's even a good example, like excluding transphobia. Like, that's huge. Like, that's a great example. And I that's the part of it. Like, we all have to be aware. We have to be ready also to call ourselves out. Like, it's okay to be wrong. Like, and keep each other accountable. Like, nobody in this room is trans, but we need to be including trans people in our conversations. Systemic racism is a whole other thing that. Whew.
Wasn't that one of your questions on Black Menaces? You asked if there's black systemic racism. What was the question?
We've asked about systemic.
Do you believe in it? Like an example of it, maybe. Yeah.
But you would ask if reverse racism is a thing.
We've asked about that. Yeah.
Like, why is that? And I know we're jumping off your story, but while we're here, Yeah, it's like, okay, well, white people grew racist,
Yeah.
but black people grew racist too. Reverse racism.
Yeah.
Why is that not a thing?
This is a good question. So the basis of it is really like on the back of systemic racism. It's this idea that like there are these individual prejudices that we that we do towards each other, right? The reason people say that like you can't be reverse racist in this scenario is that like black people or people of color have no power to implement racism on another person, which would then hold them like captive in some way. Like the way that white people have embodied racism within our government or within systems outside our government, like when workplaces have oppressed and put black people in such a space. So that's why people say that.
Okay.
And that's why we have said that too.
Yeah, so black people can be prejudiced, or you know, anybody can be prejudiced. You can have misconceptions or unkind feelings towards another group of people. Not saying that we do, but like anybody can have those feelings. But that, like racism in and of itself is not something that can be perpetuated by a group that is like under the thumb of racism.
That's beautiful. Is it worth mentioning really quickly implicit bias and the young black girls and the dolls kind of study that they did? Have you?
Are you talking about the beautiful one? Yeah.
Yeah, just implicit bias. The fact that we don't even. It's important for us to understand. It's easy to get defensive, but it's important to understand that we don't even understand what's going on in our own brain.
Yeah.
Even if we think we do.
Yeah.
And it's the story of the little black girls as an academic study that were given the choice of white dolls or black dolls.
Yeah. And in that study, like the overwhelming majority chose white dolls as like the more beautiful doll. And what's interesting about this is what I talked about earlier about this internalized racism is like in this society that we grew up in, like we're embedded with this racism and like colorism. Like we are taught at our core what is beautiful and what's not beautiful, what's better and what's not, like what's good and what's bad. And it just most of the time happens to be where black people are on the negative side of that spectrum. And the darker you are, the farther you go into the negative side. Like as a lighter skinned person, I will be received more positively than a darker skinned person, right? Like I'll be in the middle, like, negative middle spectrum. You know what I mean? And, but with this implicit bias is like, that's why if you're not actively working against racism within your own self or any bias within your own self, it's going to come out 10 times out of 10 and you won't even know it came out. And maybe you'll recognize it. But that's the thing is like, if you're working on yourself and you're reading books about racism, reading books about homophobia and transphobia, reading books about sexism, then like when those things come out, you'll notice it. Like there's a lot of times where I'll say something or I'll think something and I'm like, okay, like that I should check myself because that right there is problematic. And like those are things that we have to be aware of. And if you're not aware, then the biases will just roll over and over again. And then you'll be like, I'm not racist, but you just said something racist today. You know what I mean? So.
Yeah. Beautiful. Well, thanks for being willing to help us understand some of this better. So before you even enter BYU, you're already sort of an activist, sort of an anti-racism activist. Is that right?
Yeah. Yeah, and it was, honestly, I loved it. Like, I love activism. Also I burned like out pretty quickly too. Like, I had to take a step back just like in how much this is when I stopped talking to people for like, when people would, DM me, how do you know racism is even real? And I would have a conversation with them. You know what I mean? Like, I would have these endless conversations about things I should never need to converse about because Google's free. And it took all of my energy away. And it was very harmful for me just because I'm wasting my time. Simply said, like, and at this point, and this is what I recommend people to, is like, you can't change everybody. Like, everybody, in my opinion, everybody has somebody that can change them, but you can't be the one that changes everybody. And we have to live with that. We have to be okay with it. That's why I don't use my time on everybody. Some people I will never change, and I'm okay with that. Some people, my method doesn't work. My method being honest, frank, and direct. And I'm not really the palatable person. I'm not gonna speak soft to you just for fun, just because it saves your feelings. Like it's not how I go in life. And that's how I entered into BYU. My first year at BYU was mostly on Zoom though.
Because it was right during COVID.
Yeah, it was during COVID. So my first year was mostly on Zoom, and I was kind of like in the, I don't know, like in the back of everything. Like I was like doing me, like I just lived my life, and it just happened to be in Utah. And
were you dating at all during that time?
I was. I was before my second semester of BYU, I was in a serious relationship, long term. And we eventually, did the whole Mormon thing, got married and sealed and stuff, divorced too. But I was in a relationship. And I think that also added to the ability to like not be active at BYU as much too for the first year.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because you had a partner.
Yeah.
And COVID was happening.
Yep.
You study online.
Yeah.
So you weren't really immersed in the BYU culture.
Yep.
That's a big bummer. Like, I don't know, you may have hated it, but like that freshman year at BYU is such a time to get acculturated into the overall culture, make friends.
Yeah.
You didn't have that.
I didn't. And it was like positive and negative at the same time. Like it was positive in the sense that I got to skip a lot of like, I didn't have to be there. Negative though, like because I yearned for like a college experience. Like I wanted to be a college person, like a normal college kid who had normal experiences, but instead like I was on the outskirts, and like the people I did meet at school, I wasn't friends with. Like I thought they were just weird or not for me. Like we didn't go get along, like at church, like people had their own groups, but like I wasn't in like any group, and I never felt comfortable. Like I've never been to a single like family home evening at BYU once.
You never did?
No, I was uncomfortable. I didn't know them. Like they didn't talk to me. I didn't talk to them. Like I went to church, did my thing, said my piece.
Student ward or home, like a family ward?
Like the BYU like student ward.
You would go to those.
Yeah, and like I was cool with people, but like I wasn't like involved with people. It was like this weird thing. Like I would know them, but I also like had a state calling too at this time. Like when I was in the singles ward, I was in a state calling. So that was also
doing
like,
what?
tired. I was like the state secretary. So I'd have to be at church from like 6 a.m. to like 3 p.m.
And I shouldn't project, but like for me, I valued dating at BYU.
Yeah.
To start BYU married, you do miss out on some of that dating.
Yeah.
And maybe that's for better or for worse.
Yeah.
But
it was interesting. It was interesting to like start out with that because also when I was married, I was in the bishopric too. So I was just worked to death no matter what.
You were in a bishopric?
Yeah,
so
I was.
You became a high priest?
No, I wasn't. So let me rephrase. I was the secretary of the bishopric too.
Okay.
Yeah. So I was just there all day, no matter what I did. And then right before I got divorced, actually, my bishop was like, "I'm going to make you the counselor soon." And I was like, crazy. Right, I might not be here.
I got us to be a counselor right before I stopped going.
Yeah. Yeah. Nope. Not for me.
Okay. So not in any way a typical BYU experience.
No, not at all.
Okay. And so, how did things progress? Were you political science from the start or?
No. It's actually kind of funny. So my first major was finance. And then when I got to BYU, I was like, definitely not. So my first real major, though, was ancient Near Eastern studies with an ancient Greek minor, with an ancient Greek emphasis.
What?
So I was going to get my PhD in like religion and like learn ancient Greek and Aramaic and all that stuff.
Okay.
Yeah. And then I was like, this is not for me either. I was really good at ancient Greek, weirdly enough, though. I had like a 99.
Wow.
I was phenomenal. But then I lost interest. And I was like, I don't care. And then I ended with the C. It was that quick. That was like I had an A until November, December. Did not go to class ever again. And then, Greek came hard. It was weird. And so then I was, ancient Near Eastern studies. And then I switched to psychology. And I didn't really care for that either. And then I was like, bro, stop playing with them. Just become a political science major again and like love politics and stuff. And I did that. And I didn't like that one either, but I just stuck with it. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So should we talk about how the Black Menaces emerged then?
It's a great conversation.
Is that the next point in your story? Or?
It is. Yeah. Because my sophomore year, that's when I like got into like, actually going to BYU and stuff. And that's when I was in the BSU presidency with Nate.
What is that?
Black Student Union presidency with Nate.
I actually know, but for the audience.
No, yeah, I figured you do. And
what is that? And talk a little bit about
so
what
Black
that
Student
is.
Union is an organization for Black students where you just come together, like prop each other up, basically have a space that's comfortable and safe for Black students, that's like within this larger white space. So it's like a Black space that you feel safe and you can just be around Black people freely and function freely, be free, and just be happy.
And do you remember when you first either were seeking for some type of support or community, or when you first learned about the BSU? Or did you learn about that from your brothers?
I knew about the BSU before I even started BYU because of the protest and like activism. I knew I had met Rachel when I did activism that summer in 2020. But I didn't actually do I didn't actually go to BSU for real until I joined the presidency. Because I was if I'm gonna do it, I might as well do it for real. And they needed somebody. I was like, why not? I'll join.
So you showed up, were put in the presidency, and you met Nate almost immediately.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, yeah.
Yeah, I remember. I had been in the presidency the year before, and I had submitted videos, or I had people submit video applications, because you submitted one, right? Yeah. So we had people submit applications submit a video of why you want to be in the presidency, and then we'll vote for you. And so Sebastian submitted his video, and we're just like, who is this guy? I've never met Sebastian. Who is this guy? Who is this platform that he's running on? And so, yeah, he ended up being in the presidency, and we had a good time.
Yeah, we did have a good time. It was a good time.
Mm-hmm.
Did y'all become friends?
Yeah.
We did, yeah, during that time.
That's when we became friends.
Because we were the presidency members who would show up to meetings.
Right.
So we got a lot done together during that time.
He was after the other president that was co-president with Nate left, it was the Nate and Sebastian show, basically.
Yeah. So the first semester we were all doing things together. We ran a pretty smooth.
Yeah, it was good. It was fun.
Pretty tight ship. And then the second semester was when Brad Wilcox happened. My co-president left.
Yeah.
I ended up moving, and a couple other things happened, and it was just a.
So we talked about the Brad Wilcox story when you were here, Nate. Let's talk. Let's tell the story again from Sebastian's standpoint.
Yeah.
And now both of y'all are here.
Yeah, and I'll throw in how Black Menaces started with it because it is one kind of.
Take it back wherever you want.
So January, so a month before Brad Wilcox, popped off in the scene of 2022.
Okay.
So January 2022, I had that's when the idea first started with Black Menaces, and I was talking to people about it, and I think the first person I ever told was actually the co-president of Nate T, and she was all for it, and then she transferred. She left BYU very suddenly.
Mm-hmm. Very suddenly.
And the other people I told, they were like, no. And then February 8th, which is the day Brad Wilcox went viral, right? So Brad Wilcox basically was just gave this racist speech.
Can I pause you? People are getting mad when I interrupt.
No, I don't mind, actually.
I want to just do a little bit of background, just chronologically.
Yeah.
So COVID is starting to end.
Yep.
You're integrated into BYU. You're attending their live.
Mm-hmm.
What can you describe your experiences there that may have built up inside of you?
Yeah, good question.
That led to you wanting, that informed your feelings for what later became Black Menaces.
Yeah, honestly, it was a lot of what I talked about before. It was little things every single day. I would go to school and argue with my whole class. I was poli-sci. Like I said, not the one that is a mute person. I speak my mind when my mind is speaking to me. And I would go to class and I would argue with my professor. I'd argue with the classmates. Whoever had a bad opinion, in my opinion, I would argue with.
What types of topics were most common?
Oh, it could be from things that are very solely political, an international strategy, to why the police respond slowly to Black neighborhoods, or why about racism, or just anything. We talked a lot about policies, and why they were corrupt. We talked about the Muslim ban, just a whole range of topics, and it really was just the day-to-day uncomfortability that I would feel of nobody talks to me really, but unless there was a few people I spoke to, and that's because they were good individuals, but nobody talked to me. it just like I felt
You're saying
outcast.
as a black BYU student,
Yeah.
people like white BYU students weren't super friendly and
Not
communicative?
really. Like, if I sat next to them, like I would sit next to the same people every class period because it's like I knew like who they were. They was more comfortable. But it's like sitting next to them, like they weren't like gonna like be my friend like that. Or just like it was just uncomfortable. Like I don't know how to describe like being at BYU is so uncomfortable, and like as a black person, you get very you get used to people staring at you when you're in white spaces. Being at BYU is like the on drugs version to being stared at in like normal society. Like people are just always staring. Like I don't know.
As a black person.
Yeah, like just imagine everywhere you go, people are always looking at you, but like not looking at you like, oh, he looks good. Not looking at you like, oh, I want to be his friend, or like his outfit. Like just staring, but like it feels like just an uncomfortable stare.
Like the way that people
24/7.
Like the way people were staring at Ken and Barbie in the Barbie movie. That's like how black people stare at black people.
Yeah.
They're just like, what are they wearing?
What is
why do
this
they look like that?
creature?
What's wrong with them? Yeah, you know,
Like it's weird.
Kind of like maybe it's like a natural curiosity mixed with uncomfortability that just makes people not sure how to interact with black people.
And Nate, did you feel the same way?
Oh yeah, absolutely. My form of protection was music. So I always had a giant speaker, and I would always like blast music whenever I walked on campus, and that was the way that I got from class to class without having to like feel uncomfortable, you know, because it was like I can listen to my music, I don't have to focus on anything else, just keep my head down, walk to class, and so that's what I did everywhere I went. It was like my little protective shell.
Yeah, and luckily too, like at this time period, I feel like we created something in like the like lunchroom called the Black Table. Mm-hmm. And the Black Table was like...
This is in the Wilkinson Center?
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
It was at least my saving grace. Like, I skipped a lot of my classes. And I would just sit at the Black Table. Like, that was like the happiness for me. Like, it wasn't going to class. It wasn't going to religion class. It wasn't talking to people at school. It was really just like being around people who understood. And like, we were all be like, damn, BYU's tough. Like, together. Like, we all like felt the same amount of like mental health struggle or the same amount of like toughness. Like we all collectively as a body would come together and like forget about the world, and it would help. Like that's what allowed us to function truly. Like that's why Black Menaces was such a passion project. Like it wasn't like a calculated thing that we did. We're like, oh, we're gonna do X, Y. No, it was truly a passion project that came from like the inside of our souls that allowed us to voice our like emotions. That's truly what Black Menaces started out as. But with Brad Wilcox, he happened to also be our first video.
Okay, one more question before we jump to that. Like I'm thinking about, again, this is my Mormon brain now. The average Mormon who's white, who's from Idaho or Utah or Arizona, if you were to sit down with them, how do you feel about black people? Oh, I love them. Well, you know, are you racist? No. Would you have them as a friend? Absolutely. And these are some of the questions that come out in Black Menaces later, where you'd say, do you have a black friend? You know what I mean? But like, I would guess that so many of them would say, I'm not racist. I don't want to be racist. I love black people. I'm inclusive. I want them around me. I want to have them as friends. I'm trying to figure out the chasm between what we white people think we are and what we want and how we act. All that perception, like, and I used to think about this in high school. Like, I'm growing up in Katy, Texas. There's
you grew up in Katy, Texas?
Yeah, I went to Katy High School.
That's crazy. My debate coach grew up in Katy, Texas.
What did?
Yeah, my debate coach in high school.
What was his name?
Her name, Amber Lee Reynolds.
Oh.
Yeah.
Katy had really good debate teams.
Yeah, crazy. Sorry, that was very off topic. You said Katy, Texas, and threw me off.
It was a man, right? Yeah, right. Anyway, I grew up in Katy. But like, I would notice, like, okay, there's white tables. Yeah. And then the Hispanics are all sitting together. And then the black people are all sitting together in my high school. And I hated that. Yeah. Like, why are we all equally distributed? And I didn't get it. I didn't want it to be that way. I hated it, but I didn't know how to fix it. Yeah. And same with at BYU. Like, I'm sure there's a ton of BYU students running around thinking, I want Sebastian as a friend. I want Nate as a friend. I want to have friends of all types. And yet it doesn't happen. Yeah. Mm-hmm. How do we, like, I know I'm asking a question in the middle of your story.
That's okay.
But like, I don't think the average BYU student would want there to be segregation or a black table where y'all had to sit and commiserate so that you could get through.
Yeah.
Why does it happen?
Honestly, I think like a big part of it is that like especially at BYU and probably across the country too, is like a lot of white people don't know how to interact with black people normally. Like it, like you could tell the difference between somebody who has black friends and somebody who doesn't rather. Like you can feel like it's just, it's really, I think it's kind of hard to explain, but it's like the way somebody interacts with you, you can feel like their genuinity and the realness of them. Like, I don't want you to like missionary friend me. You know what I mean? Like, and that's how a lot of it is like, oh my gosh, so where are you from, man? Like just like stuff that like, it's like, know me, like it's like just get to know me as like a human, you know what I mean? But without like assuming all of like, I don't know, like without the conversation being inherently around blackness. Like when me and Nate first met, like, yeah, we talked about blackness and like black things, but it's like we became friends because we're friends, because like we understood each other, like as normal friends do. And so I think like what happens so much, and a lot of people who have come up to me like, I would love to be your friend. Like, okay, so like, let's talk. Like some people you just don't click with. I'm not really the person to force friends with anybody. But like, I think what happens a lot though is like some people just can't interact with black people and you can tell. It's like you just don't know how to speak to me. Like you don't know how to, like your jokes are racist. Like, I don't know how to tell you, like, that joke about black people you just made is not funny. You know what I mean? Like, you think it's cool to call me brother. I'm cool on it. You know what I mean? Like, or like a lot of what happens the absolute most when it comes to interacting with black people is people like appropriate black culture when talking to black people. So it's like they start to speak in like AAVE. And they like are like brother, and they
elaborate on what that is.
African American vernacular English. So like when people say like they're speaking black, like that's what African American vernacular English is.
Formerly known as Ebonics.
Ebonics, right? Like it is a language amongst black people, and it has grammatical rules, like has everything, and like there has actually been studies where like black kids and white kids took a same test, and when it was using AAV, African American vernacular English, and the black kids scored well and white kids didn't score well at all, because it's like it is a language and it has meaning and whatever. So like, but it's like when people will come, they try to it's like a weird thing. It's like so hard to explain, but like they try to encapsulate themselves as like black individuals too in a weird way. Like they try to be like cool for black people, but it's like, just be you. Like you are you, I'm me, Nate's Nate. Like if we get along because we understand each other, not because we're being fake people to each other. You know what I mean? Like we, like as a friend, you shouldn't have to be different. And I think that's what happens a lot of times, like just basic interactions, like, and that, I don't know. Yeah.
I mean, go ahead, Nate.
Yeah, I was going to say, if I could just kind of encapsulate all of that, I would say that it kind of comes down to like one thing, and that's fear. I think it's kind of interesting because it's just kind of like a cycle that repeats itself, and it's a cycle that was created by the same people that are caught in the cycle now. Where, you know, during the civil rights movement, they had to figure out a way to get widespread support behind civil rights, because everybody hated Dr. King. Like his movement was not supported. They had to figure out a way how to get that widespread support, and the only way that they could do that was by showing like the atrocities that were happening to black people in the South. And so when they broadcast nationally, black children being arrested, beaten, sprayed with water hoses, bitten by German shepherds, like white people saw those things, and it became a terrifying thing to be seen as a racist individual, because racist people were linked with those images of violence, those images of horror. They were linked with slavery, with the Ku Klux Klan, with lynchings. Like those are the scenes that come to mind when we think of racism and stuff like that. And I think a lot of people, white people especially, are terrified to be hit with that label or with that connotation because of the implications of that, right? Because there's no way that a good person can possibly, be a member of the Ku Klux Klan. There's no way you can be an upstanding Christian in your community, a member of, your local city government, but then also ride with the KKK at night. There's no way that those can be possible. Those are only bad people, right? So I think a lot of white people have this innate fear of being perceived or interpreted as racist. And so when they speak with black people, a lot of the times that fear comes out. And so they're trying to do things to like overcompensate, whether it's like talking in AAVE or trying to find things to relate on so that they're not perceived as racist, so that they're not seen as racist, or so that they're not stuck with that label. For me personally, my favorite white people in the world are the people that just treat me as a person for me, and they're not, that fear is not present there. So like John, in talking with you, we've known each other for a little while now. And like, in all of our interactions, one of the things that I always tell, when I'm talking to other Menaces or things like that, I'm like, John is one of the most intentional white people that I know. Where like, you're always making that effort to be aware. Like even when you brought up transphobia, or when you recognize like, thinking that the debate coach was a man instead of a woman, which is like a mistake that, I made the same mistake in my head too, right? So like, but being able to like point those things out, that's very intentional, right? Yep. And so I respect you a lot for that. And, it's the same with like the white people that I choose to interact with in my life. They're all people that are very intentional about those types of things and are able to put that fear on the back burner and just see me as a person first and not as someone who could potentially label them. And I think that's probably the hang up where a lot of white people run into is because they feel like they have to change who they are or be a different version of themselves in order to try and be seen or perceived as a different way because they're terrified of getting hit with that racist label. But the truth is we just need to recognize that is inside of all of us, and we have to like combat that and actively be working on that on a regular basis rather than just pushing it down or pushing it to the side or dismissing it.
Can I throw one more thing in there real quick?
Thank you.
Two is, well said, very well said, Nate, I was just going to say, to add another part of this conversation is that like, what happens a lot is people bring up like black struggles and like black pain in these conversations, especially like first to like third, in these beginning conversations. I just met you and we're talking about police brutality. You know what I mean? Like, this is not a conversation I want to have with you. It's not a conversation I want to have every day. And it's definitely not a conversation I want to have over lunch and we just met for the first time. You know what I mean? Like, and I think that's happens a lot too is like, people want to show some people want to either, learn, or some people want to like show their allyship. And I think like you don't have to show allyship by explicitly stating allyship, and it's not somebody's burden or job to teach all the time. Like this is a setting where like it makes sense to like talk about or ask questions that like are deeper and like in tune with stuff. But it's like if we're getting lunch on a random Tuesday, like, or if I meet you in the grocery store and I'm like, hey, how do you think about police brutality? No, like, leave me alone. Like, this is a conversation I want to have every once in a while, And I think that's what happens a lot, too, is people jump into conversations that aren't needed to, like, show who you are. Like, being yourself will show your allyship more than, like, some statements that will, like, pro-black. Like, okay, cool. How about you just be pro-black,
Yeah, well, as I'm just reflecting, and I appreciate so much all this insight, and what I think we all want is just to be treated normal, just for who we are. And if you've never been around a person of color, you don't know what to say, you're nervous, and you've either got biases that you're trying to beat back, or you're like trying to overcompensate because it's all awkward and weird when we just all want to be treated normal.
Yeah.
But if you've never had any of that experience, it's almost impossible to arrive at that interaction normal.
Yeah.
So I think that's part of why it's so hard. I don't know. It's dumb. I hate it. And I don't know I think that's what busing was trying to do, right? Wasn't busing just trying to integrate everybody? So that maybe we'd start really early. You know what I mean? Being more natural with everybody.
Yeah.
But I'm so frustrated that in 2024, it's still so hard.
I think too is like a lot of that normalcy can come from like engaging with like cultures that are not yours online. Like, if I watch, like, say I was like a white person and I watched black shows, you understand culture more. If you listen to like black music, which most people do, or if you read books about, if you're engaging with culture and like history about a certain group of people that you don't belong to, like part of that normalcy will become natural. Because I'm not gonna, like, if I was a white person, I'm not gonna meet a black person and be scared I'm gonna say the wrong thing because I've seen it. You know what I mean? Like, I've engaged, like, maybe all my friends aren't black, but I've know how to speak to a black person because I've watched black people speak a lot, or I've listened to them speak, or I've worked intentionally on myself. Like, there's part of that, like your at-home training will change how you show up in the place. Like, it's the same way, like, you don't show up to corporate America and learn how to speak professional on day one. No, but like you prepare. You know what I mean? Like, you don't just show up knowing how to speak all these different things. Like, you work at it. But the same way is like you have to be working at every aspect of life societally or socially. It's just that we don't want to because we're lazy.
Okay. Okay, so going back to BYU, are y'all aware of a study? You know how they do like campuses with the hottest people, or like campuses that are like most unsafe for women, whatever. Have there been like most racist campuses? Do you know? And is BYU ever?
I don't, but I think BYU was top at like one of the top at the hottest campuses.
Oh, yeah.
Interesting. I know that
pretty
they were
sure
top
I
for
was
like,
shocked.
Playboy used to say like hottest women in BYU. Like top
I'm
three
pretty
kind of
sure.
thing.
It's probably just because they're all. Well, I won't get into that.
But y'all aren't aware of like ratings of how quote racist BYU is.
I'm not sure.
You haven't heard.
I'm not sure. No.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a good question though. I'm not sure.
Okay. So now let's get to Brad Wilcox.
Yeah.
So the lunch table's thriving.
So lunch table's thriving. It's a BSU. It's a Black Student Union meeting, right? Tuesday, 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock at this point. Meeting's over, and I'm like, y'all heard what Brad Wilcox. Like, this was like heavy in our community at this time. Like, we were all feeling it.
So tell Never Mormons who Brad Wilcox is and what he said.
Brad Wilcox is a religious professor and like high in the Mormon church. And basically what he said is like regarding like black people couldn't have the priesthood until 1978 or go into the temple, right? So basically black people were excluded from salvation.
In the Mormon church.
Yeah. And he basically said like, why are we asking why black people couldn't have the da-da-da until 1978? We should be asking, why did white people not have it until 29,
Yeah.
And it like,
and he was saying it to an almost fully white audience.
Yeah.
Right? And he's taught that multiple times.
A ton of times, yeah. And luckily somebody recorded and put on the internet, and it like just blew up in Mormon world, Mormon land. It went crazy.
I'm the one who put it on the internet.
Oh, come on.
It was Jay.
Hey, goated. Hey, you are the reason solely for Black Menaces now. That's cool. I didn't know that. That's funny. Yeah. I like that.
I know someone in that area who shared it with me.
That's dope. That's live. I didn't know that. All right, look at you.
I'm not trying to get credit.
No, you deserve credit.
Absolutely.
You're our first video.
This is Ground Central. It happened to that desk right there.
That's crazy. That's dope.
That's cool.
That's so funny, actually. It's so, so John put it on the internet. We all saw it.
Yeah.
And
he said a lot of other super cringy things.
A ton of stuff.
He hit all of the isms, every single one. Xenophobia, sexism, like he got them all. So
like he said other religions are playing church, but we're actually doing church, right? Like,
he said it was baffling how much he said, actually.
Yeah.
And
the 45 minutes is just garbage.
It's like
garbage.
the decathlon of cringe.
Right. You know what I mean? And he aced. He was number one.
A cringe cathalon, if you will.
Olympic gold medalist.
And if you look at like the Mormon stories, like metrics, like web metrics or analytics, it's like YouTube was doing this, and then Brad Wilcox. And it was like it was monstrous.
Man,
it was crazy.
It was our first real major going viral.
That's crazy.
YouTube moment.
Yeah. And honestly, ours too. So thank you. And so it was like heavy in our community at this time. Like I didn't realize how much it was like burdening me.
How did you emotionally? How did you receive that? And
honestly, I thought it was like nothing. Like, I was like, same old, right? Like, something happens every semester at BYU that's racist. Like, this is fine. And then I had a class, like, called the Civil Rights Seminar. It's a group of 12 black people, and there was one like Sane. She's been on the show. It was 12 black people in Sane, and who is Polynesian
from Oakland. Yeah, she's fantastic.
She is. And so we're all together, and we just start talking about like, how is this making y'all feel? And next thing you know, basically the whole room is like in tears and like, yo, I didn't realize how much this has been affecting me. Like nobody like, because like you don't get through BYU by feeling everything.
Not
like you can't. You can't feel all of the emotions. Like you have to compartmentalize and move on unless you don't want to graduate. Because I feel like the more you feel, the more likely you are to leave because there's a lot of stuff to feel. And so we had all been compartmentalizing. Woo. And we all like, this is like the Friday we're like breaking down. But like, so like I didn't, honestly not as well as I thought it was. I thought it was perfect. Turns out, crazy. We got feelings. And, but this day at BSU, February 8, 2022, come on, that's a bar.
That's nice.
And anyways, we made a reaction video to it. It's like 13 BSU black students.
Yeah.
And we like did a little thing, green screen, and none of us know what we were doing.
It was kind of cringing, right? Like you played Brad Wilcox audio. Yeah. And you're all like, oh.
Yeah, we're like, oh my gosh, what you say?
Just reacting to it, yeah. Mm-hmm.
And it was our overnight had 5,000 views. Mm-hmm. And we're like, oh my God. Like, we are them. Like, bro, what? Like, Black Menaces, we're famous. And we started making more and more videos. Like, that's when we asked, like, what's your favorite thing about BYU? And everybody was like, nothing. Like, you know, Rachel's infamous line was like, BYU pays me, eh. And like, just like everybody was like rating their experience. It was like 0, 0. Like, it was just like real, but we were laughing. Like, this was like the first thing that had brought us joy. So like Brad Wilcox, thank you a little bit because you like kicked Black Menaces off. Thank you, John, for posting, Brad. And this was what started Black Menaces though. Like for like, it was, that's why I say it's such a passion project. It was like, it was beautiful to us. Like Black Menaces wasn't, it was what we looked forward to. Like every day I was like, oh my God, I get to go to school and do Black Menaces. I didn't go to school for real. Like I didn't go to class, but I did Black Menaces. And that was like joyful to me. Like, cause I did something that mattered. You know what I mean? So
I have to ask, when a Mormon thinks about speaking up, you know, and I don't know how much of the history you know, but like I was at BYU when they were excommunicating scholars and professors and firing professors for just talking about Mother in Heaven or, you know, just like talking about feminism.
Yeah.
And that was enough to get you excommunicated or, you know, kicked off campus. Like you have that moment of like, whoa, like what? Wait, we want to do this thing. It'd be super meaningful and fun to do this thing. But like there might be very serious consequences anywhere from getting kicked out of school, losing our diploma, to being excommunicated. Yeah. Or to just being socially ostracized or marginalized or disappointing our parents.
Yeah. They had a meeting.
What?
I was saying they had a meeting a couple of weeks after we started Black Menaces about whether or not to expel us.
Yeah. So like, they did. I was just, when I saw that video drop, I thought a couple things. I was like, this is amazing. And like, this is really bad for BYU and the church. If this continues, good for these kids. But like, I wonder if they know what they're doing. Yeah. And I wonder how this is going to end. Yeah. So did y'all have that conversation or thoughts as you were considering whether or not to do it? Or was it just like uncontrollable?
I think it was honestly uncontrollable. Like there was no stopping. Like I don't think I would have taken no for an answer for real. Like I remember when I brought it up to Nate and Nate was like, let's do it. I was like, oh my God, did he just say yes? Like that's how I imagined. Cause I remember I brought it up to like, we were doing it, right? I asked Nate and Nate was like, yes. I asked one of our other members, Kenethia, and she was like, yes. I asked other people outside and they were like, nah, I don't know about that one like that. Like they were like, they showed that fear a lot. Like they were like,
That's true. Because a lot of people were not willing to promote us.
Nobody was. And then we had 10,000 followers in a week and they all wanted to jump on. And they're like, okay, maybe. I was like, oh, weird. And then like, obviously at that point, it's like, you said no. Like, I mean, you can help and support, but it's like, there's only so much you can do. And to me, like, I believe a lot in like people's word and principle and stuff. And like, if you don't want to help before it's something, I don't feel like you should be able to jump on
bandwagon
when it's something. Like, I feel like that's weird to me. You weren't about it when we had 0 followers. You know what I mean? So don't be about it now.
So the main principles in Black Menaces were who?
Us two. So me, Nate, Rachel Weaver, Kenethia, and somebody named Kylie.
So there's 5.
5 officially. But now it's really me, Nate, and Rachel.
Okay. So you start releasing these videos.
Yeah.
The ex-Mormon internet goes viral.
Yep.
Goes
It went
wild.
crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And everyone's loving it. Then what
Yeah.
happens? Like within a couple of weeks? Like,
Yeah. So honestly, ex-Mormons are the reason that Black Menaces is something. Like, I will fully say, like,
Oh, absolutely. They were our first community for sure.
the absolute first community. Like, all the comments were ex-Mormons.
Yeah. Oh,
Everybody.
long before people at other colleges were recognizing us and all that, the ex-Mormons were holding us down.
They were easily probably our first 50,000
Oh,
followers.
absolutely. Yeah.
Like,
So shout out to the ex-Mormon community. We love y'all.
And I give them props anytime I talk about like building a Black Menaces, because without the ex-Mormon community, like Black Menaces wouldn't have grown, because they were
sending
our
us
first support.
Yeah, because they donated to BSU when that happened.
Yeah.
Yep. All the time.
Heavy. And like, they truly made Black Menace, like they helped us grow, and they gave us like a foundation of like, bro, they were like, because I remember it was so many people that were like, I used to be Mormon, I used to go to BYU, like, I'm so proud of you.
Yeah.
And like, there's something about like people who've been where you are telling you like, I'm proud of you, and like this is validating something in me from 20 years ago that really speaks to like your soul, I think. You know what I mean? Like, when I've met people who have told me like, you have validated all of my experiences at BYU, like with your videos, like to me that meant a lot, because it's like, it's hard to explain why BYU is so tough. It's very hard to do.
It is. You have to experience it.
Yeah, you have to experience it. But something about Black Menaces putting it on video showed the world like BYU is not easy.
They
And
gave people
BYU
a
is
voice.
weird.
Yeah. Yeah, just give people a voice.
Yeah. So shout out to ex-Mormons.
Okay, and let me ask about that. So ex-Mormons are scary to the world,
Yeah.
especially non-believers.
Yes.
Sorry, let me start that over. Ex-Mormons are scary to believers.
Yep.
And as far as I know, y'all were still believers at that point.
Sort of.
At least you didn't tell us that you had lost your faith.
I hadn't.
before
Oh, I
that
didn't tell no.
point.
I had left the church at that point though.
What?
Yeah, that was my secret. Oh, I'm telling my story right now. So I forgot I'm telling my story.
So before Black Menaces
Yeah.
and Brad Wilcox,
I stopped going to church October of 2021.
we got to go back.
I forgot. Sorry.
Okay.
I always leave this part out when I'm telling Black Menaces, because I've been conditioned to like not tell people the truth. Because
BYU.
what can you do? Yeah, I stopped believing in the church. Honestly, probably before then, but I stopped like actively going to church October 21. It all aligned with like my marriage and divorce. The moment I got divorced was the moment I stopped going to church. Because I just knew, I don't know, I just knew like, I had told her like, if we, like leave each other, like I'm gonna not, I said, I'm scared that I won't be Mormon anymore. Like verbatim. Like I was scared of it. And then I realized like, I can't do it. Like it doesn't go with me. Like we don't fit in the same boxes. My brain doesn't formulate the same opinions, ideas. Like I don't believe what you believe. Like I can't. And it was liberating.
So had you intellectually processed your Mormonism at that point in terms
Yeah.
of like learning about the history of racism, learning about Joseph Smith and the truth claims, the CBS letter stuff, the Mormon story stuff?
Sorta.
Did you process that prior to leaving or not? Because some
No,
people
yeah.
just become a Jack Mormon and fall away, but they
Yeah.
don't do the intellectual and the emotional process.
So I left purely on like the doctrinal inconsistencies and like how I just didn't agree with him. Like I just simply couldn't agree with the fact that they thought being gay was a sin. Like I just couldn't agree with it. Like foundationally, I was like, it's not a sin. It doesn't make sense. And like it's easy to use ancient Bible scriptures as defense, but queer phobia was rampant at that time as well. So it's like, of course you use old, outdated scriptures that aren't even about being gay as, clarification. Or I couldn't, get with the idea of like prophets. Like prophets have led us astray time and time again, like without failure have led us astray. I I couldn't get with the idea that like you have to give your soul to this organization. Like I thought it just didn't go with me. Like something about like giving your all to something that doesn't give you its all is like strange to me. Mm-hmm. I felt like I was also like I said, like I had all these callings in different times in my life, and like I would why am I spending 12 hours on a Sunday on the day of rest working for the church for free, mind you? I didn't get paid. I should have got paid. Absolutely. But it's like I'm getting worked to death to do something that's like, to organize meetings for some old white people that like don't care about me for real. Like, and like some of those people have come back and deemed me nonsense. Like in over time, like reacting to my activism too. Mm-hmm. So it's like I knew like I never comfortable with you and it makes sense. So it's like there were just like things that I just didn't get with. And like also to be frank, I just knew I'm actually not gonna say that. Anyways.
Oh man, don't filter. Well,
this one I should filter just for BYU's sake.
Okay.
I'll tell it after. No, but it's like there was just things that I just like couldn't, that I no longer identified with, and eventually I read like I still haven't finished CES letter, to be honest. It didn't matter. Like it wasn't why I left. Like I didn't leave because of like the nonsense of like why the Book of Mormon's fake or whatever. I just don't agree with. I just stopped agreeing with it. It's like you propping up inequalities and inconsistencies and manipulation and gaslighting, and it also didn't help because of my experiences on my mission that I felt like it increased the amount of manipulation I thought the church had. And like, I also was trapped. I felt trapped at BYU, so that didn't help. I felt like I was like manipulated to get married, which also didn't help. So it's like, when you feel all of these different things, like, I think the marriage though was like the nail in the coffin, because it was like, it's a really long story, but it's like, I felt very like forced to get married, and which is why I didn't end very well. And I felt like I had no power in the situation. And I felt like that was because of the God that Mormonism created in my brain that made me be gaslit by other people, but also spiritually and emotionally gaslight myself. Mm-hmm. Which I give 100% credit to. Well, not 100%, but like the vast majority of credit to Mormonism, because it trained me to gaslight myself over and over again until I couldn't take it anymore.
Okay. Yeah. And so, and did you dig into the racism stuff, the Brigham Young statements, the priesthood ban? Was that a part of your deconstruction at that point?
Not heavily. Also, like I used to, honestly, the biggest parts of my deconstruction was to learning to stop thinking black and white. So stopping black and white thinking. And I used to always watch on Facebook Muslim versus Christian debates, and the Muslim person always would win in my category of videos that I watched, or atheist versus Christian. And it just like, I feel like watching
the Jubilee.
These were like off-brand random things with like bad quality random people. And I would just like listen, and like if I would try to create arguments against these people, sometimes sometimes I could, sometimes I couldn't. And eventually it just deconstructed like my ideas of Christianity and religion and Mormonism overall, that I was like, I don't know if I believe in any of these things rather. And then eventually I did dig more into like history stuff, and it was just like validation. I was like, yeah, I knew y'all were crazy. Like I knew a good amount, but it was like the more and more I read or would read and stuff, like y'all been crazy for real, huh? So
yeah. I've studied a bit just why people leave, and there's sort of a bucket of truth claims and history stuff. There's a bucket of like abuse or harm, which I think was certainly part of it for you.
Yeah, for sure.
But there's also just the bucket of it's not working. It doesn't feel good.
Yeah.
That's its own bucket.
Yeah.
You don't even have to be mad about LGBT rights or Joseph Smith's, 14-year-old girls, whatever. It's just like, I hate this.
Literally, yeah.
Is that kind of, were you mostly just, I hate this isn't working for me?
I feel like it was like the mixture of the latter. Like there was like a few of the first things, like historical things, of course, but like it was like manipulation, like things I did was not comfortable with. And then like this, it was just sucky. Like this is not a good life. Like I didn't enjoy life at that point. Like 2021, it was the worst year of my life.
Really?
Categorically.
Worse than your mission, which you almost wanted to die.
Oh, I wanted to die in 2021 too. So it just added up. 2021 was, well, like without a doubt, was the worst year of my life.
But you didn't, when you were telling that story, I didn't get that same vibe. I'm not doubting you.
Oh no, for sure.
I'm just saying you didn't, on your mission, you were just saying.
I think my mission had a lot of like reasons that I like will like easily go into. 2020 was good. 2020 was good. I didn't really speak a lot about 2021. I kind of glazed over it because a lot of it is like that marriage I was in, which comes with a lot of like baggage of what was occurring on the day to day, and some things are left better unsaid.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So like 2021, yeah, categorically was worse than my mission. Absolutely.
Because you felt alone, because you felt like you were out of place, constantly being watched.
Oh, it was like everything. Like it was like all of it put together. It was like racism, emotional. It was like everything added together, multiplied by 10.
Okay.
And like adding like normal life to the spiritual manipulation.
Yeah.
All worked together against each other.
I'm so sorry.
It's all right.
Yeah.
Yeah. I disassociated most of 2021 too. So I don't remember a lot of it.
I think I've dissociated most of my life, actually.
Hey, I'm with you.
And I'm not trying to say it's equal.
No,
I'm just saying.
I feel nothing.
I think Mormons can be world-class disassociators.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
World class.
I'm still trying to heal from that.
That's absolutely right.
Yeah. Just for my own stuff. Anyway,
Yeah.
Okay. So by the time Brad Wilcox, February of 2022 comes around.
Yeah.
Okay, now how is that? Because at BYU, you got to sign the honor code, which means you have to profess belief and your willingness to behave.
Yeah.
And then you have to, if you're not believing or not behaving, you have to worry about renewing your ecclesiastical endorsement, getting kicked out, someone finding out,
Yeah.
and appearing active
Yeah.
out of fear of bishops cutting you off.
Yeah.
So, like, how are you dealing with that?
Yeah. Tough. I dealt with it toughly. I feel like I was lucky in a lot of circumstances. I had good bishops. I will say like people who cared more about me as an individual than they cared about like their religious beliefs and like the like certain things that like BYU commanded. And like I feel like when I spoke, I lived in Orem after like 2020, end of 2021 up to before I moved to Salt Lake. And so 2021, the rest of my college career, I lived in Orem. And the bishops I had were very understanding and they were very like real, like they liked Black Menaces. Like one of my bishops was an ex-religious professor at BYU who hated BYU or like didn't have a good experience at BYU. Didn't hate it, but like had a negative experience at BYU and was like that makes sense. And he liked Black Menaces and was like, you know, like just be honest with me. And I was honest with him. And it was helpful because I could be more real with the people who had to give me endorsements. And they told me that they weren't going to sabotage my education over the belief or lack thereof, which is something that I knew I was favored for, I feel like, because I know a lot of people who didn't have the opportunity, who didn't have like the bishop who cared more about them as an individual than their religion.
Yeah.
So I was very lucky. I feel very lucky at this point because I was able to, because I feel like having 2 years of BYU and not believing in Mormonism was extremely difficult, but it was better than it could have been because of like the bishops that I did have.
Well, shout out to those bishops,
Shout out to them.
and leaders who
absolutely.
were supportive of you.
Yeah.
Because I've met people who were kicked out of BYU, or
Yeah.
they finished but they weren't given their diplomas.
Yeah.
Like that's a real thing.
Yeah. I was nervous. Like,
Yeah.
I remember my first ecclesiastical endorsement after, so the summer of 2022, I was super nervous. I just didn't like, I was like, this could go horrible. You know what I mean? Like, I've heard about everybody's experience and they're not going well. And, but he sat me down and was like, just be honest with me. He's like, I talked to your last bishop and he said all these great things about you. And, but like, be honest with me. Like, how do you actually feel? And I just like was pretty honest with him. I'm not gonna say I was pretty honest with him, I'm gonna say. And that you know, got me through, and I lived the honor code as I needed to, and I was good. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. And I'll just say one last thing. Sorry.
No stress.
Like, so the Trump presidency was 16 to 20.
Yeah.
And then Biden takes over in 2021.
Yeah.
January 6th happens. But
Yeah.
I just remember, as someone who cares about BYU and who watches Mormon stuff, seeing come out of BYU this sort of like really conservative, almost like surprisingly problematic political mentalities that led to like Holland having to give that musket talk.
Yeah.
Where clearly Holland was hearing from like super, we'll just say Christian nationalist kind of Mormons saying, I'm not sure I want to send my kids to BYU because it's becoming too woke.
Yeah.
And so I remember through Twitter and through other blogs or outlets, this sort of really scary, almost Christian nationalist form of Mormonism emerging at BYU, when I would have thought BYU would have been coming around more progressive. It was almost some parts of it becoming more reactionary towards Christian nationalism. Did you experience that?
Yeah. I feel like with every, like the more progress, the farther people go back. And like there's two separate, two separate sides. That's why Superman's always fighting like a monster from a different Earth. Like he's not fighting, the normal, he's not fighting the mafia, Obviously weird example, but same vibe is like the more I feel like we and other people at BYU pushed back like to make BYU more progressive, more inclusive, more open, I feel like the crazier other people got. Like people were crazy when I got there for sure. But people are outspokenly crazy. Like more now, I feel like. Like now that talk is required at BYU.
The musket talk.
Yeah.
Yeah. They make
now it's required to
read it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's required to read now. And it's like the church is so worried about progress that they're pushing back in such a radical way that it's pushing more people out, in my opinion. Because it's like you can't even fake inclusivity when you use the musket talk as a required speech, or like when I remember when Black Menaces started, I swear I saw the talk that was directed at us. And maybe that's crazy.
I think I know which one you're talking about.
But I swear there was a talk that was like felt directed like at Black Menaces.
Wasn't it Elder Oaks when he like was talking about social media or something?
And maybe I can't, because I didn't watch it or anything, but I remember like reading about it and just like being like, that has to be about us. Like that's about something, like, and maybe that's me, being in my own little bubble, like thinking I'm cooler than I am. But like, that's also not something the church wouldn't do.
Mm-hmm.
You know
That's
what I mean?
When we
Like
were popping too. That was April 22.
that was when we were going crazy. And so yeah, I feel like people increase their opposition. Like the things that we've captured on camera have truly been baffling. Like it's crazy.
So the racism got worse at BYU after Black Menaces. Is that fair to say? Or
it's hard to know because when I started Black Menaces, the farther I got into Black Menaces, the farther I removed myself from BYU.
Mm-hmm. Did you feel unsafe at that point?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. And like, it was like, I went to a BYU football game last fall and I went with my brothers. And they were all like on edge for me because like 1 in 3 people like mean mugged me at a BYU football game.
What is that?
Like looked at me like disgustingly, basically like
What word you use? That?
mean mug.
Mean mug. Like giving the evil eye.
Yeah, like, and
mug,
so
yeah.
they were like, bro, like one of my brothers was like, do they stare at you like this all the time? And I was like, yeah, they do. And he was like, that, like, this is like a dark-skinned black man. And it was like, bro, that is crazy. So it's like, as like a black person who was like newer to Utah and obviously grew up in America, same like white supremacist society, was like shocked of like, why are they looking at you like this? Like, but it's like, that's why we didn't go nowhere. Like, that's why I would stay at home in Provo, you know, like, because people genuinely like hated us. Like, without using a different word, like they hated us. Like, a lot of people liked us, which I was very grateful for. We have a lot of support at BYU, but we also have a lot of hate at BYU. So it's obviously a mixed bag, but a lot of people, they don't play no more with us. So.
Yeah, that's true.
I was secretly hoping that the BYU student body would like embrace you all and be cheering you on and making you feel super welcome.
Yeah.
But it sounds like you became more isolated and afraid.
It's a mixed bag, you know, like I never want to say we weren't cheered on. I try to always give like a very objective opinion because like we have been cheered on by certain BYU students. Like there's a lot of like, especially white BYU students who are very grateful for us, who love us, who I have a lot of love for as well. And like they come up to us and tell us when we go to BYU. There just also is a lot of BYU students who despise us because they think we hate BYU, because we hate Mormonism, we want us to talk bad about them. They think that we have some ulterior motive, and that's to like end Mormonism and it's all or something. Be honest with you, I don't really care about Mormonism. Like, to be frank, like, I hope y'all figure y'all stuff out. You know what I mean? Stop harming people. But like, all of what I care about is like problematic attitudes and actions and ways that people discriminate. And just so happens that Mormonism does that, and so does BYU. So you have been a product of like that activism. But it's like, so a lot of people hate us and a lot of people like us, but it's a mixed bag. And you never know what you're going to get. But it's like the people that love us, it's nice to feel, but there's a lot more people that hate us. And that takes away from like, it's hard to move in a space where most people don't like you all the time.
I agree with that. I said so that was my last semester when we started Black Menaces. And for that semester, maybe about 2 weeks after we started Black Menaces is when I stopped going to class. And I think there was only one class that I went to. And it was what class was it? Was it psychology or gender?
Was it capstone? Oh.
I don't know. Whatever class it was like a class that was like a topic that I was, kind of passionate about. So I went to that class. But I think I was taking 18 credits. I stopped going to all my classes. Because I just didn't want to be in that environment. I didn't have like the capacity to be in those spaces anymore. And so the only time that I was on campus, I would come to campus, I would go to the Black table, I would record Black Menaces videos with Sebastian, Rachel, Kylie, Kenithia, and then I would go home. Or I'd like go to the library and like go to a corner and do homework by myself. On the 5th floor of the Wilk, there was a back hallway with like a stairwell that was always empty. I would just go up there and be up there for hours all day, doing my classwork, virtual stuff. But I just couldn't bring myself to like go and be in those classrooms, in those spaces, because I just didn't feel safe there. I didn't feel comfortable. And like at the time, I was just like, oh, it's just whatever. I didn't really think about it at the time because I was trying to get through BYU, get through that last semester. But looking back on it now, that was a very dark place to be, where you feel like you can't even go to your classes. Right. You feel like you're barely making it through the semester. One of my classes, this is not like, obviously it's not something to brag about, but one of my classes, I barely made it through, like by the skin of my teeth. I think I graduated with like a 60.1 or something like that.
Been there, done that.
Yeah. But like that was all I could muster. I had to email the professor. I was like, hey, I've struggled a lot this semester. I'm doing my best. Is there any way I can like make up some of this classwork that I missed? And, he was nice enough to let me do that. And, I was able to get my diploma. But yeah, I contemplated dropping out multiple times that semester.
Absolutely.
And Black Menaces was one of the only things that kept me going. That's why I went to campus. If I didn't have that, I probably would have just, I might have dropped out my last semester of college. Who knows what would happen. So.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, well, I can't at all imagine what y'all were feeling. What I can say is that in my little way of trying to not only be an activist, but be an activist in living amongst the people you're being I don't think I could ever. It would be hard for me to find other people that could understand or even understand more the psychological tax it is to speak out against a group and to continue dwelling amongst the people you're speaking out against or the culture you're speaking out against. Because I don't think evolutionarily we evolved to do this. I think go back 1,000 or 2,000 years, you speak out against your tribe, they kill you. Or they abandon you and you die. Mm-hmm. So I think we're wired to have all sorts of really unhealthy chemicals course through our veins if we speak out against the tribe. And so to just do that and to just say, I'm doing it, and I'm going to still look you people in the eye and walk around with you and exist with you, unless you do it, you really can't understand what that does to your physiology and your psychology. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, anyway, I think I know at least a little bit of what y'all were experiencing, and I just can't. I mean, it's something I'll always respect. I talked to a whistleblower the other day, James Huntsman. He's the one who did some whistleblowing on the church's finances. Mm-hmm. And he was talking about another friend of his who he's like, yeah, he's a whistleblower too, and I'll always take his call because once you've been a whistleblower, you understand what it's like, and then you just really have so much respect for other people that do it. And of course, that's how I've always felt about y'all. So
appreciate it. You too.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah. Okay, so the ex-Mormons step up, support Black Menaces. Yeah. You start cranking out those videos.
Yeah.
Let's talk about the administration's response to Black Menaces, because that was crazy to watch.
Yeah.
You said within a couple weeks, right?
Yeah, so...
Don't mention any names. No specific names.
Basically, a few weeks later, this thing happened where another student reported a few of us to... Well, actually, it started with Brad Wilcox, matter of fact. I'm happy to throw his name.
You paid him a visit.
We paid him a visit. And I actually
tell people about that visit.
So it happened to fall in the same week as something called Perspectives. It's our Black cultural celebration at BYU. We use it as like a dress up week to celebrate. Like we just wanted to have fun.
BYU is lame, and so we tried to make it exciting. We made a spirit week, and so we had a theme for every day. Yep.
And the day we showed up to Brad Wilcox was Black Panther Day.
Yeah.
And so it was like, I wasn't there actually. I was with my friend, but a group of like 10. Nate, you were there.
Yeah, I was there.
You tell the story.
So
you were there, so it's better. It makes sense.
Yeah. So and the thing is, this is my second time being president of Black Student Union. I had done this before. There was an incident where a student had said the N-word in class in front of another Black student. And so the Black Student Union had gone to that class, spoken with the professor, and then we had sat down with the class. I mean, basically just kind of like a takeover of the class. And so this is something that we had done before. So we set out to do the same thing, except this time we were dressed up as Black Panthers and also political climates and whatnot. But we go here and we didn't. We went to his class. We found out when his class was going to be. And we go in, we go to the building so that we could go into the classroom, and we were going to sit down in the classroom. And then just like make our presence known and be like, hey, Brad Wilcox, we're the Black students on campus. Like, we're the ones that you affected by this. We're making our presence known here. Mm-hmm. And like, if they wanted to have a discussion, we would have a discussion. Otherwise, we were just going to sit there quietly and then go talk with them afterwards. But we show up and there's security posted at the door of the classroom.
Somebody snitched. Can you imagine? Yeah. And I'm pretty sure I know who it was, but I ain't gonna say his name.
We know exactly who it was. But we all had a Black Student Union group chat, and so we've been making these plans to go in and do this sit-in. And somebody in that group chat had, decided to go and report it to administration. And so we show up, and there's security there, and they're like, "Oh, Mr. Wilcox doesn't feel safe having you in his class, and he doesn't want you here." Yep, specifically told us he didn't feel safe. And so we all sat outside of the class, and we waited for class to be over. And then once class was over, a couple of us went in to speak with Brad, and he was literally shaking in his boots. He was trembling and was, scrambling, like trying to gather his papers so he could leave the classroom because he didn't want to speak with us. And then one of his daughters was there, and she came up and like put herself in between us. I guess she thought she was going to shield him from our, from blackness, our dangerous Black advances, right? So, she was trying to shield us from him, and so we ended up just saying, "Hey, can we have a conversation? Send me an email." And then he runs out of the classroom, and so we sent him an email. And we ended up having a sit-down class, but by this time he had already been coached by, church PR.
Ahmad Corbett.
Yeah, well, Ahmad Corbett.
Oh,
too,
and this was after his apology too.
Yeah, that was
We overdue.
So he had already been coached, and so he gave us a big, nice apology. They asked us not to record, which to this day is my biggest regret.
Somebody recorded, didn't somebody?
No, I was going to record it.
Oh, I thought
and then in the
somebody
room,
did.
I literally had my phone out, and they said, "We'd like to ask y'all not to record."
Yeah.
And I was going to record it secretly, but they asked us, the vice president of student life asked us not to
Yeah.
record it. So I was like, "Oh well, still being a good Mormon boy, let me put my phone away and follow what my church leaders say." And so we didn't record it, but he proceeded to say a lot of vile things in that meeting too. He told
Vile?
us.
He
told us.
no,
First of all, he gave us all signed copies of his book.
about the atonement of Jesus Christ and how we should forgive.
So there's that. That was what
You can't be racist and then tell me to forgive you.
So
That's
at the end,
crazy.
yeah, he gave us all a hug and a signed copy of his book. What else? He told
The
us
hug was forced.
He started the conversation by telling us that he lived in Ethiopia until he was 7, so he knew how we felt.
He said
was like-
when I came to Provo, I was an outcast. I was culture shocked. You're a white man that lived in Ethiopia, and you came here when you were 7. You came here in first grade.
Right.
Like, you weren't culture
No,
shocked.
you were not an outcast. You might
Buddy,
have been.
your parents are from
There
Utah.
might have been a culture shock.
There
for
might have been
sure.
culture shock, but they didn't culturally notice.
No, right. Yeah. So that's how he kicked it off. And, then
And he
there was-
whispered in my ear, he said, never stop speaking up. Become a politician. If you don't get your hot breath out my ear, don't play with me.
Yeah, he had a lot. So we're not that fond of Brad.
Not my favorite.
For obvious
and
reasons.
he also said, and I'm gonna jump back to our story in a second, but he also said, if you ever see me in public, say hi. You know how many times he's walked past me?
And ignored us. He ignored us all on campus. a few
Countless times. And I'm gonna stop being a bully. Okay, I'm gonna stop. Anyways.
Well, one last thing.
You go, because I had some jokes. I'm gonna hold them back.
In addition to that, he in that conversation we said, it's good that you apologized on Twitter. It's good that you did that. But we told him you need to apologize to the people that you hurt.
But
And
on
that's
real
us.
apology, not a
Yeah,
scripted
you need
one.
to make that apology public, because we told him, the problem with this situation is that there are so many members of the church who don't see a problem with what you said, who think that that's okay. And you've said this many times before, meaning that you didn't see a problem with it until now. And you need to do your part in correcting that. And literally the response that they told us was, we can't do that. We have to ask permission. And so I said, so just to make sure, you're telling me that you have to ask permission to repent for a mistake that you made. And they're like, well, we have to ask for permission.
He was like,
So I
the
said,
church leaders don't want me to keep
exactly.
talking,
They don't
basically.
want me to keep saying anything. Yeah. And so he never made that apology or never made that correction in stating why the things that he said were incorrect or why they were harmful. And he never apologized to the specific populations that he harmed, because he
Also-
said things about a lot of different groups of people.
did.
I
I think it was book away too. So
Yeah, but that was kind of my breaking point, was hearing that, like, you need permission to repent from the church leaders. That you
Word.
can't just, if you make a mistake, you can't just own up to that. I was like, these people don't care at all.
at all.
They don't care about us at all. They care about their image. They care about what looks good, what sounds good. They don't actually care about the people in this, at least not the people of color in this church.
Yeah.
And so, that meeting was like the breaking point for sure.
And two is like, so prior to that, back to like the story too. So that's Brad Wilcox. So prior to that, he reported to the administration that we intimidated him.
Oh yeah.
That like we basically bullied and intimidated him and made him fear for his life. So
This is the student.
he said it too.
Oh, Brad Wilcox. Okay, I don't remember that.
Yeah. So that's kind of why it even got worse. So a student said that Black Menaces, who had zero effort into what actually happened, that Black Menaces intimidated and threatened him for his life. Black Menaces did nothing.
Nobody intimidated him or threatened his life, but
And
he said that we did.
and like I said, we've moved on. Like it was 2 years ago, right? We've grown since then. So it really doesn't matter. But what does matter though is that like 5 of us were on the chopping block to get expelled from the school. And coupling both Brad Wilcox and this individual, they had a meeting about whether they should kick us out or not to set an example. And Nate's name was on the list, Rachel's name was on the list, Rachel's brother's name was on the list, and I think 2 other people that's names like nobody would know, so it doesn't matter. And these people were like facing like Nate and Rachel were graduating in 2 months. And they're on the chopping block because people are talking about us. And Brad Wilcox called us a militant group, is what he called us. Excuse me. And so, yeah, on the chopping block, about to get expelled. Luckily, we had somebody who spoke in our behalf.
A black woman
on our behalf, and helped half of us not get kicked out of school. And that was 3 weeks. That was 11 days into Black Menaces. Right. So it started off strong.
And they never made any public comments either.
No, this was all behind the scenes.
Yeah. The only reason we knew about it was because that person was there.
And because she had called me and was like, she called all of us and was like, yo, y'all need to be ready. And we was ready. And so we almost got kicked out. Well, some of us almost got kicked out. And by 1 month, we had 100,000 followers. It was a crazy time of life, truly. And by 2 months, we had 400,000. By 3 months, we had 700,000. It was wild. And we didn't really know we didn't know what we were doing. Like, truth be told, none of us had really done anything on the internet for real before. Like, it just happened and it was just happening. And it was cool. Like, we were enjoying it. Like, we were averaging, it was crazy because we were averaging like 30 million views a week on TikTok. And
were you able to monetize? You don't have to answer that if you don't want to.
No.
Not at the time, no.
Because they didn't have a program. And
if they did,
biggest robbery.
You were making six figures.
If we had been a year later, we would have made so much money.
Yeah.
Oh my.
You did the math, didn't you?
I did.
Yeah.
We would have made like.
Before you say it, let me give them. So the amount of money that we made, that TikTok paid us for all of the views that we got for the year 2020 or for the year 2022, they sent us the money. I think I had sent it out maybe halfway through 2023. So for 18 months, we made $1,300 on TikTok.
And that was like 250 million views.
And then they changed the creator program, and now everybody gets paid. But
yeah, if we would have done it, it'd have been like $20,000 a week.
Yeah.
For like 3 months straight.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, cool.
it would have been
Painful.
nice.
That's
Yeah.
painful. Yeah.
Which is cool,
Wasn't meant to be though. Yeah.
And it's honestly, I'm not mad about it. Like, I'm grateful as a passion project.
We
Like
still
I
got
said,
incredible opportunities and
incredible.
we got to go to Smith College, University of Michigan.
Yeah.
Like, being able to go back to my home state and speak at a university there, like Michigan is basically an Ivy League university. And being able to go back, that was very full circle for me. So
Incredible.
A lot of rewarding experiences too.
Absolutely.
It wasn't about the money ever.
Because
we could have made money. We turned down some deals.
We turned down a lot of deals.
Trying to be in integritous, is that a word? Trying to have integrity.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so it just went crazy, honestly. And we didn't know what we were doing, but we just did what we could. And eventually it was just, let me think. And then Rachel and Nate graduated. We kept going for the next year. The next year, honestly, the next year was not too eventful either. So we'll move though.
No, I'll just say, like, I always try to, because of all I've, been through in my own weird world, and because I've seen people like Sam Young and Bill Reel and Kate Kelly and, so many people become collateral damage, not to mention the September 6th. Like, it takes a lot out of people, again, like I said before. But as I was watching this happen, I was really torn because I'm like, man, BYU, church, Mormon church, you kick these people out of school because they'll become national celebrities. They'll become heroes. And then that was always checked by like, no, but these are real people. And these are, that's going to cause a lot of stress, and that may affect their education and employability and probably family relationships. But I was really on that fence, wanting y'all to be safe and just like daring the church to pull that trigger.
It's funny. I was on the same fence.
Me too. I remember when we got that call, I was like, they better. I hope they do. I was like,
we're like, Harvard, call us now.
You'd be on the Ellen show, like,
no, for real.
I was ready.
No, it's so funny because the whole time I was like, if they kick us out, like, do it. Like, do it, bro.
I was sick for you.
We got this platform. We'll talk about it. Like, BYU, you'll be no more. Like, I don't know. You know what I mean? Like, that's so funny that you thought the same thing. I was like, honestly, like, and that's how I've been like the last like 2 years especially when I was at BYU by myself, I was like, at this point, if you kick me out, like, this is hurting you. You want me gone and you want me to leave with my diploma. Cause like, you don't like us. You don't want us to keep talking. You're honestly scared of us because they said it in their admissions and stuff. Like, they've had meetings about us countless times. And so it's like, you obviously don't want us to be here. and you don't want us to be students, but you definitely don't want us to kick us out because the backlash would be horrendous. Horrendous, but funny.
I even had the legal counsel for BYU kind of like gently, and he's a very good man. We have a good relationship, and so no ill feelings. But he, I think maybe somebody probably pressured him a little bit too because he's like, hey, you guys should, review the BYU media policy. Just look over that and let me know what you think. And I was like, okay, we'll look over it. And then
we looked over it.
We looked over it, and we made it work. We, did our best to follow the rules while also being respectful of, what we need to communicate. But
yeah. Well, I remember a new wave of drama when BYU had changed their policy about like recording things on campus.
Yeah.
Wasn't that a thing?
Yeah, they changed it where you couldn't record if you monetized and like by ad revenue, which did not fall upon us.
We weren't making any money. So.
And it wasn't ad revenue. And they are also trying to change the rules again. And this is from a little whistleblower of my own. And they basically told me that they sent me the whole sheet, actually, and they're trying to change the policy for this next year. The next year, they're trying to change it where, what month is it? April, right? So in fall, they're trying to make it where they're going to ban interview-style TikToks at BYU.
The Black Menaces rule.
Like interview-style TikToks is crazy.
That is
BYU banning that. Like, also, the amount of TikTokers at BYU is baffling.
Yeah.
Like, if you look at BYU TikTok, there's like 6 of them. Like without us, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah, lots of different.
And
ones.
I can name them. Like I watch them. Like they're interesting. I like interview style TikToks. But it's like if BYU bans interview style TikToks, first off, I want to see all of them like held accountable.
No, right?
Because that's what I always said. Like you're not going to kick me off. You're not going to stop me from doing TikToks until you stop everybody from doing TikToks. Because I'm not stopping until they stop. And when they stop, sure, I'll stop. But until then, here I am.
Yeah. Okay. So they made those changes, but it didn't affect you, so you were able to keep going.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they didn't. And, that's what led to, like, last year when everything happened with that student following me and the professor yelling at me and stuff.
Yeah, that was going to be my next question.
Yeah.
So, because I was terrified, and it seemed like that was really traumatizing. So
Yeah,
tell
it
that
was
story
crazy.
if you don't mind.
Yeah. Basically, I went, doing my thing. Went to go interview. And when I was interviewing...
You're on campus.
I was on campus.
Interviewing students walking by.
Yeah.
Sorry, just giving context.
No, for sure.
To those who don't know.
And there was a student watching me and my interviewer, me and my cameraman. And I noticed it. People watch me a lot, though. Like, I'm not too, like... People stare at me because they hate me. Some people like to watch interviews because they're fans. Like, you kind of get a mixed bag of, like, who's watching and why they're watching. And normally you can pick up on their body language. This person didn't look very happy. And I was like, weird, whatever. I don't have the energy. Like, I'm not going to focus on you. I'm doing my job. Like, I'm going to make some TikToks and I'm going to leave campus. And actually I had a class after this, matter of fact. So I was going to interview and then go to class. And I was interviewing, dude was staring. I was like, that's weird. Let's see if I can even recall this in a perfect order of events. He's still staring. I'm mid-interview. Karen Strange. I saw her like a month or two ago. I said,
Who's that?
That's the name of the professor.
She's realized she's a faculty member. She ain't nobody. She's not that secretary's nothing, like, but she's not like a professor. Karen Strange though.
So she had no authority to be.
She had no authority. Yeah. And she's genuinely, like, I hate to say it, she's nobody on campus, and she has zero power. She walked up to me yelling, "You can't interview here. Are you even a student?" First off, I don't respond to yelling. I'm a grown man. You're a grown woman. It's this weird thing that we call communication. We should learn how to do it. You're not going to yell at me. And she's yelling, and she was like, "You can't be here." Yes, I can. You're not a student. Yes, I am. Like, I hate to like be so blatant, but like everything you're saying is misinformed and ignorant. And she's just yelling at me. I'm gonna call the police. Go ahead, Karen. Like, go do you, bro. I'm gonna interview.
Is her name actually Karen?
Her name is literally Karen Strange. Her God-given name.
There's a God.
In this moment, there is. Because Karen Strange had no better name. Karen and she's strange. Karen. So she leaves, goes to get the police. Dude, she tells the kid, the BYU student, to follow me and to like basically stop me, to be Superman. I had to realize that I'm one of the most hated people on this campus at this point, that I'm also black, and they would kick me out for anything. So it's not like I could physically get in an altercation, because I know I would suffer more than the other person, because 1, I'm going to win. 2, I'm black. 3, I am hated already. Like they wanted any reason to kick me out. And he's following me. He's interrupting all of my camera.
He was walking in front of the camera.
Walking in front of the camera, standing in front of my cameraman.
And there's footage of this.
There is, yeah.
Terrified.
Ton of it.
Yeah.
And he was touching my cameraman. Just like all this stuff. And I was like, I had to mentally withhold myself, because it's like I felt trapped. Like I felt unable to do anything because I had to consider the consequences for myself. Like, I remember people were like, why don't you just beat him up? And what? Go to prison? Like, get kicked out of school?
Like, it doesn't matter what the situation is.
I'm going to lose this. Like, I might win the fight, but I'm going to lose I'm going to lose the war. Like, BYU hates me. The people on the school hate me. Like, I'm not going to win. I know I won't. And I would have been the first to fight. Like, I would have hit first, you know? And anyways, so I had to do nothing besides keep going, because what I didn't know, as somebody who likes to make TikToks, is I'm going to make TikToks with him in it. First off, I don't need his consent. That's not how the camera laws work in this state. So I didn't need his consent. And if you're going to be in my camera, you might as well be in a TikTok. So I just kept making TikToks about it. Made TikToks, whatever. Obviously, the whole thing went down. I left pretty quickly after, because I was just like flustered. I was like, man, like, F this school. Like, I never liked the school for real. Like,
didn't go to class.
I didn't go to class. I didn't go to class basically for the rest of the semester for real. Barely graduated. But I went back, like, I was like, man, like, this is crazy. Like, what is, like, because we've had people hate us, but it's like, why are you harassing me for real, though? And, like, why is the professor yelling at me? And why am I so stuck knowing that BYU will pin anything on me that I can't do anything? You know what I mean? And as the days went on, then I realized that, so I started to like receive death threats after this. So my roommate at the time, his cousin is in the military, and his cousin was saying that there was people in the military, like, basically digging around to find my address, so they obviously could come to my house. And
somebody emailed us a manifesto. That was
somebody emailed us a manifesto. Another whoever it was called and like left a voicemail.
Like a white Mormon manifesto? What was the manifesto?
It was
probably could find it.
It was one of those like, oh, so you think you're the big man on campus now? You think you can do this and just get away with it? Well, fine. It was something like that. Like some, self-important person who was like, oh, well, you think you can just do this? Well, fine. Like, come fight me anytime. Like,
and they said ruffle feathers.
Something.
Because then I'm pretty sure, I think it is. Because then when they called me and left a voicemail, they were like, you ruffled the wrong feathers. First off, you're not going to scare me with saying I ruffle feathers. Like, let's be just honest, like, ruffling feathers is not scary to me. But I also know that those words not being scary, but also, like, somebody in the military is digging for my address. My roommate's cousin was like, y'all need to have guns at the house or something to be safe. And there was a truck around my house, like, a lot. That was, like, looking around and stuff a lot. And so it was, like, all of this stuff. So I kind of, like, went MIA for a few weeks, because it's like, if there's people out there that want to kill me, I think I might just stay in the house, because obviously y'all trying to kill me. I'm cool over here. And, it was after that, like, I didn't really have a lot of motivation to go to BYU and finish. Like, I almost thought about dropping out September. I graduated in December. I thought about dropping out in September. Because I was just like, this is not like, I had thought about dropping out a lot of times and transferring. And I was like, but it's like, is it worth it? Then I was like, I didn't do all this work for no reason. You know what I mean? Like, I've been here for 3 years. Because I graduated in 3.5. So I was like, I've been here for 3 years. And dropping out now would be just dumb. Like it might be nice for your mental health, but I did all these credits, Anyways,
There's so many BYU classes that don't transfer to real
They
legitimate
don't.
universities. So it could set you back a year or two.
Right.
Financially and time-wise.
right. And I didn't have time or finance.
Yeah.
And so, so I, finished it out and I barely graduated. Likely I did graduate. And, I went MIA basically for the rest of the semester. And it's a lot nicer now living in Salt Lake because I don't have to, be down there anymore. So,
You find, is Salt Lake materially better than Utah County / Provo?
Yeah, it's nice. It's better. It's definitely better. Utah County Provo is crazy. I don't like that place. Yeah. So I'm happy to be anywhere else.
Yeah. But also not Dallas, not Houston, not some other state?
It's never Texas. I love Texas. I'm biased. There's a lot of bad places at Texas, though. I will say, I have somebody doing interviews at Texas Tech right now, and the answers are just as bad as BYU. And that's like why I doubled down so many times that it wasn't BYU, it wasn't Mormonism, it was problematic thinking. Like I was raised in Texas. I know what a lot of radical conservative people believe in. And honestly, the difference between one of the big differences between people in Texas and people here that are like conservative and like racist is people here use God and they try to act nice. People in Texas, they don't care if you think they're nice or not. Like, if they don't like you, they don't like you. Like, just straight up. And they don't use God. They use, you're just not, they don't like you. Like, you're black. They don't like you. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's different. And in a way, you kind of like are grateful for that frankness.
I was gonna say I prefer that because at least I know.
Yeah.
At least I know. I
Because-
don't have to worry about if you're gonna stab me in the back or if you're
Right.
like secretly gonna call the police on me.
Yeah.
But I think you're my friend. At least I know you don't like me.
Exactly.
I prefer that.
Texas, they're just wolf. Utah, there would be wolves in sheep's clothing, like my mission president said.
And so I've wondered what kept y'all here. I'm glad y'all are here.
Yeah.
But I've wondered what's kept both of y'all here when you might want to just flee the state forever.
Yeah. I am planning on moving, actually, in X amount of time. Unsure exactly when. And I'm not going to tell the world when I'm going to move. But, like, I will be moving, actually, back to Dallas is the plan.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. My time in Utah is also coming to an end soon.
God damn it. Sorry, I'm not supposed to swear.
Gotta
Me neither.
move on with
Julie, you
real
need to
life.
delete that. Y'all are both freaking leaving?
Yeah, I'll come back every once in a while, though.
Is Rachel leaving too?
I don't know.
Potentially. I don't know.
Ugh. We need y'all, man. Anyway, no, I'm not putting that on you. I'm sorry.
No, heard you, though. Yeah, I would love to stay. I just think I think I've done what I've needed to do in the time that I've been here. Maybe I'll come back later, maybe I won't, but I think I've served the fullness of my purpose. And I don't think there's anything else that...
Wait, are you saying you fulfilled the measure of your creation? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, fully. I've reached perfection.
That's a temple line.
Translated being right here, guys.
And I just think I've done what I needed, like I've been called to do here. And I think, I feel like I have less... I just think it's time. Yeah, I think that's a good way to put it.
Okay. And what are you doing for work? I'm just curious.
Full-time content creator. Yeah, all I do is Black Menaces.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Cool.
It's fun.
And Nate, are you jealous that he gets to do it full time and you got to go work for where you work?
Am I jealous? No. I'm super proud of Sebastian because, we've all Black Menaces has been something that we've all put into, at different times and in different ways. And the work that Sebastian has put in lately, like gaining all of our followers on YouTube and Instagram and things like that has been huge for Black Menaces. And so, I'm just happy to be able to help out with the podcast and doing other things where I can. And, if I can interview in a video, being able to do that too, I love that. But I do wish that, we had known what we were doing at the beginning.
Yeah,
because if we had done that, we would have been able to build this into something even bigger and better than it is now.
You would have been able to monetize it?
Absolutely. Yeah, if we had known what we were doing or if we had somebody to just be like, hey, here's some tips because, now we know, but now it's too late. Our initial, surge of, you don't just gain 700,000 followers in 3 or 4 months on a regular basis.
Yeah.
That's a once in a lifetime opportunity. Maybe it can happen again, but
I still have never had that happen.
yeah, exactly. Right. And, it's such
I've
a
been doing
rare
this
thing to
19
happen.
years and I'm at 250,000.
Yeah. And, so it brought incredible opportunities, but because we were so not unprepared. I mean, we couldn't have really prepared for that, but just because we didn't know what to do. We didn't have anyone to kind of guide us. We weren't able to take full advantage of that and maybe not have an even greater impact. So like that's probably like my only wish there. Not a regret, because we still did amazing things and we got to do a lot, So that's probably like my only wish, is that it could have been something even bigger and better. Yeah. But we got the future for that. Like,
but we'll be
still
there.
Got big things coming. So.
Okay.
Yeah, working.
Do y'all have plans of what you want to do?
Yeah, I can tell you some.
Yeah.
Yeah, so right now we're having calling them Black Menace ambassadors. There's like singular individual people that will go on their own campus and interview. So had just started with Texas Tech. Honestly, there's a lot of people from across the country. I have people that'll be starting at Purdue, at another Texas school, Texas A&M, someplace in California, in New York here soon, in HBCU actually, Spelman. That's probably news to you. I didn't tell you that one yet.
We do. I don't know that one.
Yeah.
That's cool.
So a lot of different places that I'm gonna have those do, and then we're also I'm gonna start doing some like better YouTube stuff. So I'm just created a good content calendar for it. Rather, we'll be uploading 5 days a week, and some days it'll be me just like answering a question and talking. Sometimes it'll be me like breaking down interviews. Other times I'm gonna start a new segment where I get like 2 camping chairs and I sit in one and I just pull people, like random people, and have them sit down. We have like a real functional conversation for longer than an interview, like longer than, a TikTok interview. And then what I'm really excited for is we're going to be doing like YouTube productions is what I'm calling it, because I have nothing better words. And basically I'm going to like kind of similar to like Jubilee and Cut and stuff, like where people are going to come and like talk to each other about like real issues and find some understanding within each other. And I'll have times where I do longer interviews too, but yeah.
Beautiful.
Yeah, so subscribe to the YouTube, because why not?
Black Menaces.
Yeah, Black Menaces.
Okay.
Yeah, same everywhere.
Love it. How would y'all feel if we did a quick lightning round?
Cool.
All right. So
What you got?
I'm going to just bring up some various aspects of Mormonism or Christianity and just have you free associate comment.
Okay.
You go first, Sebastian, then Nate, you can fill in after. Is that all right?
Yeah.
Is that all right?
Yep.
Let's do it.
Okay. All right. Let's start with the Bible and Genesis, curse of Cain.
Yeah.
What do you guys think of that?
I just think, racist people create racist ideologies. I don't have too much to say besides like clowns do clown work. You know what I mean? Like, it's just not, to me, it's nonsense. And if you believe in it, I mean, sucks for you, I guess. Yeah. I don't have nothing crazy to say about it. Yeah.
Nate?
The Curse of Cain, I think it's a cute justification, but it definitely it's not spiritual in nature.
It didn't start with Mormons, right?
No, it definitely did not start with the Mormons. It was a justification for slavery.
Yeah.
And continuing with that, I think that the Bible has been used to justify a lot of atrocities over the years. And, it's also been used for a lot of good. The Bible has a lot of good things in there. But the thing about good things is that you can find them just about anywhere. It's the same with bad things. And so, while there's a lot of good things in the Bible, there's also a lot of things that need to be taken with a grain of salt. So you can learn from them, but taking everything in the Bible or taking everything, every story as 100% truth will leave you with some interesting mental conundrums. So
I also want to say my whole comment was about the curse of Cain, nothing about the Bible in and of itself. So when I said clowns do clown work, I was referring to the curse of Cain, not the work of the Bible. That'd be crazy to say about somebody's religion. That's what I was referring to. Just wanted to preface again. Okay.
Okay. Got it. Okay.
good disclaimer.
Yeah, because I heard you comment. I was like, people might think I was talking about the whole Bible. And I don't like to talk about people's sacred life too negatively.
What about the Bible either failing to condemn slavery or even condoning slavery?
Yeah, that's why also I agree with Nate's statement of like there's some things you have to take with a grain of salt, and I think it also is evident of some of the individuality that is within the Bible that doesn't inherently, in my opinion, would come from God. Cause it says like slaves need to mind their masters or something.
In the New Testament,
I think that shows.
That might be New Testament.
I think that is New Testament.
It's
Yeah.
Paul.
Yeah.
And I think that is evident of the humanness of the Bible in some places, in the same way, like in Corinthians, how it talks about women, or like how it says certain things to me is not God, can't be God speaking. If it's a God that is good, it can't be that one speaking. So,
All right. White Jesus or brown Jesus?
it's a good question. If Jesus, brown Jesus, probably.
I would agree. White Jesus makes no sense.
It just is like category. It just doesn't make sense. Like it's not logical.
If you put all the facts together, it just there's no other conclusion you can come to. But I guess if you're in the LDS church and you want to, apparently all the prophets, like all the Book of Mormon prophets, were white, and then everybody else is just
right,
native, and
I remember when I was Good Times and like the Jeffersons. These were shows I watched when I was growing up, and I remember the first time I saw Black Jesus like on the wall, and I'm like, that's scandalous. What's up with that?
How was that?
I remember there was a time I had posted a picture. It was like somebody had done like some illustrations of biblical characters as Black people.
Oh, I need to know.
And someone did an illustration of Jesus, and it was like Jesus with like long locks. And I posted that picture, and this old woman from my mission was like, "How dare you impersonate my savior?" She thought it was me. It looked nothing like me. You can still go back to my Facebook.
Crazy.
She deleted the comment, but you can still go back at my Facebook and look at the picture and see that it had nothing. This is before I had locks at all. And this man, he had locks like down to his, down to his knees. But she thought that I was impersonating Jesus, and that it was disrespectful for there to be a Black Jesus. And I was just like, okay, so you're telling me that Jesus is white, and anything other than that is sacrilegious. That's kind of crazy.
She's not about the nativity at all,
right? And then also let's throw a macroaggression in there because you assume that this completely different Black man is also me. It was a bizarre. I think I ended up like talking to her privately on the side and was like, hey, so this is what you said, and this is why this is wrong. She was very sweet about it, but that situation too reminded me.
Yeah,
it could only be brown Jesus.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so Lamanites and Nephites in the Book of Mormon, dark skin curse in the Book of Mormon.
Yeah. Honestly, I've heard so many justifications for this. It's actually crazy. But I think we should take words with what they are. Like, I think people to be apologetic of the Book of Mormon and Mormonism try to write around what it means and insert their own words and just do with that phrase as they can. But it's just like, take words with what it is. Like, it says what it says. Like, at the end of the day, in my opinion,
because it doesn't say skin of brownness.
It doesn't say skin of brownness. It doesn't say countenance of brownness. It doesn't say,
right.
It doesn't say
tattoos of brownness.
It doesn't say any of that. No, it says skin of blackness. You know what I mean? Like, it says skin of blackness and that Like,
also like we cursed them with the skin of blackness so that they would be loathsome, like gross or detestable to the white Nephites, right?
Yeah. And it's like, I feel like we should take that at face value. Like, it was written like that. It meant what it meant. And you can't change the meaning of words just because you are like, oh man, it's not racist anymore. Yeah, but if 100 years ago they said something else, like, interpretations can only change so many times. Because even in the 2021 Come Follow Me of Book of Mormon, it said in the Come Follow Me that it was referring to race. And like, they were cursed with the skin of blackness, not countenance or whatever.
It's not a metaphor.
It's not a metaphor. It's real life. It's not real life, but that's what they meant it to be.
Yeah.
I would say for me, I love the Book of Mormon. Like, the stories in it is just fun. They're enjoyable, but they don't make any sense when you like add everything up. Like, I remember as a kid, I loved reading the Ten Issues Among the Nephites series. Have you ever read that? Chris Heimerdinger, if you see this, I'm still waiting on book 13, and I will read it, even though I don't mess with the church anymore.
Wow, you read 12 of his books.
So there's a series called 10 Issues Among the Nephites, and it's about like time travel back in the Nephite times. I used to love that. I read that series all the time. I was a huge nerd, but he's been writing it since like 1997, and he still hasn't come out with the last book. I don't know. I may never read it. But
Maybe he lost his testimony.
maybe so. He could have. But I say that to say, I love those stories, and I want them to be true. But in actually doing the research and going and compare, looking at all the facts, watching those LDS discussions episodes, the facts just don't mesh with the stories, and it just doesn't make sense. And also, I've always wondered where it happened. There's no geographical
Zero
location.
evidence.
Based on the descriptions in the Book of Mormon, there's no geographical location in North America that would match. So those things make it to where it's I want to believe in it, but until I see facts that corroborate, I can't.
Yeah.
All right. Do you remember learning about Elijah Abel and Jane Manning James and the fact that Joseph Smith gave the priesthood to black people before Brigham Young took it away? Do you remember? Mm-hmm. So thoughts on Elijah Abel?
I think it's cool. I think people prop up Joseph Smith to be some activist, and to not forget that abolitionists still didn't think black people were equal. Abraham Lincoln didn't think black people were equal. He just didn't think they should be enslaved. Being an abolitionist is nothing crazy. Giving a black person a priesthood is also not that crazy to me. You did the bare minimum. And obviously, he couldn't have been too anti-racist, because the moment Joseph Smith disappeared, the church only got worse. You know what I mean? You gave the priesthood to, one or two black people. Mm-hmm. And then your fault, the person that succeeded you canceled it. So it's obviously you didn't make it very clear to everybody else.
That's an excellent point.
And also, who cares? You gave 1-2 black people the priesthood. Congratulations. You also didn't they send black people enslaved to Utah first to prepare land and stuff y'all didn't do anything for black people though. Oh, you're an abolitionist. That's why they hated Mormons. No, they hated y'all because, a lot of other reasons. And it wasn't because you loved black people. That wasn't it.
Fact checker Julia is telling me that Joseph Smith didn't authorize Elijah Abel getting the priesthood.
Oh, word.
But maybe someone did it without his permission? Or
Was Elijah Abel, or I think Elijah Abel was ordained after Joseph Smith's death, wasn't he? Because he wasn't ordained until
I thought it was while Joseph Smith was alive. So.
Okay. I don't know.
Y'all would know better than me.
I know he served as a missionary, but I don't know. I remember when I had first learned about it, it was a great comfort to me.
Julia's saying it was while Joseph was alive.
Okay.
But I think she's saying Joseph didn't approve it, but it sounds like he didn't
go against it afterwards.
Rescind it, is what I'm hearing.
Gotcha.
But anyway.
Good to know. Thank you.
More
I'm
respect.
not arguing
Thank
with
you.
Julia. That's one thing I'm
Shout
not
out
doing.
fact checker Julia.
Okay. And people want to say, I guess in his Missouri years or maybe his Illinois years, he was an abolitionist.
Sure.
But the thing that I think people don't also know is that he flip-flopped based on where he was and what he thought would be popular.
Sounds like him.
Wherever he was living.
And the reason he chose it, wasn't it because it was part of his presidential campaign? That was part of his platform that he ran on?
Yeah, and if you're from the North, maybe that's what you do. I don't know. You're not giving him a lot of credit.
No, I don't give abolitionists a ton of credit in the first place. Abolitionism was cool, was great. I'm grateful. However, like I said, Abraham Lincoln, he never thought racism would be solved. He thought black people should be sent back to Africa.
Yeah,
and he never thought black people should ever be on the same standard or life of white people. So you expect me to think that Joseph Smith was better than Abraham Lincoln? There's no way that you had a more progressive view than, at that time, the most progressive president of the United States.
Yeah.
There's no way.
Yeah. Okay.
40 years before.
Especially not coming from rural New York.
Rural New York.
In the 1800s. I mean,
Please be serious.
Maybe not.
All right, Brigham Young.
Oh, that man is rotten in hell.
If Brigham Young is in this, yeah, he definitely is. If I'm going to hell, Brigham Young is there with me. Yeah.
There's no way he made any heaven in any religion. He's horrible.
Why?
He's a horrible human. I also think he had short man syndrome. That's also my theory on him. I think he was angry because I don't know, maybe that's crazy to say, but I've heard of short man syndrome before. And anyways, that's not the point. I'm going on a tangent. That doesn't matter. The point is Brigham Young was a horrible human being.
Because?
He was just blatantly racist. He was blatantly sexist and
just the way he treated people.
Probably transphobic and homophobic too. The things he said, and to go and declare black people out, exclude black people from the priesthood in a random conference because like of governmental pressure is like baffling. Like you had you lacked such principles that on a whim, as it seemed, it could not have been on a whim, but on a whim, you excluded black people from the only way of salvation in the Mormon church. Like, to me, like, you can't be a principled person. Also, like, wasn't it during his time that he sealed Jane Manning, what's her last name?
Jane Manning James.
Oh, okay, I was right. It sounded weird. To Joseph Smith as well. Like, was that not his time period?
It might have
Or
been
that was
John
after
Taylor.
him?
It might have been, yeah, Julius St.
Gotcha.
John Taylor.
So I just think like his racism set a precedent that destroyed, in part, the Mormon church.
Yeah. I mean, when it comes to Brigham Young, if you take the church's own standard, like the standard that they apply to missionaries, where, if you don't go back out on your mission, then there's all these souls that you're impacting, or, you promised these souls in the premortal existence that you would come and find them and teach them the gospel. So if you take that standard and you apply that to Brigham Young, and you think about all of the souls that he prevented from receiving salvation over that time period,
right,
that in itself would exclude him from the blessings of the celestial kingdom, right? But according to LDS doctrine, Brigham Young is going to be up there with Joseph Smith, chilling. I don't want to be a part of any religion.
He'll become a god.
He's going to become a god, right? And be able to kind of, perpetuate this existence. And
with 50 plus wives.
Yeah, and that's,
right.
with 50 plus wives, and I guess he's going to be the Old Testament type of God. I don't know, maybe you only get to be a New Testament God once you've been around for a few billion millennia. I don't know. But like, I can't imagine Brigham Young being anything except like, Old Testament God, fire and brimstone. But I don't want to be a part of, I say all that to say, I don't want to be a part of any, kingdom of heaven where Brigham Young is going to receive the same or like greater rewards than I would in that place. And I have not had nearly the amount, like I have not caused the amount of harm that he caused to souls over that time period. If you just applied that one metric, not even anything else.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, and for those who don't know, Brigham Young literally called black people like filthy and loathsome. He taught that like, didn't he teach that if you have sex with a black person,
you should be killed on the spot?
You should be killed on the spot.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
A lot of stuff.
We compared his quotes in one of our interviews to Robert E. Lee.
There's an
Everybody
unreleased
guessed
video.
Robert E. Lee. Weird enough.
Yeah. Really hateful, disgusting, racist. Some of the worst I've ever heard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
isn't it weird, like, talk about taking down Confederate statues or whatever. Like, I can understand. I can't say I get or sympathize with both sides of any argument, but the fact that his name is still on those universities is wild. A little bit. Is it wild?
It's absolutely wild.
Not just him. I made a TikTok of me like dancing in front of all the buildings with like racist names.
Oh,
and,
yeah.
the quotes that they said.
Yeah, I remember that.
It's pretty
I wanna see
outrageous.
that.
It's a good one.
Share that with Julia.
I'll send it.
Yeah, it's insane.
Like Ernest Wilkinson was crazy.
Yeah, they all were horrible. Like, there's basically not a single person that's a good human that is named after, like, what's his name? I forgot. Honestly, I don't remember the names.
That's good. That's called healing.
That is healing. Because they said a lot of stuff.
Yeah, like there was the one, I think it was Wilkinson, or maybe it was Peterson, Marquis Peterson was like, we have no problem with the Negro. They can have a Cadillac if they want to. Just, don't mix it with us. Like that kind of stuff, right?
Something
And the same, like, all the prophets in, like, the 50s and 60s were, like, the civil rights movement or communists. Like, we hate them. Like, okay, so you hate equality. Like, just say it, just be honest with it.
Yeah. Okay, really quickly, so Bruce R. McConkie, Mormon doctrine, the teaching that black people are black people because in the pre-existence they were fence sitters, which was in the book Mormon Doctrine, published by the church, or at least, I mean, it was bookcraft, but it was promoted by the church for decades and decades and decades.
Yeah.
Thoughts on Bruce R. McConkie, fence sitter doctrine?
I hope he's in hell with Brigham Young. Also, I don't hope he's in hell. I just think he might be there. I don't hope for anybody go to hell if hell is real. That'd be terrible, I guess. But
that's true.
No, but I would imagine he's probably not in heaven with God. I just think, like, I think he like Nate was kind of saying too, is like Bruce R. McConkie is responsible for the indoctrination of evil indoctrination of millions of people. And like for Bruce R. McConkie to have been leading the church the 50s, 60s, and people on my mission in 2019 to be reading his book, telling me like falsities that he spoke, I think that shows how much power like people have, especially him, and his ideologies had. And that's the reason that like those are the reason that people don't like Mormonism. Like, because you have people like Bruce R. McConkie and you don't say anything against him. You know, like y'all, like a lot of Mormon people look away from all of the statements and all these things like, oh, it's a sign of the times. Yeah, but like God shouldn't be a sign of the times. You know what I mean? And if God's leading these people, they should not be a sign of the times either.
I think if your legacy is one of like hate or one of spreading misinformation and just saying and doing things that cause people to feel hate or discrimination or prejudice, I think if that's your legacy, you're not worth my time. And so Bruce R. McConkie is not someone who's worth my consideration anymore. He's someone that I certainly listened to many of his talks. I had a companion who loved listening to Bruce R. McConkie. He used to listen to him all the time. So I've heard all of his best talks. And that same companion also called me a fence sitter, you know. But, you know, experiencing all of that, having worked through that, Bruce R. McConkie is, yeah, I don't wish for him to go to hell, but I would assume that he is there. Mm-hmm. And that's where he should be.
What about the general notion of Mormon prophets and apostles as special witnesses of Christ and mouthpieces of Christ and, you know, having the gift of discernment and prophetic inspiration, gift of prophecy?
I think their gift of prophecy is that they're like rich businessmen who like understand business strategy, or like they're intelligent men. Not like even. Like, yeah.
Well, sorry, not the intelligent, but like the rich businessmen part. Yeah, they are intelligent.
They're like you know, like Russell Nelson was a doctor. He was a surgeon, like leading in his field. I think about myself in mission. I'm not saying I'm an apostle, but I'm saying is I had the spirit of prophecy too, and I just created strategy to like optimize mission results. And like when I like on my mission, we were also like what's it called? A pilot mission for something, like for like a strategy thing. And so like when I was watching that be implemented, it didn't feel like, oh, it's like God, like they use God. So because it's God's church, anything that promotes God's church in any way is God speaking to them in the spirit of prophecy. So if you buy a mall and now you have extra few billions to help people, even if you don't help people, that's for God, that's good. Or if you like get more people baptized, it's for God, even if they leave the church immediately. Like, but to me, it's like, it's not spirit of prophecy. It's just men in a group trying to figure out how to spread a church. Like, I don't believe that they've seen God. They might have seen something, but it's not God. Like, I don't know what they're doing up there, but I think they're probably just they either are narcissistic human beings who are able to lie to people, or they truly believe in what they're doing and they truly believe that God's leading them, and they're so enveloped in this religion that no other possibility can be true. And also, when all your bills are paid by the church, why would anything else be true?
For me, my viewpoint is a little bit different. I think that they are regular people with, I think, misguided notions of their abilities. I think that I do think that for the most part, I think that they generally try to be good people. I think that there's a few of them who maybe aren't the best, you know. I won't name any specific names, but I do think that they are just regular men trying to do the best that they can. But the problem is that a lot of times God is being used to like justify personal beliefs, personal opinions, personal feelings, and they're using those things, you know, to kind of push certain agendas over the pulpit. Like you talked about kind of like, it's not confirmed, but you've talked about on previous Mormon Stories episodes, John, where you've mentioned, kind of like maybe there's a little bit of beef or a little bit of resentment between Elder Nelson or President Nelson and President Monson, or maybe like, because let me see, was there a clip where you like showed President Monson like shooting down the calling members of the church, not calling the members of the church Mormons? You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
It was like
absolutely.
a clip where he like ridiculed
Hinckley,
that. It was Hinckley, that's what it was.
Hinckley was okay calling people Mormons. So was Monson.
And he like
Nelson
made
didn't
fun
like
of it
Yeah.
in general conference or something like that.
Yeah.
And then once Hinckley died, and then once President Monson died, and then President Nelson came in, then he implements that policy, 20, 30 years later. And it's like, that was just something that you just wanted to do. That was just maybe like a bone that you had to pick.
Yeah.
And once you got your opportunity to do that, you implemented that.
Yeah.
But you said it was God's idea.
Right.
But it's like, no, you've had that idea for 30, 40 years. So I think that they're just good men trying to do regular things, but maybe they have a little bit too much power for their own good.
There's this, I referenced the Book of Mormon musical previously. There's this line in the song, I Believe. It's like the apex of the third chorus. It's like, and I believe that in 1978, God changed his mind about black people. How do Mormons, and I know the answer to this, and I don't mean any disrespect. It baffles my mind that after polygamy has come and gone, the church fought the Equal Rights Amendment to keep women from just being declared equal. The church fought the Civil Rights Movement. The church clearly fought the LGBTQ movement. It's like they've been 30 years behind, predictably, on pretty much every major civil rights
And they haven't won at all. They've never won. They haven't won a single battle. And you think God would be on the winning side.
Yeah.
You think.
Yeah, but also just their own doctrine. Like they had to they had to stop printing Bruce R. McConkey's book. They had to, they've had official declarations where they're renouncing polygamy after they taught that it was required for salvation. Like there's so
Editing
much.
conference talks.
What? Yeah.
Editing conference,
or even the November policy in 2015, the exclusion policy. 4 years later, they rescinded. Isn't it mind-blowing that Mormons still believe that their prophets are led by God after they've had to eat crow decade after decade after decade, and they've been on the wrong side of every major civil rights thing since the beginning, isn't it? I mean, I don't even know. It's not a question, but
yeah, no. I mean, it is crazy. I think what's like partially craziest about it too is that people love to, like, people that are in defense of the church love to be like, oh, it was a policy. Where in the time when the policy was stated, it was stated as a doctrine.
for sure.
As a revelation.
And so it's like, people in the church love to 60 years later be like, oh, that was a policy decision. No, that was doctrine, actually, to them. And they stated it as doctrine. Black people being cursed was doctrine. Polygamy was doctrine. Like, these things are doctrine.
Yeah.
And just because the church loves to change its mind up and God loves to be like, oh, left here, right there, and then switch up, like, that doesn't mean something's not doctrine to the church. Just because you call it a policy now doesn't mean it was actually ever a policy. Some things, sure, are policies. But most of the big changes in the church have never been policies until they made it a policy because they wanted to change.
Mm-hmm. I would say for me, I don't find it mind-blowing or surprising because I was there. I understand why
Me too.
you believe the way that you think. I understand why this argument that I'm making to you is going right over your head because you're literally not letting it in. Like when you believe in the church so strongly, when you believe in prophets and apostles and in the Book of Mormon, like you literally are, from an early age, you are bred and conditioned with like automatic armor, with an automatic shield, to where like certain things just kind of bounce off. And unless something significant happens to like shift or make you uncomfortable enough to where you're willing to like let new ideas in, those things are just going to continue to bounce off of you. But now I'm looking back and I'm like, how did I not catch this before? Or how did I not see this? Or why did I not see this inconsistency? And I think, oh, I did see that. I just ignored it.
Yep.
And literally like that compartmentalizing we were talking about, putting your doubts on the shelf, like I literally can recall specific times in my life where I had questions that I could not find the answers to. And so I just gave up trying to answer that question. Because if you can't find the answer to the question, how can you be happy? Or like, how can you, focus on the truthfulness of the gospel if you're worried about that doubt? So I just doubt that doubt, right?
Yep.
And so it doesn't surprise me that people feel that way or that people see that, because they're going to have that huge blind spot until some like, major shift in their lives comes to make that change. People don't generally tend to just, wake up one morning and want to leave the church. It usually is something that happens that causes them to think about something differently, or that causes a shift in their thinking or their mindset that eventually creates that change. People don't usually just change on their own. It's usually, there's usually a catalyst. And so it doesn't surprise me that people still believe that, because that's usually all that they've known or all that they've been taught. And until, you have that catalyst, nothing changes.
It does. It makes no sense, and it makes all the sense in the world.
Yeah.
But it also makes no sense.
It makes no sense if you've never been there before. But if you've been there, you understand.
Yeah.
And it goes for any religion.
Yeah. All right, I'll just skip to maybe one final one, and then I just want to hear about your beliefs now, just to end. The church, so never Mormons. The Mormon church is literally shrinking and dying for the most part in North America, in Western Europe, in developed Asia. If it weren't for a slightly larger birth rate, the Mormon church would be in decline in the United States. Even in Utah, it's shrinking in many counties. They're closing wards, they're closing stakes, they're selling chapels. And if it weren't for the influx of people moving into Utah from other states, potentially Utah would be in decline. Salt Lake's for sure in decline. Like, the Mormon church is in decline, except in sub-Saharan Africa or Black Africa, where it's growing like gangbusters. So as it's closing wards and stakes and missions everywhere else, it's offsetting that shrinkage, it's offsetting that decline with just crazy growth in sub-Saharan or Black Africa. It's like the church is going all in on Africa being its future of growth. And I'm wondering what your thoughts are on that.
Honestly, I don't know. I feel like it's not too surprising, because the church will jump where people are willing to accept, and also, like, in Africa, Christianity is huge, and community is huge, and like, I think people in the less developed countries are also more willing to accept like religion and new religions, I feel like, and are more tied to like religion in general. Like when I was in the Dominican Republic, everybody went to a church at least. Like there was like, you couldn't just not go to church. Like it was not really a thing. Like I met one atheist my whole mission. And so I feel like it's that's one part. And I also think obviously there's a lot of like white saviorism in there or with that. And I think that can only happen so much because there also is a big push in Africa right now in like some bigger countries that are to push out the United States completely. And they're really working hard to make the United States leave like in every way. And they're forcing the United States to like close their military bases and everything. And so I think that will only last so long until like they join together and kick out like all the Western influence in all facets, which I think could fall into this umbrella too. Okay.
So you're saying it might be a temporary growth, potentially.
And if it is longer, then I think the more they realize church history, they're gonna be like, oh, y'all just said black people were cool like 40 years ago. So I think that only can last so long.
Yeah.
I would say for me, man.
Let me give you a second to think about it because I want to follow up. So
okay.
keep thinking. Because Sebastian, like looping back to the beginning of your story, I'm sure your mom and maybe even your dad would say they've been benefited by being Mormon.
Sure.
And you're, graduated from a Division I university and, got a great education and like a lot of good things came from being Mormon. I know we touched on this at the beginning, but as you think about all these sub-Saharan Africans, you could argue there's worse things than them joining the Mormon church, and that maybe with pathways or with the values or the morals or the community or the support from the church, I could see both of you saying, that's awesome. Like maybe Mormonism will help lift them. And then maybe if it lifts them to a sufficient point, they may graduate, but maybe good that the church is there and maybe they'll do a lot of good for those sub-Saharan
Sure.
Africans. Are you there or are you not there?
Partially. I think it could materially do some good things. However, I think like the values of like white supremacy that it would instill, and also like the rejection of culture that it would instill, would perpetuate worse problems. And the reason that Africa has been burdened up to this point is because like Western organizations and the Western world came to Africa with this idea of like, oh, but we can help you and we can make you better. We can change your life for the better. And I don't think that brings value larger than what self-sufficiency would bring as value. Because like, sure, say they do BYU pathways and they then come to America. How does that help them? Like, how does that help their country? How does it help the continent of Africa? How does that like actually change where they're from? Because now they're in a, like, not that coming to the United States is bad, but like now they're in the United States and like that's cool. But it's like, what are they like if they come to the United States, are they now instilled in white supremacy, or like what is happening there? So I think like, yeah, there might be some material benefit that I would never tell somebody that they shouldn't receive. But I also think like the larger, grander scale problems that it could cause are more like large scale problems that are within the continent and within the countries that they'll be coming from, because the country as a whole will still be relying on an outside influence for its betterment rather than it causing its own betterment. And that's like the whole basis of the saviorism, as the savioristic attitude of like, I can help you fulfill your dreams. I can give you what you need, but you have to do it through me, and without me, you can't succeed. And like, in of itself, that's problematic. So yes, but mostly no.
Okay. Yeah. All right, Nate. Now is your turn.
Yeah, I would say for me, it's tough because the opportunities that the church provides to people in those areas are amazing opportunities. Probably ones that they probably wouldn't get otherwise. Like the opportunity that I had to go to BYU and get an education from a great school. Opportunity that I might not have had otherwise. But the problem is like the motivation behind that. And from the church perspective, the motivation is, the salvation of souls, right? But if you look at it from a secular perspective, the reason that they're wanting to grow the church is so that they can have more people who are committed to the standards of the gospel. So that, and one of the standards of the gospel being committed to is paying tithing. You pay your tithing. The church is able to, continue profiting off of that, and they're able to continue expanding, building churches here, building temples there, making these productions, paying for these campaigns and that campaign, and donating to this and that. And so because the motives for those things are designed more for like the convenience and the profiteering of the church, as opposed to like the betterment of that individual and the betterment of their community, I think that's where the issue comes in. Because they're not trying to like improve the continent of Africa. They're not trying to improve any specific country. They're trying to improve the church, and they're using Africa as a vehicle to do that. And so for that reason, it's unfortunate, because those opportunities, I don't want those opportunities to be taken away from those people. I think that those opportunities are necessary, but I also think that it creates some other problems. My experience with people from the continent of Africa or from different countries in Africa has been relatively limited. Most of the people that I've known have been people who, who are members of the church and came to BYU to be students. A lot of the experiences that I've had is that a lot of those students have tended to have negative viewpoints of myself or other Black American students until they lived our experience here in the United States. And I think a lot of that was shaped by the things that they were taught about Black people within the church. You're taught that dark skin is a curse. You're taught that, all these different things. And when they look at the status of Black people within the church, it's very, very, or Black American people within the church, is very, very different from the status of African people within the church. When you look at how they're perceived by church leadership and things like that, nobody's ever talking about, some faithful member in Detroit or Jackson, Mississippi, right. But they love to bring up, when those African villagers threw away all their idols into the waterfall, or when, those childlike Kenyan, natives did this or did that. Like there's always, this viewpoint of that. And so I think those issues kind of, like, or those things that you see within the small details, that kind of like illuminates the bigger issue with going in and basically colonializing Africa or colonializing
Let me actually.
countries in Africa.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say. Let me say one more thing too. Is like, because I was in a bishopric in the Dominican and oversaw all of the finances of the church there, is like,
They got money.
what's crazy is they don't. Like, people barely receive anything in these countries. Like these people are impoverished, right? Like, I can speak of the Dominican in my personal experience. An impoverished country, impoverished people. When I was there, I had more money in my missionary bank account than the church account for that ward, right? And when they went needing something, first off, you can only receive something from the church if you pay your tithing, and you have to pay it consistently. So first off, unless you're feeding the church money, you can't receive anything back. That's the first thing. Two is, in these less developed countries and impoverished countries, it's not like the church is sending money from headquarters over there. Like, they're not getting extra money. To even get a chapel, you have to hit a specific quota of people, or you are in a house, or you're in like a little makeshift chapel. And so it's like, you're not getting any extra resources from the church unless you're hitting a financial quota. And if you don't meet that financial quota, there's no help. And the only help you can get is from the people that are surrounding you. So if the church in your area doesn't have money, maybe they can go to the stake. And if the stake doesn't have money, then you're out of luck. Like, that is, you ran your course. And maybe you can go ahead of that. Like, but it's not like these local churches are getting money from Utah HQ, even though they have billions and billions of dollars. It's not like they're just getting money that they can better people's life with. But like, when you're in America, it feels like, oh my gosh, yeah, you can. But that's because you have more wealthy people surrounding you. And so, and it's the same like in our education system. I'm not gonna get into that, but like, if you have more wealthy people around you, there's more money in the tax pocket, and there's more money in the tithing pocket. But when nobody has money, the tithing pocket is pretty shallow. And so like, I remember people coming up to us and asking us for money, and we couldn't give them that much. Like, if we have 2,000 pesos, we can't give you 2,000 pesos. We can give you 500, but like, that's not going to materially change your life in the Dominican, because that's not even that much in the Dominican either. And so it's like, yes, like financially the church is helpful, but not if you don't have financially well-off people around you. And in those countries, in less developed, impoverished countries, you don't have it. And so you're still stuck. Like, I watch people prepare for the missions having to like take like 2 pairs of pants and 1 white shirt. But it's like, this church is a multi-billion-dollar corporation, and you can't have pants or a t-shirt? Like, that's crazy to me. So, anyways.
I don't know that. That's wild.
Wow, great answers. There's so much I think about, like first of all, why did the church not care about sub-Saharan Africa in the 70s or 60s or 50s? Like, why are they doing it now? There are reasons. It's because the church is in decline everywhere else. It is a money opportunity, because Africa is going to become very wealthy in the future. Its growth is crazy. It's one of the only places in the world where there's like real significant financial monetary growth. So like, it is a huge financial opportunity for the church, and it's the only way they can offset the shrinkage in statistics. So I guarantee you part of their motivation in expanding in Africa at the rate they are is to offset the decline of the church elsewhere, which is a problem. And then there's not informed consent. It's not like they're telling all those Africans, hey, we weren't good with you 50 years ago. We excluded you for 200 years. They're not telling them that. So they're all joining a church that's at its core racist, but they won't learn that until they're kind of hooked in. And then it's good for the church's image. Because the church has been viewed as racist for so long. It's been a laughingstock. And so it's a way for us to say, look, we were growing in Africa. We love African people. So there's a monetary incentive. There's a statistical incentive. There's a PR incentive. And I'm sure they also have love for all and want to see good happen. But it's so problematic. So it'll be interesting to see how it plays out. Yeah. All right. Well, thanks for doing that lightning round. Let me just end. So, Sebastian, to conclude, like, do you want to share where you are on just a belief in God?
Sure. Yeah, I'm in a weird. I'm like everywhere at once. I'm like, it's interesting. I believe in God. I don't it's kind of weird. So like, I believe that there's like a higher power for sure. I'm a mix between agnosticism and Christianity in a weird mixture. There's a lot of things about Christianity I don't believe. Which leads me to a weird mixture of the both. I do believe, though, that there is like a God in general, though. And I assign Christianity to in some regard to it because of like the symbol of Jesus. And I feel some connection to like the symbol of Jesus and like this idea that we're raised in a Christian society. So it makes logical sense to feel like a connection to the symbol of Jesus as he has represented God to many people. And so I'm like in a weird mixture of like, yes, higher power. Sometimes that higher power might be Jesus, but also a lot of things about the story of Jesus and everything that goes on in the Bible contradict a lot of my own beliefs and I think are problematic, along with how religion and I don't get along either. So, weird mixture of both, but yeah.
So you haven't rejected Christianity.
I have, and then I kind of came back to it a little.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you're kind of like loosely Christian.
Yeah. So like for a while I was a split between like agnosticism and atheism.
Yeah.
And then over time I grew more like, well, I just kind of like, I just let myself process in whatever speed, whatever way I felt was comfortable. And that's kind of what led me here to more mixture of agnosticism and Christianity, loose Christian.
Okay. And have you tried like any Christian churches here in Utah?
No.
Just because they're religions, basically?
Yeah. I've thought about, like, I've watched some sermons like online, and I thought about going to like some churches here. I just never did it, and most of them are in the morning on a Sunday. And like I said about me and mornings don't really get along. And I never had like the super the super desire to do so. And I think I will like probably eventually go to church, maybe a little bit, but I don't think I'd ever be like a diehard Christian. I just don't think I could fully do that and be true to myself. I think I could be loose Christian at most, probably.
Okay.
Yeah.
Where do you come down on like Joseph Smith now that you've had time to really look at him?
Yeah. I mean, Joe, I think he was I think he got lucky and accidentally created $1 billion corporation. Like, I think he was probably like, I think if somebody in Mormonism was like potentially truly narcissistic and lied to everybody intentionally, it was him. And I think like there's no way that Joseph, unless he was like on some crazy drugs or had like schizophrenia, there's no way that like he could actually say all these things and believe them, because he had to then experience them. And I don't believe he experienced them. So I think some way, somehow, I think he was probably like an intelligent narcissist who created enough structure to like write the Book of Mormon and enough structure to like have the people like around, like to do exactly what he needed to do to create a solid enough foundation that could grow over the time. And I also think he got lucky because of the time period where people were more overall people had less education and like knowledge, like access. So it'd be easier to believe like, I saw God. Sure you did. Why not? Like, you know what I mean? Like, your religion, like a lot of religions are like, big and very popular. It's a time where you needed to belong to a religion. And then I think, passing on to Brigham Young, when he moved over to Utah, I mean, I think that was the greatest escape for Mormonism. So I think that was just though the byproduct of Joseph Smith, and he probably was like, you need to get out and leave and be surrounded by only yourselves, and then populate with yourselves. And
what's that, Nate?
Oh, sorry, I just said that. In fact, he was a martyr.
Right? Yeah.
Do it. Mm-hmm.
And I think he planned to be a martyr on purpose. Everybody loves a martyr. Like, people love a martyr, and that was probably part of his narcissism of like, I'm gonna die and it's gonna make my religion. Like, you know, like I'll be remembered for ages. Like, you know what I mean? And here we are, 200 years talking about him later. 200 years later, talking about him.
Yeah.
So like, but I don't think he could have been in his right mind some way or another to do what he did, and actually like to do what he did, because I don't think it actually happened.
What about people who say the Book of Mormon is too amazing? Church has to be true because the Book of Mormon is too amazing for someone to come up with it, especially an uneducated farm boy. What's your answer to that?
Harry Potter, The Lord of the Rings. Like, there's a lot of good books. You know, Lord of the Rings only happened like 70 years later or something. The Lord of the Rings, I've heard it's a crazy book. You know what I mean? Like, I never read it, but I'm saying like people make chapter books. People make stories. That's what storytellers do. And if you're smart enough, I think if you're smart enough, read enough other books, you can compile something enough. Also, there's things that are just factually incorrect, like elephants. Elephants weren't on this continent. Like certain things, like or whatever animals it was, like horses, like stuff like
sheep.
You're
cattle,
wrong, like factually incorrect. And no matter what justification you want to bring, they weren't here. Like that's just facts. Like they weren't here yet.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like that's just not how it worked. So I think there are things that are factually incorrect about the Book of Mormon, but people are willing to ignore them enough. So it doesn't matter what is factually incorrect or true, factually incorrect or correct about the book, because no matter what people say, if you believe enough, like nothing matters. Because it didn't matter to me. So
this may be a tough question. Let's say there's a black man in Houston or Dallas or Chicago who's like seeing the missionaries, liking what he's hearing, and he's thinking about joining the Mormon church. But then he turns to you and says, Sebastian, I'm a black man in the United States or a black woman. Should I join the Mormon church? What would your response be?
No, don't do it. I think like, why would you get involved with what I believe is a religious cult who doesn't appreciate you, who doesn't value you, never has. And like, sure, like it might feel good. Like it might be nice. Like the community might welcome you. They might come to your house. They might cheer you on. They might do all of those things. But that doesn't offset the horrors they've perpetuated. And it definitely doesn't offset like their true opinions about you either. And also doesn't offset the fact that it's simply problematic. And if you support an organization like that, then I think that only tells something about you inherently, subconscious, even if it is. And so I don't know, why would you don't waste your time in a racist, sexist, queerphobic religion that is going to entrap you and gaslight you until you can't be gaslit anymore.
And then to a black young Mormon kid thinking about BYU, and they say Sebastian should, it's good school, good academics, lots of Mormon kids. Should I go to BYU or not? I probably know the answer, but
yeah, I would also say try to go somewhere else. Like you can last at BYU, you can make it, you can. You might not be mentally intact fully afterwards, but you could do it. I did it. Nate did it. Rachel did it. I would just try there's so many other options though. Like there's so many countless other better options for you. Like there's no reason to subject yourself to what you will be subjecting yourself to. And like the lack of ability to have opinions at BYU, to change your opinion at BYU, like you can never grow at BYU. They want you to be stagnant and they want you to be Mormon in this bubble and in this little like thing that you are forever. And so there's so many other universities in this country that are just as cheap as BYU. And just, I don't know, I would try to go anywhere else first. I would go to UVU first. I would go to the U first. I would go to any other school before I went to BYU. Because BYU, to me, it's just not worth it. Like, it's just not. And its reputation isn't that strong for it to endure everything. Like, you could go to a less, not higher ranked school in like Texas or something and have more benefits for like its reputation rather than wouldn't BYU's. Unless you want to stay in Utah or like Arizona or whatever forever.
And overall, you felt what at BYU?
What did I feel at BYU?
Overall.
Isolated, ostracized, unhappy, depressed, anxious. I didn't enjoy basically a single second of it. So, yeah.
I'm so sorry.
It's all right.
Yeah. All right. Nate, any final words before we close up?
Nothing for me. Just happy to be here. Sebastian, it was good to hear your story, bro.
Yeah, bro.
Appreciate you.
Subscribe to Black Menaces on YouTube.
Yeah. So tell everyone how they can support Black Menaces.
Oh, yeah. If you, first off, go on all of our accounts across social medias, Black Menaces on everything, specifically YouTube, that'd be the best at the moment. So go follow Black Menaces on YouTube. I would love you forever, and I will never be ungrateful. I promise you that. If you want to monetarily support, you can go on our website, and there's like a residual donation, or you can go like on our Venmo as well, at Black Menaces. It's a business account, so you need to like scroll over to the business to actually donate. Support. All I care about is Black Menaces at this moment. You can follow me too, Real Sebastian SJ on everything. I'm around. So.
All right. Well, again, I just want to let you both know, and Rachel and the others, how inspired we all have been and continue to be at your courage to speak up and to help bring attention to our problematic culture and to help make positive contributions. We should have mentioned Black Menaces was such a positive approach. It wasn't attacking. I didn't even feel like you were mocking people. You worked really hard to just let people share what they think and feel and not to even shame them.
Yeah.
It was just such a positive, beautiful contribution. And I'm thrilled to know that it's continuing and may even expand.
Yeah,
so
thank you.
Thank you both.
Yeah, thank you.
And the others for all y'all did for us.
Yeah, thank you.
I'm sorry you had to go through so much pain and difficulty to help us learn to do and be better.
That's all right. We're happy to do it.
Really?
Sometimes.
All right. Well, thanks, Sebastian. It's been really
you.
great.
Yeah.
Good luck.
Thank you.
We wish you well.
Thank you.
And Nate, thanks so much, man. Stay in touch.
Of course. Appreciate you, John.
All right. Thanks for joining us today on Mormon Stories. Please support Black Menaces. And thanks for your support to Mormon Stories and the Open Stories Foundation as well. We couldn't do it without your support. So for those who support us, thank you. If you want to support us, support them first. After you support them, subscribe to the Mormon Stories Podcast YouTube channel. We're on TikTok, Instagram, Facebook. And we always appreciate your financial support. You can go to mormonstories.org, click on the donate button, become a monthly donor. But at least for today, only do that after you've donated to Black Menaces. All right. Thanks again, Sebastian. Thanks, Nate. Be good to each other. Be kind to each other. We'll see you all again soon on another episode of Mormon Stories Podcast. Take care.